today's episode of Let's Talk FGO, big heapin' helping a show for you today. Huge tracts of show. Because new story in JP with new servant. Also, pregame for the upcoming Dancing Dragon Castle, because that event is next week. So, of course, along with all that wonderful FGO news and your mailbag answers, we also have a big old back half, because it's that week in June where they talk about video games a lot. So it's that week in June where we talk about video games a lot. This is a lie, we talk about video games a lot every week in June. Anyway, we are your hosts. I am Omega, and he is Lucky. We each have one of the one wings. Which one's lefty and which one's righty? You decide.
With that, though, I hope everyone is enjoying Fate Grand Order, aka Fates in Your Hands. And while we here at City Omega like to bring you the latest in FGO-related news and memes, we will be talking about current and future events for both the JP and EN version of the game, so anyone not wanting spoilers should go follow Pochi Sensei on social media. Do it. Do it now. Give her your love. I demand this.
Yeah, check her out. She's a VTuber.
She's a lot of things.
True. I think she was streaming even before VTubing, but
yeah.
She does also virtual tube. And, funnily enough, kind of called her shot. I think it was her birthday live celebration, sung the FGO opening.
Mm-hmm. Well, I guess, we can talk about it at length, but no, Pochi Sensei has a big, long list of hats.
Yeah. No, it's been a long time coming for multiple reasons, but we'll talk about that just a little bit later, after we get through all of our normal business. But Lucky, not joking about that spoiler warning. It is, in fact, twofold. One, we are doing a pre-game for the upcoming English FGO event, Dancing Dragon Castle. So those of you who like to do events completely blind, well, I'm going to talk about it later. Don't worry, you'll know when I'm about to do it, though, for when you want to eject. But also, we're going to talk about JP stuff. So if you're one of those people who likes to see all that stuff completely blind, well, unfortunately, don't look at your phone right now. Don't have looked at the thumbnail to see this video. Anyway.
I think it's too late for them, Omega.
I know, they'll have to go back in time. Anyway, expect me to do those jokes a lot. But this is Let's Talk FGO. First, I would like to remind you this episode is brought to you by our wonderful, beautiful patrons, funding me purchasing Final Fantasy VII Revelations in the year 2027. We'll have more about all of our wonderful, beautiful patrons later. But thanks for listening. Thanks for supporting everybody. We'll check back in on that later. What we're going to check in with first, though, is we're going to check in with everybody's favorite Kohai. Mesh.
Senpai, 起きてください.
Because it's time for Wake the Fuck Up Senpai Registration for pro tips. I have one this week. It's a real pro tip. It's only like 5 days late, but I don't know. Some of you don't log into FGO every day. So, June's items for your exchange tickets are Spiritron's Eternal Ice, Magatama's Void Dust, and Ashes. What a wonderful collection of things. Don't you just love those things you can exchange for? But that's about it from the pro tips. And so, we are going to continue moving on to some business, because we do have quite a few things to run out the way. I'm categorizing this as not all of the world's evils, but it's also kind of records, but it's also kind of stuff. Anyway, hold on, let me make sure I get my tone that I wrote this in correctly. It's like, reruns, I got the grill, don't talk to me, no, I didn't roll drink, I got a bunch of summer rush, Lucky just sips in the background. So if you didn't parse that,
yeah.
Yes, I did get the grail for the event. No, we did not roll Draco, not even on like last minute tickets. I did not clear all the shop and get all the stuff, but, we got close enough. But that was definitely after the losing the momentum of the first couple days personally to not rolling Draco on the rerun banner, and then struggling to catch up. It was definitely a little bit of a slog kind of every evening for the past couple of nights myself to just try and keep treadmilling to finish up the rerun. And, honestly, kind of glad we don't do reruns a lot.
Yeah, I can't really say that I was, super interested in the rerun. I got through it. I got my 100 missions. I cleared out, 3/4 of the store. I did the CQ, but my heart really wasn't in it.
Yeah, no, the chat talking about doing the full read again. No, I didn't do that. I flicked through a couple to catch up. It's always great to see Tiamat, but also it's like, I got stuff to do. We got things to clock out here. And then once you start getting kind of up against the back end, it's like, well, shit, we gotta schmoove. I gotta wrap this up because we do get a bonus grail. And honestly, if it had been like one of those events, like older reruns where you did not get a second grail, where it was just get like an extra crystallized lore, probably wouldn't have bothered. But did need to get a grail, keep those trucking, and get a lot of stuff. And Lilum Harlot's really, really dense, and it's very impressive, but it is also a big old 100 mission event. And quite frankly, I mentioned this before it started. I was wondering if it would be this way, but I want to say that I was correct. I think I was a little spoiled with how easy it was to clock missions for the Mahoyo collab.
Really?
Yeah, no, it's not difficult to work through the missions on Lilum Harlot, but it was definitely like a phase of, you would go to the next story, move through all the story, do that, and then it would be like, okay, mostly you do the new node, like, it depended. Some of the missions, it was a while. And then
basically, if you basically
back.
did every, like, a section, like, 10, like, no more than 10, you would basically just go with the story. Like, I basically finished my last mission on the dot with, on the thing. Like, I didn't have to go back for anything because every single one of them was just like, do it, you have to do a mission in the area 10 times. And if you focused on the one where you had like the nodes, usually by the time you, get done with those 10s, you've gotten everything you needed from that area and you can move on. Like, that's what I wanted to bring up. It's like, I was actually very smooth. It was very smooth for me getting all the missions done, which is probably one of the reasons why I was able to...
I got out of step then? Because, no, I had a couple of points where, like, I would do the new story, and the new story's not unlocked, so then I have to go, go to the free quest, or even go back, like, a step when some of the early areas it wasn't unlocked everything.
No, like, I had to go back when we, like, finished the, like, the last one, because it basically did the... unlocked, destroy so many machines. But when you did that one, also one of the free quests that unlocked for one of the Satanta copies had a bunch of machines in it that would, that literally got me, I think it was like 30 out of 30 there. It was the fight with, Kentucky. So that's why I was like, oh man, on the fucking done. That's why, like, that moment stuck out to me. So, I don't know, maybe I just found the golden ratio in doing things, because I remember... At one point, I did 5 and 5 of, 2 areas, because I think it was London, Okeanos. I think those two were, like, the mission was, like, do 5 and 1, and, do 10 missions between the two. So I was like, alright, 5 and 5. And doing 5 in each was enough to get all the, unlockable ones, I should say. So no, I think the mission design was actually very good in Lilum Harlot. Probably, like, oh god, when was this? How many missions events have we had since Lilum Harlot, between Lilum Harlot
since Lilum Harlot? Well, let's see. It was... shit. Was it 2 years ago? Yeah, probably. There's definitely a Gudu. There was Mahoyo. I think there was another collab in there. Collabs are usually 100 mission events. So, like 3 or 4, it sounds like.
Yeah,
I don't know. Maybe it was just like I said, for Mahoyo, I was doing like you said, where it's just like, it seemed like every single time a new free quest came up, or, any new story quest came up, it was just like, oh, well, you just do the stuff and you run it through and you're all caught up, and, you caught some bonus farming with the other events. This one, like I said, I had to cycle back and forth a little. I also, FGO, I appreciate this thing you did, where you're, like, doing extra story supports on, like, free quests and stuff, but I did goof myself over by picking those a couple of times, and it's not good, because they're not 10-10-10. So it fucks with your speed. So I had a couple of times where I was like, oh, hey, the mission's lined up. With I used Summer Musashi a lot for this, because I had an MLBCE from the past, and she already has some tuning, so some app end skills. So, like, her started with, like, 70% battery. But I did have some problems 3-turning a couple of them, and had to get myself out of the habit of just being like, ooh, story support, shiny. It's like, no, you're farming. You got to do regular team comps. Actually, chat, you probably remember this better than I do. What was the requirements to do Lilum Harlot? Could you do it with a Fuyuki clear? Because I feel like it'd have to be a part 1, at least a Solomon clear. Because I don't really use the other story support in, like, free quest stuff, but it's making me wonder of, like, it'd be very good if you're earlier on in FGO, but I'm also wondering, like, if you're far enough along, of how even useful it is. I guess you had, like, literally no bonus servants? Anyway, I I didn't have a problem finishing the event because I started my process of chipping away at it sooner. Sometimes I would, and honestly, maybe that is it. It was like you're shrugging me. Sorry, it's to patron chat. But like sometimes it may have just been the not doing it kind of all at once of sequence, but I would like pick it up for an evening, plug away, put it down, bring it back next day, kind of a thing. You forget things when you stop in the middle of them. Oh, he was a free clear only. Wow. Okay. Well, definitely, I understand the idea of the story support in free quests. If you do not, you might have had a little trouble if you're not all caught up. Anyway, that was, again, technically the records from the evils. Somethings. Neither of us bungled the rerun.
This is very important.
But that means we can move on to, did you finish your master missions? To complete your master missions this week, defeat 3 each of Servants of the Rider Saber, Lancer Caster, and Archer Berserker Assassin classes. Those are all 3 separate missions. Also, by the way, in my mission list, Archer Berserker Assassin appeared before Lancer Caster. I've switched them around when I write it because I didn't like the idea of it being 2, 2, 2, 3, 2. So it's 2, 2, 3. You also need to defeat 3 servants with the Human attribute, defeat 3 servants with the Divine trait, and 15 enemies with the Earth attribute. I would say do the event, but the event is over, so do interludes and rank ups. That'll probably get you. It's just, find 3 guys who are divine and human while also dealing with 3 of every class. I'm pretty sure I was done with all of these before the event closed out earlier this week. But let's catch up on the news. We did not record last week. I probably should have mentioned that earlier, but yeah, we did not record last week because news was incredibly light. There was basically the thing I'm about to describe to you now, which is the Swimsuit Event 26 Participation Support Campaign. I will explain what that means in a second, if you didn't read it already. There was a new PV for, 1 second before after time. And there was some cool graphics and stuff, but there wasn't really a lot to talk about there. So, put it off, and as a result, we have a much fuller show. And most of it is from the last couple of days. But, to start at the beginning, the Swimsuit Event 2026 Participation Support Campaign started the 27th, goes until the 26th of June. And I wrote in my notes here with the show notes, it's a weird way to phrase it, but basically, this is a story clear support campaign and a Summer Banner rerun, because our next summer event is basically a prologue to Ordeal Call 3. So, they phrased it a little strange, but yes, this is your summer rerun, but also clear story. You will get sync codes for clearing main story up through LB7, 1/4 AP through LB7, no AP releases on working your way through the previous Oreo calls. I'm sure that'll come later. However, also just recently, we started a set of banners starting on the 4th, going until the 13th. And hey, it's the summer rerun banners. You've got an Ash banner,
Woo!
a Bagatoria Suzuka Chloe banner, and a Melusine Bargist Mysterious Priestess Kermiko. So yes, got those summer rerun banners. Also, unfortunately for me, very, very unfortunately placed. But there's no use crying over spilled Saint Quartz. That won't stop us, but there's no use. But, moving along, next up in that batch of stuff, there was also Advanced Quest Part 18. There are new quests for Black Beast Grease CEs, Spinal Fluid, and Hero Proofs. I think this will get you all 5 copies of Hero Proof. And I have not yet fact-checked this. I figure I would bring it up, and if you know if I'm right or wrong, you can say in the comments, or the patrons will say right now, but I'm pretty sure I read in our Discord that this is the last Advanced Quest release, so let me know. I don't know for sure, but I do know that we've got some upcoming missions. Yeah, chat seems to be confirming, so we do have some missions to kind of wrap those up, so if it is the final one, and you've got some more to finish up, I mean, maybe they'll work on more later, but yeah. It's it's time to catch up. There are rewards for it permanently. Those will be expanded around the anniversary. So, if you do want to catch up, it's time to catch up. We also have a new Mana Prism Shop CE checking reports featuring favorite director number 2. And this one gives you 4 to 20% bond up on lawful good servants. Not specifically lawful good, but lawful or good servants. So I don't think it stacks, but it applies if they are either lawful or good. So, more bond. Woo! The Advanced Quest guys have some snap, and possibly some crackle and pop.
Rice Krispies.
But, let's talk about the big one. In JP, the Past Chaldea chapter release. June the 3rd. So yes, this is our first Chronicle in 1 second before after time. We're in the past, but it's our past. It's like New Game Plus. Some very interesting returning faces, some of which you might expect, and others are very interesting. But I'm not sure like how super big it is, since it seems like people maybe cleared already. But it is an actual story chapter release, and it is about going back. But new chapter means new mats. We now have Pearls of Genesis, and Sea Amber. Sea Amber looks pretty cool. There was 14 Saint Quartz for the stream. There was an animation update for David. It happened.
He has sheep now. Add him to the sheep gang.
Sheep gang. And we also got some rank ups. A rank up for David, and a rank up for Miss Crane. Let me see. Yes. I'll have to double check our Discord. The Crane one is recent enough. I don't think the wiki's got it all formatted. But for David, it upgrades one of his skills. So it is now a 20 to 30% battery. And is also Buster up for 3 turns, 10 to 20%. And this was his Divine Protection skill. So it was a 2k self-heal and a 50% defense for 1 turn. So now it also gives you an NP steroid and gives you a battery. Yay.
Yay.
And then let me scroll up and see. That's the David buff. Okay, Miss Crane skill 1. So, 10% charge per turn, and then 20%, probably 10 to 20% on all 3 card types for everybody in the party but her for 3 turns. Gives her some more options in the support setup. Gives her more juiced. I have thoughts about our new servant, so I'll bring those up when we do new servant deets. But yes, the banner is the new Archer of the End, SSR Archer, obviously, drawn by Pochi. She does have a hidden true name and a hidden ascension to completing the new story, so we're going to hold off on that one. But if you know, you know. Many people already I think many people already guessed it from just like the intro story and description before, obviously, we do reveal in the story itself. Also, we already got a banner too. It's a double raid up Murasaki and Miss Crane and David. David is also on Archer of the End's banner. We've also announced that later this month, JP is getting an Enmate rerun, a rare 3rd rerun, it would seem. Perhaps Enmate is important to things going on in Aftertime?
Maybe.
It is interesting to see some of the selected servants that are showing up. Also, everybody is on the copium for Benny Enma altar from LB7. That would be a cool thing for them to slide in there.
Oh yeah.
But we'll continue to see what's going on there. And as I said, we will get to new servant deets after the mailbag flip. But first, we got a couple of things going on. Sorry, you said that and I just pictured a standard issue mailbag just doing a little flip. Anyway, Ian stuff also got announced. Interlude Campaign Part 20. Campaign starts the 4th, ends the 11th. The new interludes are for Taigong Wang and Nikich. I can only assume they are Tunguska related. Both of them are available, even if you haven't rolled either of those servants. That's nice. We've also got half AP on interludes during this time period, so you can catch up and log in for a couple of tickets, summon tickets, and some EXPs during this time period. Why are we specifically running for the 11th? Well, it's because the Dancing Dragon Castle, the Princess in the Deep Sea, and the 2 Gems pre-release campaign, also starting the 4th, ending the 11th. Are you sensing a theme here, chat? Anyway, there's a pre-release login collection. Get some Saint Quartz, get some foes, get some QP. There is a bonus servant list that is released. I will go over this later in the pregame, just so I'm not repeating myself, but they have announced the full bonus servant list. But also, speaking of interludes unlocked, the bonus servants for Dancing Dragon Castle will have their interludes unlocked, even if you haven't rolled them. And their rank ups are half AP during this time as well. Interludes are also half AP, but this coincides with the interlude campaign as well. The bonus servants also get double suck chance and plus 20% bond up during this time period. And we already know what we're working with, because they have announced that Kalea Broadcasting will be 6/11.
Ta-da!
So that means, depending on your time zone, evening of Thursday, early Friday morning. So yes, we will have the pregame for that event later, because it will be starting before we record next show. And I have to work on a new Wanted for the first time in 2 full months, I think.
Yeah.
Back-to-back reruns. Yeah, it's been a decent gap. But that is our Skelograms, our news.
Yay! So, with that, we're going to move on over to this week's Let's Talk FGO mailbag, the segment where we read what you have to say and comment accordingly. We're going to hit refresh on this page one last time just to make sure that we get everyone's submission. And we got five lovely comments, and we will start from the top. At the top, we have the Tyrant King needing to dictate how much he's willing to spend on gacha games this summer. That is the struggle. Lucky's talked about this before, but I have picked up way too many gacha games, and they keep wanting me to spend money on them. I'm like, no, don't make me do this. And they're like, yes, you want to do this, Lucky. I'm like, no, I don't. No, I don't. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. No. Yes. No. Yes. Do it. No. It's quite a conundrum. But they say.
Truly like that.
It is truly like that. But they say, question, hey guys, with the summer core right around the corner, what shows are you looking forward to? Oh boy. Ugh. I actually got to pull up my anime list to actually list them out. There's a lot of them I'm interested in, but hang on.
Like there's several that, and chat should know how bad I am about watching anime. There's several this summer that I gotta keep up on.
Yeah. Also with the half year gone now, what are your thoughts on The Servants this year for JP? Anyway, that's it for me. Sending good vibes your way, and hope you have a great evening. While I pull up the summer 2026 anime core on myanimelist.com, so we are basically halfway through the summer, and we have had quite a few new servants. Who was our New Year's servant? Oh, Lord Logris, that's right. I'm like, I couldn't think of her name. Like, starting with Lord Logris, getting Omi, Sakura Oji-san,
Demeter,
getting Prelati and Hippotea and all that. I think we're doing okay. Like, there are several servants that I'm like, yes, I want this in my life. And then there's also some that I'm like, I can pass by and I'll be okay. I'm telling you right now, Archer of the End, I am not missing for obvious reasons.
No, yeah, I'm looking at it. It's
Lucky's love for Pochi Sensei is long and deep.
Yeah, they've basically done a new SSR a month, not literally exactly, because there are 7 actually, but we've got a interesting little spread, starting with Logres, Old Man Flowers. Obviously, like, there are some in-demand 4s with Omi-san, Hebi Nyobo, but we have clocked in 2 welfares, which, considering that, like, there was a legitimate concern at the start of this year that, like, FGO would be, end of servicing in 6 months. So, I think we are doing pretty good. And we definitely do got some strikers. Luckily, I think for me, it'll be a big run on Demeter, and then we can be cool until past Chaldea, which they conveniently actually placed in June. So, like, hopefully we don't die and they make it, be like the start of May.
Mm-hmm. So I've pulled up the list, and I will go through several now. So, like, at the top of the list, we got Saga of Tan and the Evil 2 finally actually getting the actual second season, not a movie or some weird OVA. Excited for that. Like I said, that's Magic Plus. World War 1 is amazing.
I may have done a whole thing about that.
Yes. So, very much interested in that. I might have to go back and rewatch the first season and the movie. Personally, I'm not that interested in this, but Jobless Reincarnation Season 3 is going to be coming out in summer. I know many people who are super excited about that. The reason why Lucky is not excited about that is I read the web novel way back in the day, and while I do know that it has been probably refined through the light novel and, other such things, that reading Jobless Reincarnation was something that was very formative in my early light novel reading days. I do not want to change that experience by reading another adaptation. But I do know that many people are excited for it. We got the next season of Bleach coming out, which is something I am excited for, but because it's on Disney Plus, I don't have easy access to it. Like, I don't have Disney Plus, so I haven't been able to watch it. I want to watch it. I really want to watch it, but I haven't been able to. One that Lucky would normally be interested in here, Trapped in the Dating Sim, The World of Ultimate Games is Tough for Mob, Season 2. I would be interested, but Lucky actually owns the entire fucking light novel series. I have, seriously, I have volumes 1 through 13 of the light novel. I'm good.
Nah, you're great, man.
So, I am not, particularly, enthused on it, but I would recommend it if people have not perhaps read it. One that I am like super excited for is Behind the Supermarket Smoking with You, because this has to do with my age demographic. Basically, the story of it is basically an old, tired, like 40-year-old office worker, basically works at a black company, and his only solace is basically going to see a cashier at a local convenience store. And through a series of missteps, ends up smoking with a mysterious lady who also works at the same convenience store. And it's a story of these two getting together. It's super cute, super wholesome, and like I said, the manga, like, I don't know whatever happened to the manga, but the manga kind of petered out, so I'm excited to see what they do with it. Next up, Lucky's super excited for and will be watching is Skeleton Knight in Another World 2. Follows the story of Auk, who got transported into his game world, but he was wearing his skeleton avatar at the time, so he's a skeleton in the game world too. Has met up with a beautiful elf and a super cute cat girl ninja, and they go out, beating baddies. It's very good, very good. Next on my personal list is Clevitas, the second season. What was it? I don't know what they actually call it, but it's like the Magic of the Hero or something. But Clevitas was something that came out, was it like 2 cores ago? I think it was like 2 cores ago. And really got me with its, like, almost like 80 to 90s anime vibe. Like, it felt like very nostalgic, and it's a very dark fantasy series, and it was very good. Did not shy away from, blood and all that crazy stuff. And they said they're going to be doing the season 2, and it's, like, super exciting. Like, so I'm like, yes, gosh, give me that. Give me that. It's gonna be good. Let's see here. Of course, season 3 of The 100 Girlfriends Who really love you. 3rd season. It's dumb, but it's good. But it's so dumb. It's so good.
I mean, that's kind of what I've heard. Like, it's clearly an excuse for the author to just come up with a lot of character archetypes and just be like, hey, look at this. Look at this one. Look at this one.
Check this one out. Yeah. So excited for that one. From Old Country Bumpkin to Master Swordman season 2 is something I'm generally interested in. I did watch the first season and I liked it. I liked how it was a bit more down to earth. It isn't all fancy matching stuff. It is just literally a dude who's good at handling swords. He's old and he has a lot of experience. And he tries to pass those lessons on to, other people and his students. It's cool. Now, I think the one problem I had with that series beforehand is I can't tell if the infatuation his stand-in tap from is respect or love. It always throws me off. I'm just like, what kind of vibe are we trying to get here? So I'm hoping that season 2 we get to clarify that bit more. And who knows, maybe the magic teacher Lolly, who's actually an old woman, will actually, fall for him too. That'd make me happy. Lollibabas are great. Something that made me super fucking happy to learn is that You and I Are Polar Opposites season 2 is coming out this summer, which literally was part of the winter core. So they only skipped 1 core and we got a second 2. I'm like, yes. It's such.
That's pretty good.
No, it's like it's a really good wholesome romance. And while they do tend to focus on a particular couple, they are spending more episodes with additional couples in the friend group. So I'm very excited to see that. That is one of the things that I always am slightly irked about in romance animes is when we hyper focus on a specific couple, even though there are potential pairings in the friend group. This series doesn't necessarily have that problem. We have firmly established the main couple, and they're still going through their trials and tribulations, but we're also using this opportunity to expand upon the relationships of others in this series. I'm like, yes, good. Give it to me. Give me this wholesome ass romance.
We've talked before about kind of what we feel like as the audience, the do's and don'ts of certain genres, including romance are. And that is definitely one that I know as well, which is like, okay, all right. You've got a supporting cast for a reason. And literally, TV Tropes has a trope for this. It's called beta couple. It is established that this is a thing you are allowed to do, is to have backup relationships in the back. Sometimes they can even be more stable and rock steady than your main romantic coupling because you don't have to constantly be dancing on that fucking dramatic tension.
Max, I thought you know this one. I thought you knew of it. You and I Are Polar Opposites. I thought I heard you talk. I thought you were talking about it. Yeah.
You might have. I might not have heard you say it. Ears are tricky.
I know Omega's interested in this next one on the list. Ghost in the Shell, done by Science Saru.
Yep.
Gonna be looks like we're going to be focusing more on the original series rather than what Standalone Complex, Arise, and what was it, 2049 did?
2045.
I don't remember. 2045. So each of them are good in their own way, but I think that's one of the things I like. I think that's one of the things I like about Ghost in the Shell. You can put so many different stylizations, and it's still very much Ghost in the Shell. Except for the American movie. I don't like the American movie. You cannot get me to like the American movie. I will not.
No, it was a bad idea.
It was weird.
It was a bad idea. I understand the argument that because she's, full prosthetic, the Major can be Scarlett Johansson. But also,
it wasn't even
a
Scarlett Johansson bit. Like, it just didn't feel like a Ghost in the Shell story. It feels like we're trying to ape Ghost in the Shell. It's like, this is your Ghost in the Shell fucking starter pack.
That, honestly, you've described a problem that loads and loads of live-action, anime movies and TVs do. Not all of them, obviously. Like, some of them are a little better crafted. As goofy as it seemed with the CG, I have generally heard that the Battle Angel Alita movie was, like, fairly close to the source material. It was just constrained by having to fit into a movie runtime. But, like, that came from a place of passion. Whereas, but for every one of those, you get, Ghost in the Shell, or you get, God forbid, Netflix Death Note. Like, yeah, for every time Netflix has created a One Piece, Netflix has created 4 more live-action anime adaptations that kind of sucked, or at the very least seemed like they misunderstood the assignment. I think I would put probably the live-action Cowboy Bebop in that second category.
Yeah, but like I said, Ghost in the Shell, like, is still, like, a series that you can be creative with.
Yeah.
Oh. It's like, did the movie make me think about my existence? No, it did not. And generally, like, from what I understand from Arise, 2045, definitely Standalone Complex. God, Standalone Complex slaps you with the existentialism. And so I'm hoping that this new Ghost in the Shell does the same. I am hopeful. I don't think Science Star has necessarily missed yet.
No, they've had some, as far as I know, they've had some pretty good productions.
Yeah.
But no, if you're not watching a Ghost in the Shell and you don't, I love that it's actually in Standalone Complex, but I think the most iconic moment of Ghost in the Shell is from Standalone Complex, and it's not any of the action scenes or anything. It's the moment where Aoi and the Major are talking in the library, and the chief comes in, and he's like, "Actually, I've been listening to you talk for a while, but I'm afraid without an external memory, I can't follow what the fuck you're saying." Because, they were just having a conversation about, philosophy and human concepts and shit for, 10 minutes, and he was just like, "Oh yeah, I've been here a while."
No, so, yeah, well, I'm not here to, harp on the live action or parent, but so we have done enough on that. So, moving on to more anime I'm interested in. There are a lot more titles that I am listing here. I am just skipping over them because it's not that I'm not going to watch them. It's just going to be one of those moments of, it's going to be, a rainy Tuesday. I got nothing going on and I'm going to try something random. And then I'm either going to go, no, not for me. And I'm like, I'll give it a few more episodes or I'm going to lock the fuck in. That was actually me, last week with Agent of the Seasons, the Dance of Spring. I've just picked that up idly, and, 4 episodes later, I'm crying locked to my screen, just watching the next episode. It's so good. Now I'm making other people watch it, now they're like, it's so good! So, but the next one that I am personally, interested in, where is it? Oh, is, The Cat and the Dragon. So originally this was basically a series of short stories from an author, but it seems like they're expanding upon it and maybe a little bit more. But basically the initial premise of this story is that a dragon egg is abandoned in well, I believe their mother was killed, but a dragon egg was lost in the woods, and it hatched and was adopted by a mama cat, and it was raised as a cat, and it's super fucking cute.
Meow.
And I'm all like, yes, good, give this to me. Let's see here. Another one here. A Frontier lore begins with 0 subjects. This one's interesting. You would think, it's almost like an isekai setting, but it's not quite. Basically, a hero of a great war, gets kicked out of his country and given a plot of land super far away that's undeveloped and uninhabitable almost. Goes there, finds out that, with a little bit of work and maybe some friendship of the local native, those things can work. It's the manga was quite funny and illustrative and stuff, and I hope they keep that energy for the anime. And if they do, it's gonna be great. Won't be for everybody, but I think I'm pretty much gonna enjoy it.
It sounds like a decent attempt at least. It sounds a little bit like it's taking like some of the stuff people like out of isekai tropes, but also cutting away the isekai parts. Basically, like the author just realized, wait a minute, I can just write a fantasy story about land development. No one can stop me.
Yes. Let's see. Another one else that I am super excited for is my mother-in-law and sister-in-law who don't bully me. I talked about this one a little bit earlier because I showed the mother who had the super sharp cheekbones, and you're like those cheekbones can cut lightning. Basically, this story is it's basically almost a reverse Cinderella story in which a daughter is brought into a prestigious home, and while she fears that she is going to be bullied by her new sisters and new mother, it turns actually to be the quite opposite. They absolutely dote on her while maintaining a prideful and arrogant stance, which I think really sells how fun and amazing it can be. Like I said, I actually need to figure out where some of these are streaming. I do not know. Another one I'm super excited for, Reiwa no Dara-san, which is basically a horror comedy. Basically, two kids play around in a sacred mountain that is forbidden to trespass upon, and they come across an ancient creature. Who they name Dara-san because these kids have absolutely no chill. The creature is actually based upon the Japanese internet urban legend Kankandara, which is basically the legend of the priestess who basically got her arms cut off and fed to a snake. Like I said, if you know, you know. If you don't, you don't. But let's just say this character has gotten some treatment like Hashaku-sama. But it's very funny. One of the reasons why I like the manga so much, which is why I'm hyped for this, is that the mangaka is very meticulous in details and storytelling. There's a lot, and I mean a lot of exposition in it, and like to explain like a lot of things happening, but it's fun and it's engaging because it's all supernatural stuff. Let's see here. Yeah, I think that's it for anime. Yeah. As I said, there's a lot coming out this summer, and I mean a lot. Like I said, the ones I just listed are the ones that I am like personally interested in. And, I might end up watching even more.
Summer stacked for anime, fall stacked for video games.
Yeah, well, everyone's literally trying to beat everyone's trying to beat the GTA. If you notice, I don't think there was a single game announcement that came out after GTA.
I mean, actually, I was about to just bring that up. I was like, because you started saying it, I'm like, yeah, you're right, because like, every release is either pre-GTA or next fucking year.
Yes. There is like nothing in the November.
Nobody is in November. Who was it? Somebody did actually imply they've got something coming out holiday, but that's right. It was the spoilers for later. Wolf Among Us remaster is holiday this year with a non-specific date. Nobody wants to fight with GTA. I'm okay with that. Yeah, I like to say I don't wish ill on a video game, but I'm very much like, I have no feelings about GTA 6's success or failure.
I don't wish ill upon a video game. I wish ill upon the GTA community who doesn't shut up.
Yeah, like, it's not going to be as hype as you want it to be, and like, I don't know how I feel like in the relation to that with like reviews and etc. But like, personally, I will not mind a month where other people are desperately trying to dodge GTA, because there are so many fucking games coming out that I will not be able to keep up with all of them. But we'll discuss kind of like how the schedule's looking later. Robin's got it pretty good, yes. Like, GTA 6 is going to be mid, and then 3 years the online and the additions will make it a good game. That's fair, because that's literally how GTA 5 was, but it was also like a fucking blockbuster game. I don't know. Anyway. There it is. Found it. Lost my leg for a second.
Mm-hmm. Moving on, that was only the first one. This next one comes from Monster Girl Aficionado, who says, Dear Lucky Omega, no questions this week, just sending good vibes and wishing you well. Keep up the great work. Same to you.
Yeah.
On to the next one. This one comes from To the Interlude. Excuse me. Minds We Go. They say, howdy, Lucky and Omega. Hope you're having a good week. Question, with it being an interlude week on NA server, I want to know what interlude are you most interested in going through, if you go through any, during this reduced AP time? Honestly, I have to check my entire list. I know we got the Nikki and the Tygon 1. I am interested in doing both of them, because I'm hoping, we get more lore and stuff. But I also do need to start working on some of my previous interludes that I haven't knocked out. Lucky has so much save courts just wrapped up behind interludes, rank ups, and
No, it's important. That's
advanced quests.
That's what I'll be doing.
It's a little crazy.
Honestly, for me, like, I'm also not, because recently, for reasons that we discussed at the top of the show, I cleared out most of my backlog of interludes. So, like, I don't really have a lot that I've got unlocked that I'm super keen on. There are a couple that are, like, free unlocks, and I guess I'll be kind of interested in going through, like, because Nightingale has a couple, and I'm only, like, halfway through them. But I do want to see what they've got for, like, Nikic.
Mhm.
Honestly, the best interlude I did was, I think it was Dante's... Was it Dante's second interlude, or was it his first? There was a Dante's interlude that came out not too long ago, but it is basic. I got halfway through it and finished it after id later, but it is basically like the setup for what's going on with that guy in id. So it was good to actually get in there and see that guy. But a lot of them are kind of leansed. I got new rank ups though for sure. That's easy St. Courts.
All right. So, not necessarily a lot to say on that, but we will move on. The next one comes from follower of Concealment. Question, hey guys, if someone were to make a manhwa, a version of your Rain AP, and chose the young lady's house of Loki as the MC, which among the two would you choose? The Avenger with Soulcraft or the wielder of Dragon and Soulcraft? Yes, sorry, it's been a while that I forgot their names. Sending good vibes and have a good weekend. Also, don't worry, they both start with A, so it's a little hard sometimes. How many times have I said, Alestra and meant Aurelia, or said Aurelia and meant Alestra?
We have so many problems with that, and it is entirely Dallas's fault, because he provided me with his in-character sister's name. Like, Alestra's name was provided by him, and I just kind of fit it into the vibes.
And, also,
Actually,
if I was going to be...
Axe might have suggested Aurelia, too. I think he may have worked out both his in-character specific family members as well, but yeah. Go ahead.
If I was going to say, like, personally, I know it's greedy and selfish, but I would actually make both of them, the main character. It would be, Alestra Aurelia Adventures, webtoon, webtoon, like, cause I do believe that their personalities, complement each other, quite well. Like, it is something I wish that we could, explore more actually in, the AP, but unfortunately the camera is not on them.
No, it's camera coverage is a heavy problem for everybody.
Yes.
Especially for all the background characters. But what I was going to say is, while the fiction I've written has been titled Aurelia's Adventures, and she is a major POV character for a lot of them, there are times when Alestra is present, it works back and forth. And if you want to read, that's on Patreon. But yes, I think Lucky's got it right that they're... I know there's been some comments from the players and even the listeners of Rain, but I as the game master and sorry, I was going to say setting designer, the setting author, I don't really think of Aurelia or Alestra as like a singular protagonist. They are already enmeshed in the ensemble cast that is the other player character protagonists in House Logi. Like, it's not quite a Game of Thrones, because I think I don't have that many POV characters. Look at you, George. But it is kind of a thing like Game of Thrones, right? Where, like, if this was a novel series, or if it was, a webtoon or a manhwa or something, if it was a animated production, produced by certain studios, it would be the kind of thing where, like, you'd pop open an episode or you'd start a chapter and you would see which POV character was at the top, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it would cycle through a few. But both of them, I don't think I really set out at the start to make them kind of complementing characters. But like Lucky said, because the characters hang out and join the orbits of the players and are influenced by their interactions with the players, on purpose or not, the two of them are kind of like cycling out.
No, it's like one of the reasons why I tried to actually, I'm trying to make, the Teen Girl Squad. but with, sorcerers. But hooking up Rayleigh and Alestra together, I think, was like a big goal I had in the moment, with Anos taking them both out of his apprentices.
Yeah. And then that's as you said, the Teen Girl Squad, that's kind of building a second bridge thing, which is like that. Generally, we've talked about Rain a lot, sometimes even while we are on Rain hiatus, but you guys have gone through both in character at the table and then through discussions out of it of like how snippy and how confrontational you guys want to be with the other houses, but the current theme, it seems to be building up with a lot of these mostly young lady peers, but there's a couple of guys in their orbit as well to work through, but it's mostly kind of been like, boy, the tensions between our families are dumb. What if we, hung out and talk about magic? What if we did sorceress things?
So, yes. Also, if we're gonna highlight I'll highlight a Korean manhwa that I recently finished, so I'm super excited. Guys, if you have the chance and you want to see something a little crazy that actually has a complete story, please go read The Greatest Estate Developer. It has a great story, and the art fucking sends me. Oh man, can I find a picture of Lloyd doing some Lloyd faces? Let's see here. Greatest Estate Developer images. Yeah, this won't work. Hang on. That's the main character, by the way. This image is for ants.
It is small, but I get the vibes. That is a great selection of faces. I love when we get a little freaky.
That's a little bit
the normal size.
Basically, Greatest Estate Developer is a Korean manhwa, isekai manhwa, about a guy who transports into a story and becomes a petty antagonist named Lloyd Frontera. Unfortunately, because Lloyd Frontera has been kind of a scumbag, he isn't necessarily able to completely fix his reputation and gets by, kind of combining his natural assholishness with his objectives, which has made him gives him a bit of a new reputation. But the story is actually very good, and I do hope it's like one of these series that I hope gets an animated adaptation someday. But only if they keep the faces. If they don't do the faces, I'm gonna be super upset.
I mean, honestly, usually the way this kind of thing works, the anime team would be just as excited to hit him with those faces.
Yeah.
Right? That's the kind of shit that the storyboard and the keyframe guys are gonna be like, oh hell yeah.
But let's move on. The next one comes from the John. Hi, Lucky Meg, how are you doing? I'm doing okay. Did you hear about Grand Legend, the Idol FGO game? If you have, what are your thoughts? Anyway, that is all for me. Have a good day. Peace. I like how you ended with a period, but there is no other punctuation in this line of text.
It is quite a...
Wait, no, I lied. There is another period. It's after the how are you doing.
God, sorry, now you said that, I'm just I'd stick it out like a sore thumb, but it is so weird because capitalization is all over the place on this. The alias is lowercase, and then the John was in all caps, and then hi Lucky is like Lucky and Omega are properly punctuated as proper nouns, but hi is lowercase.
There was no line break either. Oh, crazy. I love it. But no, unfortunately, I have not heard about Grand Legend, the Idol FGO game. Let's type it in. Let's see what Google Sensei has to say.
It's on Google Play. It's got Prisma written Ilya on the label, but it's got images of Fate characters. It is allegedly an auto battler. It's got a 4.1, so I'm I don't know if it's an asset flip.
Oh, excuse. Weird.
So, it exists. We have now heard of it. I don't think I have any further thoughts.
Yeah, who's making this? All Might Tech. Hang on, I'm curious about this. All Might Tech.
Entering the rabbit hole.
Yeah, because because I've been seeing a lot of games
there
pop
are a
up
lot of like I said, asset flips and scams and stuff. But this I don't know. Again, I don't know how strict Google Play actually is. So.
Man, it just said it released April 23rd. Weird. Yeah, not a lot of people on it, but people are saying, yeah, it's just ripped assets and stuff. Interesting. Someone probably threw something together and tried to make a quick buck. It happens.
Yep. Listen, I won't tell you to install possible spyware on your computer. But it is on Google Play Store, so it's probably not malware unless you voluntarily tell it your IP address and the funny numbers in the back of your credit card.
Yeah, don't.
But if
give
anybody
anyone
does
a phone
want
number.
to recon, let us know in the comments. There are comments. You can interact with us. We are aware, and now all of the audience is aware.
Like I said, I'm drowning in freaking gacha games right now. I can't pick up anymore.
Lucky's exploding. I'm doing gacha and also doing other shit.
No, like, thankfully, some of the gacha games I have, I can literally be in and out in 5 minutes. One of the reasons I super enjoy Last Origin. Actually, Mega, didn't you say you were going to start Last Origin? Did you try it?
Yeah, I have Last Origin. I checked in one of my auto battles and reset it while we were doing the show. Yes.
No, like, Last Origin I appreciate because I can literally set it to Smart Battle, ignore it for 3 hours, and reset it in like a minute.
Yeah, and like it's just like it's a game that, like, when you're actually playing the parts, like, you have to clear new stages. It's like, well, it's a little repetitive because, I had one team of the freebies who were all leveled up, but now that we've unlocked auto battling, we'll catch up on that.
Mm-hmm.
We can start leveling more loosely and start experimenting with teams. But you are absolutely right. Is 100% MTL that is not edited. There are errors and other stuff in it, but and even then, it doesn't seem like the story was that like crazy unique. It has vibes
really
that I feel like I've sensed in a lot of similar gacha games, but it has actual tactical combat. It reminds me of Girls Frontline 1, but with actual turns. So I don't feel like I'm fucking dying all of a sudden because Girls Frontline was real time and that shit sucks sometimes. But you actually have some options, and honestly, it has something that I think I've seen from a couple people talking about that, like, you don't see that as much in newer gacha games, but you can really tell they got a bunch of different artists to draw projects, and I don't know if I would say it's because of or in spite of the horny, but like I think there is just something refreshing about a lot of the character designs.
Yeah,
like, yes, they are horny, but also I think that means that the art team got to be a little more free.
I like how they combine a lot of like mech and horny women. Like, you get a lot of girls with giant chests, but also giant attached to giant robots. I'm like, sick.
And then like I mean, you can tell. I think that's how we can say this is a game that's a labor of love by nerds. But like, there's a whole category of units that's just autonomous units who are cheaper to field because they are not bioroids, and they are just boxy robot designs. They're just letting the artists be like, hey, you don't want to draw big long hunkaloos? Do you do mech designs instead? Try this shit out, which is like, that's great. Like, there's a lot of artistic freedom, and like I said, I'm playing it very casually, but I am playing it and working on the grind. Like, I haven't like picked out any units I want to go crazy on leveling, but I'm just having a lot of fun, collecting and looking at different ones, and occasionally, I flick through the costumes and I'm just like, oh my.
No, I'm very excited. Like, I mentioned this when I started playing the R plus version. Yes, I know the translation is bad, but I used to play, I used to install the fucking Korean APAC on stuff so I can, play it. So the fact that I can at least kind of understand what's going on in the story is a step up for me.
This is a general video game statement that some people, some old heads for things, and I'm mostly thinking about video games, but this applies to other medias when you're talking about like accessibility, right? Some people do the whatchamacallit, right? The like, back in my day, I had to walk uphill both ways in the snow to get my horny Korean gacha games. And like, they feel like with a lower barrier to entry is like less impressive somehow, or just isn't the way that it was for them, But like, no, genuinely, it's much better when things are accessible, right? Like, it's great that Steam makes it so that loads and loads of games are out there that you can buy, even if it means that a lot of them are shovelware. There were shovelware on consoles too. It's just, you had to go into Walmart and like look at the shelves. The record industry is also pretty fucked, but it was kind of amazing that like iTunes basically like overturned a culture of piracy, in like a year, because they were just like, hey, imagine if you could just spend 99 cents and get anything, right?
Yeah.
Like, accessibility is really cool. I know that like manga and anime is still like kind of like struggling with that because there are a lot of complexities. Like, it's not just stubbornness. Like, there were actually, I can't remember what it was, but there was one of the many conversations about like localization and appealing to others. Like, there was a discussion that like part of the reason why not everything gets licensed and stuff is that much like America, Japan does have one of those dumbass tax law systems. So like if you're getting money from like foreign exports, basically, it's like trickier. That said, if you already are doing like licensing and stuff, like if you're big enough to do that already, you could be a little more free. And like I know there's a lot of commentary out of the Japanese market for like video games, the anime and manga and stuff that's just like piracy, don't trust it, only get your stuff from a reputable source. And like everybody out here is like, motherfucker, your anti-piracy commercial had like 4 series you can't buy in the West. What do you mean? What do you mean? You know, so like the fact that like, yes, if you are a little bit tech savvy, you don't even have to be that tech savvy, you know. It's pretty easy for you to get an APK in a different language, to pull up the wiki, or to get a fan-made translation patch and all that stuff. I'm glad that they can do that. It's really cool that they have decompiled Twilight Princess and you can play it on PC. I could also play it on my fucking Wii right now, actually. Like, literally, I could. I would have to plug some stuff in, because I don't have my old Wii sensor bar set up on this TV, but I could do it. That doesn't mean that I don't think it would be great for them to put Twilight Princess out on the Switch, you know? Like, to do a properly contextualized HD re-release, and the same with lots of games. Like, it's remakes, remasters, re-releases are important. Yes, you can just get shit on PC decompiled, and like, God forbid if the companies who make them go under, you know, you don't gotta worry about it. But even if it's jank as hell, having an accessible release for Last Origin is good. Mechanically, nothing has changed about Last Origin other than that I could download a launcher and play it on my PC. But hey, I'm playing Last Origin now. Like, that's they removed just a couple barriers to entry, and even if it is still jank, it's enough to be like, oh well, you know, we can check it out, plug it in, throw it up, flick through some units, grab some stuff, just be like, full of surprises.
That's great. Also, yes, I am still playing Azure Lane. Like, it's an Iron Blood event right now, and I'm like, shit, that's my faction. So, like, I'm hoping to keep at it. Also still playing Blue Archive. Blue Archive is not horny on main, but it does have many excellent daughters. Like I said, I am vibrating to get my Addis armed and my K. It's super important to me. Actually, hang on, because I gotta post this. Look at these two. Look at these cutie patooties.
That is very adorable. The top one, the one holding, it has the vibes of like, haha, look what I've caught. God, it reminds me of a bit from the big Lythero Marvel Rivals video from a couple months ago. Because that's in Marvel Rivals, that's the team up between Ben, Human Torch, and the Thing. Is Torch can pick up Thing and throw him at people like a cannonball, but also that means that your friends can throw you off the map a lot. And I'm just like, those little chibi faces give me the same energy.
Lucky, if we're speaking of Bound, Lucky is also still playing NTE and Snowbreak. To save ourselves time back, I guess I'll talk about them now.
Yeah, go for it.
NTE, Neverness to Everness, just hit its 1.1, and if I was to put on a Steam review, I'd say mixed. Like I said, we've done updates, we're doing new stuff, but some of the things is not landing for me personally. For other people, it might be okay. For me, it's not. One of the major things they did is they introduced the in-game app Bagel, which is basically a social media function in here. Basically, you can take pictures, make posts, and get, likes and engagement. You get likes and engagement, you get an in-game currency, you can use that to buy stuff. So, here's my immediate problem. I have to become a fucking, content creator in a fucking game, and have to, content create for real-ass fucking people. I'm like, that is not my jam. And this bugs me because there are things I can get by doing such a thing. So I feel almost semi-obligated to do it so I can, get resources so I can play the game. I am not particularly keen on that. Neverness to Everness seems to be having a thing where they try to push a lot more of the multiplayer functions over the single-player functions.
Yeah, that's what I was just about to say. It really seems like they're trying to push that kind of, like, multiplayer engagement community angle, which, like, I know that works for some people, but also, well, hey, I don't know how much we'll talk about because I haven't done that much later, but I'll save some time in the back half as well. But hey, Marathon's back, season 2. They had some server problems, so they've extended the free trial period until the 11th, funnily enough. But I slotted in as a rook in some of the new PvE mode, and like, well, there are still players, and a few teams of runners have ratted on me, but several times I have just extracted with some people, and no, like, listen, social elements are cool. It's cool that I can like pop my mic on and like jump into the extract and talk to the other 3 runners and be like, hey, be cool, and we all crouch, and then we leave. But also like the map is, first of all, Night Marsh is indeed pitch ass dark. Like, Marathon's only been out like a couple of months now. It is amazing what they have done. Like, there is a whole revolutionary system around light. The map really is fucking dark, but also has like ambient lighting like natural night does. Like, it'll go through weather and stuff and like show you the stars and other bit. And there is something like truly experiential about opening a door and seeing a pitch dark ass room and flicking on your flashlight or throwing a flare in. Great flare lighting, by the way. They got 3 colors. But like the social part is just like a cherry on top to just living and breathing in the space, right? Like, you're not compelled to interact, whereas there are a lot of sectors where like they could be quite crowded. And it's been their little PvE experiment has been wildly successful. Some people have been complaining that you can get a little too good a loot out of the PvE only area and then take that back into PvP. It does kind of sound like they may rebalance exactly how much loot is out before the period is over. But honestly, I think some people are just mad that you can just hang out. You only need 2 friends and to beat some computers versus needing to possibly beat up, way too many people to succeed for your extraction loot. I don't know, man. Like, forced social stuff, like, it feels forced, right?
It feels forced,
and
yes.
I understand there is appeal to some sections of the audience to have these kinds of, like, social gaming tools. But, like, I like it when you can pick and choose more easily. To actually pick a different example, but that is relevant because one of the things announced tonight was the Monster Hunter Wilds expansion, Ascension, thankfully coming next year. But, like, MH Wilds had a great social function of just, like, if you called for support hunters, you would get AI teammates who were not incompetent until players actually decided to matchmake with you, right? Like, it was a very good function where you didn't need to, like, wait around and didn't have to, like, yap to people in lobby to group up to do group stuff. But if you sent out a call, people usually would show up to help you eventually, Ugh. Yeah, I know. To cycle back around to NTE, I did see you send out some tweets. So I was, if you didn't jump right to that, I was going to bring up that you've been feeling kind of, like you said, mixed about it lately.
Yeah, no, it's because the bagel thing is not the only thing. They also came out with what do we even call the style of games that like games like Mario Kart is? Combat Racer?
I think we do just call them kart racers or combat racers. Yeah.
Well, they came out with a combat racer mode, and I don't hate it, but I feel like there's some very glaring issues with it. Basically how it is basically everyone starts on foot, and then there is a random assortment of cars. So you basically have to run through a little obstacle course to get to the car, get in, and drive off. You can, each car has a couple of guns that you can shoot at other cars with, and you can destroy players' cars. If your car gets destroyed, you have to find another car. Otherwise, you're on foot. So here's the first problem. Not all characters run the same. There is a character called Daffodil who has the ability to attack and dash forward very quickly. So, in many matches, you'll see. Yeah.
No, I'm sensing the end of the story for you to get there, Lucky. I'm just like, oh no, they made it so you could fucking sweat in the race to get to your cart.
Yes. And whoops. And so you can have someone who will dash ahead of everybody and get to their car and drive off first, usually picking, the fastest car. And while that is also an issue, I think I also have an issue with the fundamental setting of the game. If you blow up someone's car, their car is blown up, and they are on foot, which means they have to run to a car, and the cars aren't spread out evenly. If you are caught in a bad spot, you will have to spend at least a minute running on foot to get a car, which means that's a minute you're not going high speed, which means a minute that everyone else is running ahead of you, at which point you might as well just fucking quit and get out. It's very, very stressful, I want to say. Personally, I want to like the mode because it is fun. Getting in like different car, Like, the running to a car, running the obstacle, getting in the car, driving off, going off ramps and stuff, shooting other players, that's quite fun. Honestly, like, I enjoy that. It's fun. Like, they even have a setting where 2 people can get in the same car, one person drives and one person shoots. You can actually,
oh my
pair
god,
up
you can
with
double
someone.
dash.
Yeah, you can double dash. And I'm like, that's amazing. That's fun. But if your car gets blown up, you're kind of fucked unless you, like, happen to get close to, another car. And like I said, like, depending, like, sometimes, like, a lot of the times I get blown up, like, on a section where there are no cars and I have to, like, run and jump to a new section place, or I have to, like, spend a minute, but it's very frustrating. I would much rather have them do the thing where, they still have spare cars in case you want to switch to a different car because you think it's better, but, like, don't, like, blow up your entire fucking car. It should be, like, stunned or stopped for a few seconds while, the person pulls ahead, because
respawn you.
Yeah, like actually, I think the stunning would be best because usually if someone's shooting you, that means they're behind your ass. You getting stopped for a few, 5 to 10 seconds, probably gives enough time for them to get ahead and then get enough of a lead that you have to spend a little bit of effort to catch up. Because let me tell you something, I'm great at this game. I'm not great at the racing part. I'm not good at the shooting part. I constantly, even though I get blown up constantly because I pull ahead so often, I'm constantly catching up to people. People are shitty ass drivers. I do not understand why, but. Like, because they're better at shooting than they are driving, I'm constantly getting blown up, and, like, I'm usually getting, like, second or third.
I mean, I guess that is supposed to be kind of the give and take, but it does just kind of seem like they could cut out the middleman a little, shall we say, by, like, having you just, dramatically spin out and reset.
No, but NTA also got, like, more story and more quests and stuff, and they've done a lot of little fixes for things that I've been appreciating. I do think one of my biggest concerns right now is getting more gacha currency so I don't have to spend money on it, as I do not want to spend a lot of money on this game. I spent $9.99 on the pre-order, but I lost that because I changed my account. Whoops, my bad. And I spent $2.99 so I could get the unique main character weapon, cause that was fucking neat. And I am looking to not spend any more money on this game. So, having a good influx of in-game gacha currency is, imperative to me. They're already talking about teasing the release for the next character after these ones. I'm like, man, they're just gonna be slamming you at limited character after limited character. And this is one of the things I've talked about. I don't know how I feel about that. Like, I did learn that your pity from the previous limited banner carries over to the next pity banner, so that is nice. So if you're really close, from one character, you can save it for the next character. That's good. But it's still the moment of games that just needlessly just give you constantly limited characters and don't, expand their permanent list, I think are extremely predatory.
Yeah, no, it's the modern form of predation. Like, obviously, video games go through this kind of, like, monetization cycle, and there's some of them that are, like, I know some people kind of, like, lament the, like, oh, the wistful wonder years before DLC packs and microtransactions, and, like, yeah, but also, like, that does mean that, that means that games didn't have some of those updates. It's because the infrastructure wasn't there, right? Like, you think, like, yes, I understand. Some video games had, like, re-release packs or had, like, big expansions, right? And that was cool. And usually those were priced accordingly to the effort. But there was a middle ground of, like, low-effort post-add-ons that they couldn't get to you because you would have to buy another fucking disc or floppy disk, Now that we live in the digital storefront, they can do that kind of thing, and, like, it's not awful. I still think there are some lines you gotta be careful about. Crossing paid mods are a little weird, both from, like, the perspective of the concept of modding and also just, like, the frame of reference of, asking for trouble in the way our system works. Not that our system is good, but, like I said, asking for trouble. We do go through these cycles, there was loot boxes, surprise mechanics and stuff, and then those did get singled out relatively fast, and then got regulated and they switched, and then I think the Battle Pass kind of took over, but gacha games kind of also run along a different track, which is the limited character banners, and, like, I don't really see a lot of discussion of the concept of mechanics. A lot of people are either just kind of like, okay with it or put up with it because what else are you gonna do, or just go straight to, like, this game is just gambling, it's evil, I would never. Like, not that, like, gambling is Gambling is a thing that got, like, super, super accepted in our real life that we need to actually de-accept. The shit people are doing with, like, Polymarket, crazy. Super unethical. Do not gamble on the outcomes of real-life socio-political decisions. Do not be on Polymarket gambling whether or not we are going to bomb countries. That's bad. That's real bad. Stop that shit. At least sports bet if you're gonna do it. That has a long and storied history of also being a little fucked up. But, like I said, we got way too into gambling, but then it's I think we need a societal ratchet back a little. But, like I said, I see a lot of people who just go like, oh, is that one of those gotcha games? Oh, that's too much like gambling for me. Oh, how it's built upon exploiting gambling addicts. And yeah, they are kinda, but like that's very reductive, you know. We need a middle ground for conversation, because you're right that like limited after limited after limited is just FOMO. It's just FOMO marketing, and it sucks. It sucks ass. I hate
also,
it.
I did
hate all
have to double
forms of
check.
FOMO marketing.
Also, I did have to double check. Gambling actually has to involve money being traded hands.
Ah, it's one of them legal definitions.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean the Polymarket is gambling, no matter what they say about futures trading, because you bet real money.
No.
But yes,
Yeah,
gotcha is probably not
mon-
most legal versions of gambling.
Yeah, if you bet money with the ability to receive money from your betting, that is gambling. By the strictest definitions, gotcha games are not gambling. They're called chance-based games.
Yeah, like, and again, we can talk about like the FOMO and the chance. Like, I do think that is meant to activate, you know, the kind of people who do have gambling problems.
Yes.
Because I think there are certain, you know, personality types or whatever that mesh with that sort of thing better. But it's also still like a system. But fundamentally, it's like, it is not actually like legally any more distinct than like Balatro, where like there was that whole dumb thing where Balatro got, you know, super age restricted in the EU, despite the fact that it's not very much like actual gambling, you know? Like, yeah, you play poker hands and you collect chips, and you separately get awarded dollars, which are a currency you use to buy other stuff, but you never bet money in game. You just bet on whether or not you can make the run. You know, it's a game of chance and a little bit of skill, a little bit of manipulation, just like real life poker. But like, it's not the same thing. So like I said, yeah, there's a lot of reductifying going on, and like I think there would be a much more honest conversation, you know, if we could actually get kind of like real honest criticism and like balancing out, because like obviously I understand that the game companies want to maximize by just like, oh, limited banner this, limited banner that, and I know that there are certain regulations about like tricking people into. So I believe it's a story that I've heard, and I'm not sure how true it is because I'm not very familiar with the Japanese legal code, but this is a thing I have heard, and I believe it is mirrored in other principalities. But the idea of like, you can't say a unit's limited and then say they are unlimited later, because like that's like a trick, you know, right? Where like you pretend they were limited and then you reveal to be permanent later. But it just seems like the way that every gacha game has internalized that problem is just everybody is limited, instead of putting out a more generalized disclaimer, which could be like, hey, we could make this unit permanent later, you know, like, and sometimes, you know, there are cases where like limited units are not that limited, you know. But there are other games like actually, good question. This is a good way to button up this conversation. Well, like I said, I think it was just a Japanese legal thing. Like HSR is different in there. You know, you can go through a few different things. But what I was going to say was, has NT? I mean, NT is only at 1.1, but have they done any rerun banners?
No. Well, actually, we're only like 2 months, not even 2 months in. We're only on our third limited character.
Okay, so we can't see. It's still need to see the long term, because like, Girls Frontline is a case where, like, there's only one permanent summoning pool, and they have not really added a lot of units to it. They've added a few. You know, they got a few in rotation. Lovingly touches screen at Bathilde. But generally, it's limited banners. However, every single event, they do, like, a new limited unit banner, and then usually, like, 1 or 2 reruns of previous limited units. Like, right now, we've got a new unit up, and then also Vostemaya's back, and another unit's back. So, like, it's limited, but if you miss on a first chance, you can still go back and like, save up your currency spends, your pity, and your you know, your extra slots and try again later, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So, like, I think there is a difference between, like, having units that are only limited time and you have no idea when they're coming back, and being like, okay, so like the units are up on limited banners, but we can decide to have those limited banners be as frequent as we like.
Yeah.
And right now, NTE is still too new to see what their philosophy is.
Yes. Like I said,
Could be
I do not know if we're going to be having events with welfares, if we're going to be adding more to the permanent pool or anything, but right now we are at...
I really hope they are. Like, that's just... I'm sorry. Again, character-based, unit-based games like that, you gotta have free units, man, okay? Like, you gotta keep the players up with something.
No, so, like I said, it's still a bit too new, but like I said, it's been 3 characters, 3 limiteds. Actually, probably going up to 5, because I'm pretty sure 5 and, I forgot her name already. It's like Hetero or something. Is also going to be limited, but we will see. Right now, they are doing a thing where you can log in and get premium gacha currents for free, up to for a 10 spin, so they aren't, keeping us high and dry with it. They're just, not, throwing it out. Honestly, I think this is one of the reasons why I like games like, Azure Lane and, Last Origin and Nikkei. Games where it's like, it's not important that, like, there's, like, plenty of time to build up resources to roll, but you always have the ability to spend money if you want to increase your chances. I feel like those systems
go ham, like, right now, you can, but you don't have to, usually.
Yes. Like I said, considering how Nikkei and Azure Lane have remained profitable, for several years on this model, it is quite doable.
And I'm sure the old, hey, would you like to spend some money right now and get some skins? I'm sure that doesn't hurt.
The last gacha game that I've been putting a lot of time in is in Snowbreak. It is still censored to hell, unfortunately, but unlike some people, like, that isn't a deal breaker for me. Yeah, the skins look really fucking weird, and there's a lot of content cut, like there's a lot of interactions cut, but a lot of story there, and I do enjoy the gameplay. Snowbreak has so many, like, little mini games in it. It's just fun. There's just so many, like, games to do, and it's enjoyable, and I love my girls. If you love your girls less because they're not showing skin, shame on you.
Yeah, I was about to say, this is how you know Lucky is a true professional. Like, he's not just in it to goon.
Yeah, I like lewd girls, but I love my girls regardless. I am superly exciting the rerun of the third Katya exosuit, because I missed that in my hiatus. I'm very sad because it came with her wedding outfit. I cry every time.
I'm just thinking, like, it's. We'll talk more about it because there was an announcement, but I'm just thinking to myself of, like, you are truly the target audience for like Stellar Blade, because it feels like that game had a lot of problem where a lot of people were just like, haha, see, this is what video games should be. Yeah, it was super super hot, yes, and then other people being like, man, I don't know, I feel a little weird. But
I like my women to be pretty, but that's not everything I want about them, you know?
You also want your woman to be able to do an air combo.
Yeah.
We'll get it later. We don't need to double change it. We don't need to double change it. We're not even in free talk, and I need to, like, take a break to refill my water. We've been recording for about an hour and a half.
That's good.
Anything else you want to say about Snowbreak? Let me recenter.
No, I have actually, now that, like, I've actually been pretty on the ball with Snowbreak, so I've actually finally been able to get, like, on the ball and getting back into, like, reading the main story, because I think, unlike many of the gacha games I play, I didn't actually join Snowbreak day one. I only started playing it, like, 6 months after it came out.
Mm.
So there was, like, a lot of things I need to actually catch up on. And then I took, like, a 5-month hiatus. Well, actually, no, it wasn't 5 months. It was, like, 7 months, because, funnily enough, I stopped playing, like, 2 months before it permanently went down for maintenance. So I didn't actually miss as much as I thought I would, but I got back into it, and, like, I think I mentioned this to, like, other people. I didn't realize how much I actually missed playing it. There's just something about girls with guns that gives me joy. But no, let's see here. Any other gacha games I'm playing? Let's see. Got nothing really to talk about Nikkei. Nikkei is Nikkeiing. Like I said, we're gearing up for the summer event there, but we have a shiny event before that. Story is crazy, as always. FGO is FGOing. We have a podcast about FGO. You don't need me to talk about FGO. Trick Cow is weird. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie. I mostly play Trick Cow because Loth plays Trick Cow. Loth plays so much Trick Cow and loves it so much, I want something to bond with Loth over, so I play Trick Cow.
I'm gonna be honest, I think that's why most people in our server play Trick Cow, because Loth is just here to talk about Trick Cow. And I know he gets, like, a little embarrassed when he's like, we're playing 14. And he's like, oh, I'm sorry, guys. Am I talking too much about Trick Cow? And I'm like, my guy, if you're talking about Trick Cow, it's probably because we're not talking about something else. It's fine. We can talk about fucking whatever. Passion
Yeah, I will
is
say
important.
I will say, this is one of the things I fight people on. Stellar Blade had a perfectly serviceable story. If they did not understand the subtleness of it, that's their fault. It's not the story's fault. It's a matter of reading comprehension.
I think, Lucky, unfortunately, that may be, an unfortunate byproduct of, like, we talked about this. People decided to make Stellar Blade, like, a culture war game that it really didn't deserve or ask for.
No, it didn't.
In a stupid way. Right down to people being like, have the character designers for Stellar Blade ever seen a real woman? And it's like, yeah, actually, the designer was a woman, and it was based off another real woman who was known by the developers. Nice try, though. Try again for a Cupid doll? Like, it's dumb bullshit like that. Like people started fighting over stuff that had nothing to do with the game. But I unfortunately suspect that a decent number of people played the game just to be horny, and, like, that means that they just, like, missed.
This is the thing that I think is starting to bug me, is that people just play games to goon. And which is not, well, I don't think that's necessarily wrong, but they try to apply that goonness to all games.
Well, it's also, man, the long forgotten art of, like, I'm gonna age myself, but I come from the print days. I come from the days of loading still images of naked people slowly over dial-up. Okay, like, we're from the Wild West, Lucky. All right, like the accessibility of technology at your fingertips, assuming you live in a country that allows you to view pornography without having to show them your social security number and your driver's license and other horse shit. But, like, even then, you can get some stuff. Like, I understand. I was just talking about how, like, I think that, like, the horniness of Last Origins design is a breath of fresh air because it does let the artists be more free. But, like, there's also still, in some cases, a little bit of subtlety. And when there's not subtlety, it's usually because it's a costume that's specifically designed not to be subtle. Like, it's a deliberate choice. I think there is an artistry to having a horny game or a gooner game or whatever. But, like, you can also keep those separate. It's just like you don't watch movies and expect there to be titties all the time, and that's not just because you can't do that or get an FCC fine. I think genuinely for Stellar Blade, the team was just like, we think Nier was super cool. We also want to catch that vibe of, like, having a hot lady protagonist, but we're also not really here to, like, make it about the sex either. Hey, guess what? Barring a couple of interactions, 2B is also honestly kind of a sexless character. Like, she's hot because Yoko Taro wanted her to be hot, and that's, like, it.
Yeah. It's like, there is something for a character being, sexual and sensual, but not necessarily erotic.
2B is a sex symbol just through sheer power of character design. And a little bit vibes. But, like, it's kind of the same thing, and I genuinely think that's what Shift Up was going for with Stellar Blade. Like, I think that was their intention, was they were trying to make a character who was visually appealing, who people would go, ooh, she's so sexy and fashionable. Like, but also their game is not actually about that because, like, despite some rumors you may get from some mobile games that are produced in Korea, they also aren't, you can't just have, porn hanging out there in Korea either. Like, you gotta have layers.
Like onions?
Yes, like ogres.
Anyway, but I think that's it for our...
That's a joke I do when we're playing Vintage Story again. Every time Lucky talks about his vast onion harvests, because he produces a lot of them, I make a joke about ogres are like onions.
But no, I think, yes, we have basically preloaded the gotcha talk, but I think that was good for filling out the time. But that is it for the mailbag! Everyone, thank you very so much for your submissions. I look forward to seeing what we get next week.
Yes, thanks all for your submissions. Alright, I need to take a pauser and go refill my water before we get into free talk, because I will be talking again, but before that here we go, yeah. I haven't watched this in its entirety, but I do want to throw this out there. I saw a video from a sometime VTuber, sometimes FleshTuber, but she posted a video not too long ago, which I like the title of. I haven't checked it out myself, but I'll recommend it to our patrons. It's Lena Lazar, and it's there. I think there's some A/B testing because I've seen it. Like, that version is Stellar Blade Too Sexy, but the other version of the title is like Stellar Blade is peak, and I'm tired of not saying it. Mm-hmm. Like, obviously, A/B testing, very cool, but I think it's a positive vibe for a game that's like, I hope that more people go back and appreciate Stellar Blade 1 on its own merits now that they got a sequel coming out. I haven't gotten around to it. Like, it's my list of some stuff, out there, but I would also recommend Lena to a couple of different people because she mostly likes horror, but she plays a bunch of general video games, but she's one of those streamers you catch who's in her 30s, like me for real, chat. So that's another thing we're going to talk about later that I don't think chat's gonna see coming when I'm talking about you and me being too old for something. But
I still think I should become a VTuber at some point. I just think I'm too boring.
I think some people in chat will disagree with you, but obviously we all have our own opinions of ourselves. Who truly knows what goes on beneath the mask? Anyway, we're going to take a little intermission here, and we'll be back with that FGO talk we talked about.
FGO!
We resume. It is now Caldea Free Talk. That last bit, that was Mailbag.
That was Mailbag.
And if you're concerned, don't worry. Mailbag has a long history of people asking Lucky to talk about gacha and anime and manga and video games.
People do actually ask me a lot about that stuff.
I don't know if I'm more... I wonder if it's like... I mean, I do, depending on the episode, the bulk of the talking. There are some episodes where I talk less for various reasons, but usually for segments like the free talk, I write the script, so I'm about to read, the new servant deets, the pregame, etc., right? So, take some lion's share. I don't know if that means that I talk more freely or less freely about stuff I'm into, but I feel like you are willing, if prompted, to talk a lot about stuff, so people will take that prompt jump to farm.
Yeah, no, I'm not a natural yapper like you, Omega. Like, this is something I talk about. I have a problem getting you to shut up sometimes.
It's true. You got to give me the 4 secret or not so secret signs.
Yeah.
Because, yes, I do have the capacity to just fill air if needed. I'm not like a nervous talker usually. I can be, but not usually. Like, I have the amazing ability that if we're sitting in silence, I can totally sit in silence.
Yeah, but if we get started on the subject, you will talk.
Don't even get me started.
Don't even get me started.
That's me, recycling Game Grumps bits from, like, at least 5 years ago. But anyway, it's free talk, so I don't know if I move my head that much while yapping, though. I don't know if it'd show up on a VTubening. Anyway, we're here to talk about free talk. We'll start with new servant deets.
Yay!
Because I wrote it first. But yes, first Pochi servant.
I've been asking for this for years!
Yes. I think we've been asking for it about as long as she did a craft essence, which was, honestly, quite a few years ago now.
I think I've been asking for that even before that, and that's why I got excited about the craft essence.
Yes, you specifically have been a fan of Pochi Ida for a long time, and probably were asking for her as an artist. Somebody could troll through the archives and would probably find, questions in our early years where people are like, "Look, Omega, if you could have one person draw a servant, who would it be?" And I am sure that Pochi would be up high on Lucky's early asks.
Yes.
But she did do a craft essence, which was really cool. Only a few years into FGO, and I think that's been a general ask since then. And just time has aligned, and we now have the Archer of the End.
Yay! So
she's an SSR Archer, in case you couldn't tell. She is higher HP, lower attack, and has a Q A B deck. Well, I actually realized I forgot to. So excited! I forgot to write my usual notes. I forgot to double check NP gain and hit counts. NP gain is probably not a problem with a triple caster, a caster triple arts deck. But let me actually check the hits and the NP gains just to be safe. Yeah, 0.35, so low NP gain, 4 hits on arts. That's to be expected from a servant who has 3 arts cards. Do not worry, chat. You will not have any problem firing NP. But speaking of her NP, it is a arts AoE that reduces their charge by 1 first. I'm not sure why it does it first, but if it's important, but it does. It gives them a special altered past debuff for 3 turns first. Then it deals damage to all enemies, and the reason why it does the debuff first is because it's one of those that does bonus damage to the enemy based on the number of stacks of the stat they have. So the more of the altered past debuffs they have, the more damage they take from the NP. So you're guaranteed 1, and you'll get more if you do other stuff. This is, I think, pretty good way to do this niche design on what is ostensibly a farming unit.
Mm-hmm.
To make sure you get a guaranteed stack on NP fire. Overcharge effect is just NP damage up for 1 turn first, the pretty usual self-steroid. So, first skill gives the party a 10 to 20% attack and arts up for 3 turns. It's a charisma. But it also removes all party debuffs, and also gives herself an on-attack buff for 3 turns, which when normal attacking an enemy, and specifically its normal attacks, NPs don't count, but it gives that enemy past alteration for 3 turns, and also removes their latest buff. So it's a buff strip, and gives them a debuff stack that you can use for your NP. So you may actually want to, depending on how beefy the enemies are, do like AANP rather than NPAA if you're trying to maximize damage. But without all that, it's still a pretty basic, charisma effect. Team-wide attack, team-wide arts up. Second skill is a targetable buff. It reduces an ally's skill cooldown by 1, gives them 30 to 50% NP gauge, and gives them 20 to 30% arts up for 3 turns. So when you use both skills, you have a 50% arts up. Yay.
Yay!
Also, skill cooldown's good. The third skill is pretty crazy. So to follow through on this, it grants primarily a buff which procs at the end of enemy turns for 3 turns, which is removes 1 latest buff from all enemies, gives all enemies past alteration for 3 turns, and then removes 1 of the party's latest debuffs. So constantly, after the enemies take their turn, constantly setting them back, removes 1 of their latest buffs, removes 1 of the party's latest debuffs, gives them the debuff. It also generates 5 to 10 stars per turn for 3 turns, 10% NP gauge for 3 turns, and gives the party 1k to 2k HP every turn for 3 turns. We are just regenerating. Yeah! Passives are Magic Resistance A, Independent Action ES, a special goddess core which gives you damage up, more debuff resistance up, and also 25% flat buff removal resist, and a Primeval Rune for 20% passive crit resist. She's only been out 2 days, overall, and people are already calling her Blue Koyan, and I can see why.
I'm excited. I'm so excited.
No, so Archer of the End, or Archer of the Apocalypse, you can use either translation. I'm saying End because that's less syllables. She does a different system to the art spin cycle than Castoria does. Castoria, obviously, you arts loop with double Castoria because Castoria's targeted NP battery also is a big NP gain buff. And then you stack 2 big arts buffs on 1 unit. Our new Archer is not a passive NP gain up, but rather focused NP gain, targetable 50% battery, again, Koyan style, but also passive NP regeneration, right? You're regenerating 10% NP per turn for the whole party. You are getting big arts buffs, but you're not just doing 50% to one guy, you're doing 20% to everybody, and then another 30% to one guy to stack them to 50. So you get to spread it out throughout the team. And you also get some very interesting, recovery passives. I am hoping that this is a push to do less double support builds in FGO and instead build more varied teams, giving you multi-cycle. Lucky, obviously, is very well known for saying that he does not double support, with
Nope.
Castoria and your friends Castoria.
Nope.
But obviously a lot of people do. But I think this is more pushing towards that style where, yes, obviously you could borrow your friend's Archer, but you don't need to because you could, if you needed her, borrow your friend's Castoria and then use your own Archer. And it's one of those things where, obviously, she is a Blue Koyan. You're talking about skill cooldown, big arts up, big NP gain, as well as some recovery and some specialist tools. But also, much like Koyan of Light, she has an AoE NP that is offensive and can, if you're depending on what buttons you're pressing, build pretty decent damage. So she can be the farmer. And obviously, yes, that means you could double Castoria and the new Archer. But also, you probably don't have to because she can 50% battery herself and skill cooldown herself. So, you could probably throw, a Talmo or a Lady Avalon or any other art supporter in there and, vary out your buffs and charge and etc. And also, with this buff stripping and debuff removing and healing and stuff, she has a great build for endurance for boss fights. So, good servant. And also, like I said, you could just use her as the support slot and, give your normal farmer that 50% battery and that 50% NP up and give them a skill cooldown, -1. It's, again, very interesting strategy for looping, running it, and trying to get out there. So, it's a really interesting, really thematic kit but also does some very interesting things, I think, to the metagame. And, like, some people have been like, oh my god, you know, FGO's coming out with such crazy broken units this year. It's nuts. And I'm like, yeah, no, New Game Plus, that's the whole point. You've beaten the entire game schmoozing with, you know, double Castoria builds, or God help you, I remember the double Merlin years. You remember the dual Scotty system, which becomes the triple Scotty system? Yeah, she also has unique animations. It's very intentional, again, for reasons I'm not getting into, because while apparently this is a story that you can clear in like 2 days because people have, it is still a brand new story chapter. So we won't be going into it. Wait for our thoughts on all that, you know, in a couple of years when we do this. But, like, we are playing around with very interesting character design and doing it in such a way that, like, no, she does not replace Castoria, because Castoria still has use. Castoria's NP is still a crazy good defensive tool. Like, party-wide debuff remove, purge defense, attack up, still. Like,
it's goo.
Very, very strong stuff. But this gives you yet another member of the Arts stall team, but also now gives the alt stall team a member who actually has an offensive NP, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's a reason why, you know, the Jean Tamamo mash strats of ye old yesteryear, which, yes, I have used. I talked about that, you know, Jean, my first SSR, and got me through a lot of shit by just thugging it out. The reason why those take so long is because you don't have a lot of damage output. Now you do. You actually have damage output. And if you actually stall it out, so you wait until, you know, the maximum number of stacks are on, you can get quite a lot of damage output, TBH. So, I think it's actually good, pretty cool game design where we're getting to flex and have fun. And, honestly, I don't think FGO releases bad units anymore. I think there are some units who have kind of maybe been a little underperforming because they were a little too niche. You know, the team didn't know exactly, like, how far they could push certain mechanics. Obviously, you know, talking about, like, for example, Miss Crane is, like, got a very weird thing going on with her, you know. You would think having a unit who is designed to plug suit switch herself would be useful, but it was trickier to actually, like, use in gameplay, you know, so they're giving her buffs to kind of normalize the curve of, like, what she brings to the table. But FGO generally doesn't release bad units anymore. There is some, like, overall power creep, but I think in general, there's a lot of just good stuff where they're just like, fuck it, you already have powerful units. We know that your most used unit is Castoria for, like, 5 years in a row. So, like, fuck it. If you want to roll in this new unit, we have to give you something else that's strong and different. Otherwise, there's no point, you know? Yes, an inevitability to art stall. So, very good. Excited to see more later. And, yeah, I'll agree with the statement that was made, I think, in Patreon chat earlier. We'll see if we get more Pochi designs later.
Yes, I would like 2 more. Maybe they can be Buster and Quick. That'd be interesting. Yes.
Oh, that actually would be a very good way. I think you know there's a Trinity thing going on here. So yes, we'll see if that comes around directly. But
I like that very much.
That
but also
means
no.
that...
Good. I will say no. Lucky is very excited to get another art support. Guys, like I've been like I mentioned this. Both my Castoria and my Tamamo are Bond 15. My fucking Summer Ibuki is, you know, Bond 14. I do a lot of blasting with them. A lot of blasting.
Yeah, Lucky's a legendary champ. My work is still recovering, but my own Summer Ibuki and my Summer Busashis are very close to Bond 10. Like, you know, and my Castoria is in the process of going through the 11 through 15 site. Like, so, like, yeah. Arts is one of those things that's really clicked for me in terms of roles. Especially in later years, it took me a long time to get on the ability to do the Scotty system. Whiffed Scotty for fucking years. Didn't have that problem with Buster, but when they switched to break bars, Double Merlin Jolter became a lot harder to utilize correctly. Even when Koyen's get in the mix, it's like, it's a certain build around, and I think they've done some stuff for Buster that's been better, but and hopefully, like I said, maybe we'll get some more playthrough on that, but Arts really clicks, and it's pretty cool, and it's another, you know, AoE Arts Archer. Will I roll her? Well, guess we'll fucking find out.
Yeah!
Good servant. Thumbs up.
Super excited.
But let us move on to our pregame. Because Dancing Dragon Castle is coming out next week. Literally, it will be out by the time we record next show, so next week will also probably be, you know, at least decently sized, because we probably will have some We may have a date at least on the Enmate rerun if it hadn't started already. You know, if they give you a week of what's the phrase? Week of grace period. We'll see how that shakes out. But we'll have first impressions for the new event as well. So it's time to talk about it. It's time for a nice, chill points ladder event, which only needs a Fuyuki clear. There will indeed be time gates as well. So your main story for this will be about 8 acts, 1 prologue, 1 epilogue. This will net you a total of 7 Saint Courts, a 3-star CE, and a Grail. And also, clearing MSQ is important because it releases slots for what is called Sweets Trade, or Sweet Exchange. This is a system which is similar to the QP fields of old, where basically you can exchange ingredients, special event currency, for sweets passively, which lasts several hours, and in return will give you mats and points for the latter. Your maximum slots once you're caught up with the story are 7, so, you know, when you get into that farming, you know, you'll run it through all that stuff so you can actually get through. And yes, Kiyohime is a pretty big star of this event. She's a strong recurring character. She'll get a costume. We'll talk about that later. And we get to do some interesting, deep cuts with some very obscure Type Moon characters. I am very curious how that will come across in the reading.
Like I said, there's obscure even in Japan, so I don't think we'll be missing necessarily too much.
That probably means that the jokes about them being obscure will probably still scan. But we're gonna have some fun. And it'll be it's about the dancing dragon castle and Kiyohime decides she's Otohime, so it's gonna be very Japanese, y'all. Gonna hear about some Dragonians, I'm sure. Anyway, there's a passive gain mechanic. Don't forget about it. Feed sweets, wait hours, get back points. For clearing MSQ, difficulty's pretty chill. Mostly berserker enemies, mostly very low HP values. I've got a couple of acts where I single out some fights you may want to keep in mind. In Act 3, you do gotta fight Kiyohime plus adds 65k, 100k. She does get buffs, but you get allied NPCs who get buffs. There is going to be a recurring writer who is kind of the villain of this whole event. In Act 4, you got to fake fight with him as the writer boss. First turn, you got to live 3 turns. Almost said 5 turns. Second is you just got to peel his first HP bar. It's 429k. Keep in mind, you will be getting story debuffs that make this hard. There's a lot of curse going around, but mostly fake fight. He returns in Act 6. You have to peel his first 2 HP bars, 166k, 188k HP. He will big debuff you, but Hibiki and Chikage will remove and reduce some of those big debuffs and also bring you buffs. Act 8, you finish the job with his last 2 actual HP bars, 264, 305k HP. So, for a Fuyuki clear, it can be a little chunky, but you will have story supports and story buffs to work through it. Free quests should be a pretty breeze. They're all monoclass. The highest 333 is Lancers, where the boss is only 90k.
Interesting.
Nothing. Child's play. The 90++ is 221 with a 200k as the final. And actually, I forgot to write down the class. Let me pull it up while I talk about the next one. But it's a 221, and it's distributed to be a 200k, and it will be casters. So you can use riders. Yeah, and I should also mention, in Wave 2, there is a rider who's 146k. So they're decent, but not super big. You should be able to work that on your own. The 90 plus, no, that's too many pluses. That is my note, by the way. I wrote that joke in. It's 1, 2, 3. Battle 1 is against a 300k rider. So we start with some stonks. Then you've got some 60k guys in the middle. And then the final one, you've got some more 60k ads, but you got a foreigner boss who is 779k HP. So that's for your level 100 teams. The non 90 nodes are pretty accessible, I think, for a Fuyuki clear. I think that the 2-on-1's a little weird, but you should probably be able to work through a 200k on a pretty decent clear rate, especially against casters. There are a lot of really good writers you can work with that. The 1, 2, 3 is going to be a little weird. You're going to have to try on that one, and you may have to bring some slam and jam. But, writers and foreigners are both weak to alter egos. Gee, I wonder what the idea is. Anyway, that's your free quests. To clear the event, to clear the points ladder, I should say, you only have to earn 1.5 million points, and like I said, you will not only get them through quest drops, but you will also get them passively through the Sweets Exchange. So you do have to farm currency to do that, but you can enhance that through methods we will discuss later. And thankfully, it's not a 3 million point clear. That always feels like we're going a little extra effort. Clearing this ladder will reward you with things like 3 summon tickets, all your command codes, various apples, some QPs, some MP, 3 crystallized loas, mats like bullets, magatamas, and gold cauldrons, Ordeal Call 2 mat spotted, plus 1 Craft Essence copy. The shop will contain 4 more Craft Essence copies. That's right, gang. All 5 copies of the CE. The stores will also contain the normal EXP's foes, leaves 2 more lures. That means, I believe, with the challenge quest, you're looking at, 6 crystallized lures overall, if you want to get them all. Yes, it's just 1 challenge quest, okay. Oh, also, I'm looking at it. It says high difficulty, but that seems pretty doable. It's Fujino, Daikoku 10, Hibiki and Chikage, and then a bonus Gramps. I got a couple break bars, 300k at max. That might actually be doable to a reasonable amount of people. I'll check it out myself. Anyway, 6 crystallized lures total. The store is where you will get the new Kiyohime costume, Kiyohime Otohime. It also contains Archer, Caster, Berserker statues, and mats like Ice, Sun Scales, Fangs, Void Dust, Ether Photons, Rainbow Yarn, Snake Gems, Lanugos, Bones! By the way, Evil Bones are a gold currency exchange. It's very funny. Comet Shards, Black Beast Grease, and Egg. You will also, after the event, when you're done with the event, you'll be able to exchange your leftover sweets ingredients for QP.
Okay.
So once you're done spending them to try and farm points, you'll be able to give Southern Sugar, Journey Powder, and Tropical Butter for points. And if you're curious about the mats you can exchange through the Sweets Trade system, you can obtain additional mats like Spinal Fluids, Seeds, Chains, Phoenix Feathers, Ceiling Lamps, Scarabs, Small Scales, Scale Bottles, I should say, Stakes, Pages, Small Bells, Mirrors, and God Hearts as well. And keep in mind, these do have timers that are between 4 and 8 hours. It's 4, 6, or 8. So you can plan accordingly. The 8 hours ones give you 2,400 points, the 6 hours, 1,800 points, and the 4 hours, 1,200 points. So you guys can check your own math, but I think that's a pretty fair exchange. So it's mostly how much currency do you have to spend and how many mats do you want. Now, how will we be clearing the event to earn that currency and earn those points? Blasting with bonus servants.
Blast.
Hibiki and Chikage, of course, are plus 100% damage and 50% bond. Sei, Shonagon, Waver, and Kiyo are plus 50% attack and plus 20% bond. They are the primary servants in the story, so that explains it. Suzuka, Gozen, Emiya, Dovinki, Murasaki, Big Vinci, Edison, Gray, Locusta, Kentoki, and Tomacat plus MASH are plus 30% attack up and 20% bond all. The Patron Chat has already pointed out, I do think there is a slight misstep here that we didn't include anybody's swimsuit versions in this, despite this being very water-themed. And the fact that, spoilers for when I talk about banners, but there's a lot of Lancer Kiyohime raid-ups, and she's not a bonus servant. So, it's a little weird, but yeah, that's what it says, so... missed opportunity. The kind of thing that, if they did do reruns, if they did a rerun of this event, they would absolutely remember to add it back later, but it's a little bit of a limited list, with only, one welfare on it. But you do have some launch 4s, and Kiyohime, who is... Actually, no, you get 1 copy of Kiyohime free if you've cleared part 1, so you've got a little bit of welfaring. Anyway, banner CEs will increase individual currency like normal, and the shop CE gives you increased points and increased sweet drops. So it's a very important CE to start working. There will be a Kiyohime rank up with this event, though as usual, I don't know if it'll be right away or if it'll be 1 week after. I kind of hope it's right away so you can use her in MSQ, but it might just be for farming. And your banners should be Azumi no Isora, aka Hibiki and Chikage, SSR Alter Ego, Summer Kiyo and Kiyohime, Waver plus Kiyos, and Sei Shonagon plus Kiyos. And that's about it. All in all, pretty straightforward event. Hopefully a fun time. And this is another one of those events where I have heard, literally nothing about the story other than people being wait, what? Those are the event servants? That's the SSR? So that's usually a good sign. When an event story has, no buzz, but also no hate. So, We'll be talking about, first impressions and stuff next week. All right, I'm going to pause here for a second before we jump into Fan Servant Friday. We resume. So, we are going to do Fan Servant Friday. This is a thing I do every month. It is picked by a poll on Patreon. Support us on Patreon at the $5 and up level if you want to weigh in on this poll. And the way we do it is I made it so that it runs basically all of the month, and then the first available show in the following month we follow up. And what the people have voted for is Jean d'Armoises. Probably more like Armoise? Pretender. Now, you may be wondering, wow, that's a Jean that's very French. Is this related to possibly the famous one? Yeah, that's why it's Pretender. And I will spell it to chat so that they can know. So, if you are not familiar with this person, this is another real historical figure. Jean d'Armoise is not her original name. Based on what writing there is, because there was not a masterful amount of medieval scholarship on this, her original name was probably Claude d'Armoise, but Jean d'Armoise is one of a genre of historical figures that occurred, as some of you no doubt know, playing FGO, that the actual Jeanne d'Arc, Joan of Arc, the Maid of Orleans, was, convicted of witchcraft and burned at the stake by the English. Despite England making a real big show of trying to make sure that everybody knew Jeanne d'Arc was definitely super dead, and also she was mega bad anyway. She was totally a witch, and she's also super double dead. They were also very afraid that people still wouldn't believe them on account of her other miraculous goings-on. And so they went out of their way to try and prove that she was dead, and it didn't work, because there were, in fact, several people who pretended to be Jean.
I swear, people do this all the time. Someone famous dies, and someone just goes like, no, they're not. I'm actually them.
Yeah, this is a thing I talked about a few times with some stuff, but talking about, like, historical revisionism by the Romans about the Emperor Nero, it's like, they tried to be like, oh, the Emperor Nero was so terrible, we didn't like him. Then why the fuck did, like, 3 guys try to pretend to be Nero risen from the dead, huh? Like, 3 dudes tried that. That was a whole genre of thing going on. The people would yearn for Nero. You can interpret that one any way you like, chat. But, Armoise, Claude, she had a particular stock where, her, pretending to be Jean was incredibly advanced. She was, first of all, physically at least, resembling the actual Joan. This is actually something that FGO technically gets wrong, and lots of depictions get wrong. We like to depict Jean as, blonde because of her holy affinity. According to real-life attestation, Joan of Arc was dark-haired, and she had a very boyish bob cut, very French. Though having her hair grow out in the braid is probably okay. I think honestly, Takuchi may have done that just to when designing the initial drafts, may have just done that to try and differentiate her more from Artoria. But Claude, the second Jean, she also was, dark hair, bob cut. Based on what we know, she was already employed claiming her name to be Jean and claiming to be Jean returned. Already was employed as a mercenary in one of the papal armies for a couple of years, pretending to be a man. So she was already a soldier and, dressed accordingly. And according to some historical attestations, as I bring up, she may have, she claims to have at least killed a couple of guys already. So a little different from the actual Jean. But she actually went to Orleans and claimed to be Jeanne d'Arc. And unlike a lot of other fakers, she was actually accepted as Joan, specifically by Joan of Arc's real brothers, Pierre and Jean, also written Juhan. So there are a couple of interpretations of this. You can take the charitable or the uncharitable ones. The charitable explanation is in their grief, and their belief. Pierre and Jean saw what they wanted to see. The uncharitable is they realized that they could use this to make money. Because with Jean's actual brothers backing her up, Jean d'Armoise, Claude, was able to actually get around quite a lot as Joan of Arc. Went to quite a variety of, events, toured the town of Orleans, and, went to various other towns, and received gifts from many of Joan's admirers. This including Princess Elizabeth of Luxembourg, the widow of the Prince of Burgundy, etc., etc. So it was a very strong publicity tour, and Jeanne d'Armoise was able to get herself hired as a mercenary captain on a couple of occasions as well. She also, performed minor acts of magic, stage magic, shattering glasses, tearing napkins, making them a whole, stage magic. She, allegedly quoted scripture and biblical parables a lot, so it was pretty easy for her to fit in. Ultimately, the run as the fake Joan ended because she actually scored a audience with King Charles VII of France, who, as you may know, was enthroned by Joan. Jean actually got him on the run. And at first he thought to set up a trick to see if it was the real one. He sent a body double, but through one means or another, Armoise was pre-informed and was able to realize it was not the actual king. But she wasn't able to pass the two-factor authentication because King Charles asked her to tell him the secret that only he and Jean had shared. Which, by the way, to this day, we don't know what that was. But he apparently had secret info, or he was just bluffing. And the second Jean was not able to cover it up, so she basically confessed the whole thing and begged for his forgiveness. And she and Joan's brothers were completely forgiven for this, and she basically retired. She ended up marrying a knight named Robert, or possibly Robert, because he's French, d'Armoise, which is where the surname comes from. Went to live in his castle at Jaulny, Chateau de Jaulny. And according to sources, had at least 2 children. And up until at least the French Revolution, the owners of Chateau de Jaulny were said to be descended from them. This added to a lot of various mythologies about, just to let you know that humans really don't change. Just like how you would read tabloids about, like, Elvis alive, people in the 1400s AD were like, oh, did you know? Joan of Arc wasn't actually killed at the stake. She retired to Jaulny and married a guy. So kind of like building up this whole mythology of, Jean surviving. So, the fact that, Jean Alter exists as a false counterfeit Jean, and that was a whole thing we did, it's probably, knowing how much research the team does, it was probably at least a little inspired by the fact that there were a shitload of fake Jeans. But d'Armoise, Miss Claude, has a couple of interesting things about her story that I like that make her a good fit for a servant, because, like I said, she was embraced by Jean's actual relatives and friends. I did find at least one source that attested that she had at least one meeting with Gilderay, but what the outcome of this, we don't know. Like, I don't know if old Giles was too much of a Jean otaku to buy into it, or what. Jeanne d'Armoise was also investigated for witchcraft because she would, dress like a man, she would fight, she would drink and dance. She is described, as a French adventurer. Like I said, she was a mercenary before even the pretending to be Joan of Arc thing. So, like, she was already living it up medieval style. So I like the idea. And even before doing, like, the servant profile design stuff, artistic design notes. 1, obviously, we should actually do the thing and have her be dark-haired. That can be a line where she talks about how the fact that, like, actually in attestations, the real Jean was supposed to have dark hair. It should be Maya Sakamoto as well. Again, just for funnies.
That would be funny, yes.
Because they were supposed to have been at least sounded similar enough that it was, again, Joan's real brothers and several of Joan's real friends thought she was legit enough to pass for Joan of Arc, so, like, they would have sounded similar. But her personality should be quite different in that, like, obviously while pretending to be... sorry, I'm just thinking of the summon animation where, like, she shows up and she's just like, hello, yes, I am La Pucelle, I am the holy maiden Jeanne d'Arc, and then the Bastard of Chaldea just goes, bet! And she's just like, well, I'm sorry, you've actually met the real holy maiden, I'm, Jeanne d'Armoise, kind of a thing, but, like, she should be a little rougher around the edges than the actual Joan of Arc, and definitely, like, not to say that, like, our Jeanne isn't and also the real life Jean, again, the infamous story where she broke a sword over some camp followers' backs. Like, not afraid to, poke Giles in the eyeballs kind of a thing, not afraid to fight, but she certainly has a different bent, whereas, like, Claude d'Armoise is, a woman perfectly capable of drawing down and doing a little slaying. So, having some fun interreactions there. Yes, you meet the actual Jean, and she'd be, very worried, but then Jean would just be like, "You are already
I'm pretty sure she would hit her with the Onaison beam.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure.
FGO Jean would go, "Oh, my brother said that you're their sister. That means that you're my sister." Jolter is the kind of person who would be tsundere about it. She would be like, "You're a fake-ass Joan of Arc," but then she would be like, "Oh shit, this chick's actually pretty cool."
Well, I think John Alter would have a sense of kinship with her.
Yes. And I think, again, based on kind of the idea I'm building in my head, the servant Jean d'Armoise would probably be like kind of the reverse, where like she would be a little freaked out to see, like she would see Jean Alter and be like, "Oh my god, the Holy Maiden was an evil dragon witch? Oh, you're also a counterfeit? Hey, you want to go get a couple of beers?" Kind of a thing. But to do the actual effects, class Pretender, I mean, it's Pretender's a great fit for these subterfuges, and again, a lot of people accepted her as the returned Holy Maiden, so Pretender works. Alignment, neutral good. I made basically all of her stats except NP the same as real Jean's, but one less. So Strength C, Endurance C, Agility B. That's right, by the way. Ruler Jean has Agility A. Shit's crazy. Magic Power or Mana B. Did the reverse with Luck. Luck B instead of C. Luck upgraded because clearly Jean d'Armoise was luckier than the real-life Joan. NPE because of reasons. Passive skills, Magic Resistance C. Independent Action C. Riding B. By the way, obviously I understand class skills and all that, but Jean also should have riding. She actually knew how to ride a horse. This was one of the things people tested the fake Jean on to see if she could ride a horse, because not many peasant women in medieval France could ride horses. So also, regular Jean should have ride. But yes, riding to buff those quick skills and fits in with the pretending. Personal skills, we had a little fun with this. So, Cloak of Fraternity C, this I got from an anecdote that in the town of Metz, Jean d'Armoise was presented by Pierre and Jean to a friend of Joan's who also acknowledged her as the real Joan of Arc. He provided her with a hooded cloak, a sword, and a horse. This is why I brought up the writing earlier, but also a hooded cloak. So she should actually have a hooded cloak in her design. I also like that as just a visual note for a pretender like this. And the effect is basically, this is kind of the sublimation of all the people who either were convinced she was the real Jean or just accepted her. So while she's using the hood, and even when she's not using the hood, people perceive her as the maid Jean. Even those who knew the real Jeanne d'Arc perceived her as Jean. Only, I think, ruler class servants, which includes the real Joan of Arc, obviously, for funnies, but or those who can, have some sort of asking her intelligent questions. Those who can logic it out will pierce its deception. Somebody like our boy Sherlock Holmes would, figure it out, right? He would ask the correct questions and be like, yes, no, you're not Joan of Arc. Sorry, scratching my name. But while the hood is up, it also acts as like a buffer that completely hides her true name. Could even conceal her gender because, again, she did cross-dress kind of a thing. Roll to resist revealing, activate to resist your true name. Probably prevent, like maybe give buff removal resist, or
that'd be hilarious because
resist.
John has like true name revelation, give fake John true name concealment. Ugh.
Yeah, basically. I have a lot of those reverse skills. My next skill is fake Saint's Charisma or false Saint's Charisma. Because, again, in her profile, they mostly gave Jean, like in FGO, her playable unit, they mostly gave her the skills that rulers have that are special because she was kind of the first one. But in reality, Jean also has a Charisma C, so this one has fake Saint's Charisma. So the real Jeanne d'Arc had it. The fake Joan has it, as Claude d'Armoise. She was a soldier in a papal army and a leader. She was a captain of mercenaries under the alias of Jean de Pucelle, or Jean Le Pucelle. So basically, she has a charisma. Her charisma should be stronger if people believe she's Jeanne d'Arc, but it's decreased if it's not. So it should be a charisma effect that would probably give a bonus against certain servants. If there is, like, a France or French trait. This should probably give bonus charisma to it if people fall under it. Oh, actually, that reminds me. That was another thing of, like, I don't remember if there's a trait for Jean's, like Jean's servant trait, but that would be a great trait to have that maybe some of these other skills could interact with, and I'd love if the Cloak of Fraternity or the, True Name Concealment effect would just do that. She just, activates a skill and she becomes Jean. She's not actually Jean in her traits, but when you activate the skill, she is. Golden Rule gifts. So this was just another funny one. Should probably have Golden Rule because, as I mentioned, as Jeanne d'Armoise or Jeanne Le Pucelle, she was, showered with gifts from admirers as the returned Jeanne. So has the ability to, acquire wealth. But also, Saint's Gift is a skill commonly given to a certain classes of servants, Santas, which, you give gifts of magical energy and rewards to people. You know who a Santa is? Jeanne d'Arc, Santa Arthur Lily. So, again, Jeanne d'Armoise having kind of a reverse Saint's Gift skill where she receives gifts kind of without trying is a great another note of parallelism that even Jean or Claude would not know. But this could be a self-battery, self-NP gain up, maybe self-heal. I think there'd be a little bit of... She's a Jean. She should be a little tanky. And then a skill that I called Saint Apocryphal, but you could also just call Saint Fake. I wanted to say Apocryphal, though, because of Apocrypha. It's funny. I get to do a lot of jokes and references, and I think, FGO would do these gags as well. The actual Jeanne d'Arc was a genuine saint and martyr. She actually has the skill Saint, which allows her to perform, minor holy miracles. She can, heal people, repel demons, bless objects, create holy shrouds, etc. So, as a pretender, she gains the ability to be a saint fakely. It's all stage magic and the belief of others, so she can perform minor magic tricks, which are too insignificant for even magecraft. Think of, like, the little prank-like tricks Anastasia can conjure with her Schwipsig skill, do little things. She can quote scripture. She appears to be a saint, but her actual ability to perform miracles is very limited, though she might spontaneously recover her own health. Again, regenning, stuff like that. NPs. There's twos NPs. One of which could probably be a skill. I'm not thinking of like a switchy NP. I'm just thinking of you could run two different NPs here. And again, they are supposed to kind of parallel the normal two NPs that regular Jeanne has. If you don't recall from APOC, Jeanne has two NPs. There is, of course, her famous banner, Lumos d'Eternal, her invincibility barrier so long as she waves the flag. And then she has La Pucelle, her suicide attack, which is also her AoE NP in Extella, which does kill her.
Mm-hmm.
So, Jeanne d'Armoise' first NP is another La Pucelle, returning Holy Maiden, because she also called herself Jeanne La Pucelle, Jeanne the Maid. So, to recap, and this is a C-rank anti-army noble phantasm, by the way, the real Jeanne d'Arc has her noble phantasm La Pucelle, which is a subspecies of reality marble, the crystallization of her being burnt at the stake. It's sealed inside the Sword of St. Catherine, which is a real relic she's supposed to own. When she's activated, it gives her the ability to basically do anything to defeat any foe or destroy any obstacle at the cost of her own life. For Jeanne d'Armoise, she claims to have escaped the burning at the stake, and so it's not actually a conceptual weapon, nor does it have the power of true hatred that a different fake Jeanne has, so it's not Le Grand Domaine Touraine. But she did declare herself to be another La Pucelle several times. So basically, she can draw her sword, declare that she is the returned Holy Maiden, and produce a blast of holy flames, which will, defeat armies of lesser men. And she'll survive the process. She will be able to shoot this big wave of flame and return each time. Also, like I said, unlike the actual Jeanne d'Arc, Jeanne d'Armoise was a professional soldier and claims to have taken at least a couple of lives, so she will be much more directly combative. So this would actually be, a flaming sword beam. But she's a pretender, so pretender beams. I was thinking, honestly, probably still Arts AoE, but it could be a quick AoE to kind of be a counterpoint because you've got one Jeanne who's Arts, one Jeanne who's Buster. Definitely like an AoE should be like anti-demonic damage because that's a very common trait. But I do also like the idea that it gives herself and maybe the whole team guts of just like, that's part of the legend is that she is the returning maiden, Holy Maiden. She is another La Pucelle. She's back kind of a thing. But the second noble phantasm is, I mentioned already, it is the Chateau du Jolny, the Castle of the Eternal Maiden, a C-rank barrier noble phantasm. So, Chateau du Jolny is a real-life castle. It is listed currently as a historical monument in France, and it is said that this is where Jeanne d'Armoise settled with her husband Robert. They had 2 children after she met, King Charles and was granted mercy. So, and allegedly she was buried in Pouligny-sur-Madon. This is also part of the myths about, Jeanne d'Arc escaped. Her ashes were not scattered in the Seine River, kind of a thing. So her personal mythology as the fake Jeanne blurred in with the real Jeanne d'Arc. Obviously, these days, scholars are like, no, we're pretty sure, we reasonably find it's out there, where, the actual real Joan of Arc was executed, and these others were pretenders, but there was some blending over time. And there were actually some portraits of what appears to be, Jean, with Robert, that were found in this place. They were allegedly concealed behind a brick wall. They were bricked up during the French Revolution to hide them. But there are seals, which images of Jeanne d'Armoise and a sigil of, a royal crown and fleur-de-lis there. So, by calling out the name and activating this noble phantasm, she summons a bounded field with the sigil of the crown and the 2 fleur-de-lis. It's not as powerful as Luminos Eternal, but it is, summons a barrier force which can negate ranged attacks and magecraft below certain ranks. It can give allies Jeanne d'Armoise magic resistance, can restore their vitality. If she was using it in France, it would actually summon the location of the chateau, and give her a big power boost. It would allow her to replicate, the feats of the real Holy Maiden, but at extreme cost to her Saintcraft. But that's mostly a lore bit. I think this would probably be a skill that would, give allies, defense up, and probably either a team heal or healing over time. I did think of it as, instead of an invul, maybe it gives the whole team, evade. So it's kind of like a skill, but it's a baby Luminos Eternal. Defense up, evasion, heal them a little bit, maybe throw in a debuff cleanse, and so on. And yeah, like I said, design-wise, obviously I think this would be a great time to actually reference the fact that, again, in real life, Jeanne was dark-haired. But, I think there's some other great notes. She did dress in armor, so you could do the armored look, a lot of the classical appearances. Let me see if I can grab some various images which are attributed to a Joan, but not actually known, which one they were moving about. Because there weren't a lot of super contemporary images. Like, for instance, pretenders can have NPs about their true self. It's just that, that there is no NP for I think Jeanne d'Armoise that's not her pretending to be, that's her claim to fame. As Claude, she didn't really do anything that history would remember. Remember, noble phantasms aren't just cool magic tricks. They are, the embodiment, the physical crystallization of legends and myths and real-life history of people carried with them that lets them do bullshit, lets them ult. This is an engraving of Jeanne d'Arc, but it's from, 1906. This is a mosaic or a medallion that's supposed to be of Jeanne d'Armoise specifically, so you can kind of see some similar themes. This is a 1504 manuscript, so obviously, well after she was dead, but this is a manuscript engraving of Joan of Arc, Jeanne. Notice how they don't bother drawing her hair at all. They just give her a helmet bonnet with a feather in it. But she does have her banner, and she is astride a white horse. This also means, by the way, with Jeanne d'Armoise, again, if you used her in a story, you could do the funny pretender thing of have her appear to be, a saber, a rider, etc. Kind of like what we did with Oberon, cycling through a bunch of different classes in story. But I think, like I said, there'd be a good use to pull for some classic depictions of Jeanne, which don't match up with FGO's version, because the odd team's sometimes doing its own thing. I'm trying to think, it would probably be more appropriate for a pretender for the early ascensions to be glorious golden armored. Hello, yes, I'm Jeanne d'Arc, and then later editions are more down to earth, homey, and kind of more true to self kind of a thing. But there's a lot of writing potential in this that's, again, already very funny, because we do literally have fake Jeanne as a character. So, there's a lot we can mine up out of this. And I think it'd be neat. Honestly, pretenders are pretty cool, and we get a lot out of it. But there, hey, you have a little history of the French, and some stuff. That is Fanservant Friday. Reminder, you can influence this vote. $5 or higher level on Patreon. New poll running now. Never think that you can't influence it. Sorry, I'm preparing for the jump to what's up. I gotta talk to myself. Okay. But yes, that is Fanservant Friday concluded. And so that means that we should move from Caldea Free Talk, Caldeus Free Talkius, to What's Upius. I will close my tab for my notes on that. And video games! It's the great video game week, everybody, and it's not even over. But we did have, I think, 2 bangers. So let's talk about them. Go in chronological order, I guess?
Sure.
All right. So, starting on Woden's Day, funnily enough, we got the PlayStation State of Play. It was about, hour 15? Hour 20? I don't think it was quite an hour and a half, but it was a little over an hour. And honestly, it was a pretty good one. It didn't seem like Sony had, crazy announcements to hit, but did have a couple of ones. Obviously, they did save a secret one more thing that was pretty cool. But they did hit us up with a lot of trailers, a lot of release dates for 2026 games, and included a few more announcements for future games down the line. I'm just going to go in the order of things as they are presented by the PlayStation blog, which I think is semi-alphabetical. But at the top, Ace Combat 8, Wings of Thief. Got a longer trailer, including a release date, which is October 3rd, I want to say. If you pre-order the deluxe, you get 3 days early, so it's technically a September game, but it is October. And they showed off a lot of stuff in the trailer, and then they had a hands-on and did some press embargoes lifted, so they had a lot more information about it later, so I will kind of encapsulate all that stuff too. But Ace Combat 8 sounded pretty cool. So they showed a lot of footage of stuff going on. There has been a little bit of, we'll say it, tourism, a little bit of poserism about Ace Combat. Some people see the character who has pink hair, and they're just like, I can't believe there's a person with hair and pronouns, and that there are black people in Ace Combat. Yeah, no, Ace Combat's always been real life, but weird. Did you know that there's a land battleship in Ace Combat 8? You know that's not real, right?
I mean, the world is literally called Strange Real.
Yes, it's real life, but strange. Anyway, there's a land battleship, by the way.
It was wild.
No, it's pretty cool. It can't wait to take it apart. But they showed us, a big sizzle reel of stuff, and this game is going to be basically seems like they're taking a lot of elements they did when they next-gen'd, for 7, but expanded. Unfortunately, chat, they did it. They blew up the fucking space elevator. We worked so hard to not do that in Ace Combat 7, and they blew it up.
They did it anyway.
I can't believe it. I can't believe they've done this. But, okay, all right. Sorry, I was double checking to see if the listing is on Amazon, and it is. I will not pre-order just yet. I got to figure out what we're spending on when, but I will make sure it's on my wish list. It is going to be a full $70 video game, but like I was saying, I think that's probably deserved. So, they're claiming that it's going to be a campaign length of about 25 hours, which doesn't seem like a lot, but I'm pretty sure I beat Ace Combat 7 on stream in 3 or 4 streams. It might be 3 plus 4 for the DLC, or maybe 4 plus 1 for the DLC. So I think it's normally a 10, 12-ish hour game. So you're talking about a game that at the very least is double the length of the previous entry. And they're talking a lot about much more complex mechanics. So, squadron intros are back. Enemy squadrons will have little intro scenes that'll pop in, so that's pretty cool. But also, you're going to be able to give your wingmen commands. They haven't outright said it, but I feel like the trailers and some of the other stuff are kind of implying that it seems like you will possibly have branching story decisions, and you, depending on how these sorts of things goes, you may end up, with your wingmen getting killed. So you need to keep an eye on that. They're going to have, I believe, over 30 aircraft at launch, which again is slightly more than where AC-7 started. I think it was 25-ish. They did actually say that you're going to be using, you're going to have, in your first run of the campaign before you unlock free play, you're going to have to actually use carrier-launched aircraft because you're launching from a carrier, which is pretty fun to actually kind of put some of those restrictions in. No word on if any of the campaign stuff is properly co-op yet, or at least not that I've seen. I can double-check. But they are saying it is launching with a built-in online mode, which will be actually proper lobby systems and private matches and stuff like that. So there's a lot of stuff going on to sauce around with, and it just is bigger, better, all kinds of stuff going on. Looking really good with a lot more focus on, like, the character cutscenes and character interactions, making it seem like, again, even if there isn't branching story, making it seem like the story is a lot more involved. If you don't know, they talked about this already, but it's called Wings of Thieves because basically you're from a country that's, been basically wiped out by invasion, and you take the role of the legendary Wings of Thieves, an ace who has died. They were, an anonymous person who was killed during the invasion, but you take on their call sign to kind of, pretend to be them and bring morale to your nation from an escaped aircraft carrier. So there's a lot of fun stuff going on. There'll be super weapons. There's flying aircraft carriers. There's going to be super jets. There's a land battleship. You will fly through at least one tunnel.
Yep.
Also, apparently, the enemy nation has, like, satellite-based launchers they're using for this stuff. So, like, I'm predicting there's going to be at least one anti-satellite mission, which is a thing in real life we have tested but never had to do. Fun fact, it's in Red Storm Rising, is they have F-15s with anti-satellite missiles. And they talk about how, like, Raytheon only ever built, like, 8 for testing, and they're not sure they're going to fucking work because they've been in storage since they made them. The U.S. government never ordered any more. But anti-satellite missiles are real. It looks like, based on some of these screenshots and stuff, that you will be able to select 2 special weapons this time, which is kind of I believe, a first, or at the very least, it's been a long time since we've done that. Normally, Ace Combat is, like, a little more arcadey. It's, you have not unlimited, but functionally unlimited multi-purpose missiles, and then you have 1 special weapon, which is usually determined by your class of plane. So we're mixing and matching. A lot of very fun stuff. I am very excited for this game, and I will be pre-ordering, because the pre-order bonus is they're including a remaster of Ace Combat 0. And Bandai Namco is saying that, at least for now, this is an exclusive pre-order bonus. So, yeah. That is a pre-order incentive. We get to actually go back to the classic Yo Buddy Still Alive. But 0 is kind of the start point of the series. And in fact, there is some questioning right now if there is, like, actual debate whether or not it's being claimed that Ace Combat 1 and 2 are not properly canon. They are not being considered for the story of future titles.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Why would they do that?
Maybe just because they're early. Like, I think they were... Let me actually check. When was Ace Combat 1? Technically, there was Air Combat and Air Combat 2 in, like, the 90s. Actually, no. Okay, so Air Combat in 1995 was actually Ace Combat. They changed it for a little bit. It was more arcadey. There was a very loose, like, plot.
Okay.
Ace Combat 2 was actually 1997 on the PS1, and so actually did have some story, but it was kind of, like, soft remade into Assault Horizon Legacy.
Okay.
On the 3DS, so I don't know, like, if they're counting all those different versions in it. But the first one where they're actually, like, did some plot stuff is the unfortunate Ace Combat 3 Electrosphere, which I think is technically still the set furthest in the future. That had a problem where in the States, it was heavily cut down and edited because it actually had a big plot with branching story, but it was kind of mishandled, and they had to cut a lot of stuff for space. And so it was not properly released over here. So yeah, I don't know if that's just the starting point. Some events from Ace Combat 1 and 2 may count, but like I said, it's kind of a question of, like, whether or not they are fully like, counting them or not. But yeah, it's going to be really interesting. So this is honestly, like, a very, very big release for Ace Combat. You're getting a bigger, longer game with, like, more features, more planes, more robust customization. In Ace Combat 7, they had pretty limited skins for planes. In this one, they're showing a lot of... Hold on, let me actually see if I can see some of the list. Because I've, like, seen the images on Twitter, but, digging those up on a whim are tough. No, I'm not seeing it on, like, a simple search. But it shows a wider variety of, like, colors, camo patterns, etc. So you can get pretty wild, I think, with some of your selections. So, like, bigger, badder game. If you pre-order, they've got a remaster of a classic game involved, which I don't even know, like, how available it is around. Like, Ace Combat does have a problem where, like, it is tough to access some of the older titles. I think AC6 is still, like, an Xbox exclusive, So, like, and some of them were like, PlayStation exclusives back in the day, so getting kind of a old titles and new titles in one is good, and a robust online play for a flight simulator is pretty cool. So I'm pretty excited. That's going to be my big front October game. Fortunately, we got to worry about Metal Gear Solid Master Collection at the back of October, but we can probably work that into the budget. But yeah, so that's a really cool info that we're getting. Looking just beautiful. Great game. Already can tell it's going to be good. Next, just because I think, like I said, the PlayStation blog is going in alphabetical order, we actually got a really interesting announcement. It showed Dave the Diver, but it's not another out of nowhere collab. It's actually a prequel.
Yeah,
Bancho the Chef. Yes. So it is a open world game with apparently some RPG elements with some cooking sim as well, obviously. But it's how Bancho learned to be so good at sushi.
Be able to turn anything into a fucking sushi dish. Crazy.
Yeah. So they'll be cooking, fishing, petting cats, all kinds of stuff.
Petting cats is important,
Yeah. So that's a pretty good one. Blog does not have a release window, so it's just an announcement. We got a story trailer, and there was another big trailer today for Control Resonant, but we also got the release date, September 24th, starting part of our process of the hell of September. But basically, it's said between the couple of trailers that it has been about 7 years since the first Control. The oldest house is no longer on lockdown because a Resonant has pushed out the reality bending forces, and it is escaped into the wider world of Manhattan. And Jessie has apparently gone missing, though I'm sure you will find her because there are some shots of the siblings doing some team ups in the trailers. But she's not in the oldest house right now, so Dylan actually wakes up with a man bun, and he's got to go out there and smack face with his new weapon, the Aberrant.
Yeah, he doesn't have the service weapon. That's what I was actually wondering about.
Yeah, he's got the Aberrant, which I'm sure will be related to the service weapon in some way, but it's not a gun, it's a stick for beating or for sorting. Dune Awakening coming to console. That's okay, it's not for me, but it's okay. At least they did say they're going to bring a solely single-player mode, which, because it's kind of a survival MMO, is kind of cool. Let's see, they're doing a complete remaster of Dynasty Warriors 3. People are asking for the old dub. They did have a trailer for Marathon Season 2, because it was starting the same day, but it was a rough because the servers were a little cooked. She knows this is not. Actually, no, it is in alphabetical order. No, it's not. I is after that. What order are you doing this in? You're killing me here. Anyway, I'll keep going in the way the blog's going. Updates for Marvel Tokon Fighting Souls. We got another team. It's the Knights of Doom.
Doom!
Including, of course, Dr. Doom, but also Magneto and Green Goblin and Carnage. So, pretty fun team to select. I do, again, we talked about this when we were watching State of Play, but I love the branding, Knights of Doom. Not that I think anybody on that squad is averse to team-ups, but it's very funny, and I think Carnage is probably a pretty good pick for a fighting game like this. Lots of wacky, wild options.
Like I said, this is ArcSys. ArcSys does really good with crazy characters, with crazy moves.
No, I think, honestly, everything I've seen, everybody has very distinct, both visually and in terms of, fighting game rules, designs, and they're all pretty good. And I do love a lot of elements. Doom, obviously, is, armored and can shoot energy blasts, but I love that he just has a fucking laser Luger on his hip, too. Sometimes he just has to pull out the gat.
Mm-hmm.
But Magneto's looking pretty cool. If a pretty normal appearance for our boy, but Green Goblin is very goblin-y. He's got bombs, he's got knives, he's got all kinds of stuff. Well, this is the thing about these sorts of builds is Green Goblin is lower on the tier, but Pete's in this game, so and he's a little goblin-y guy. He can pull one over on our boys like Storm or Wolverine. Hey, by the way, the State of Play opened with a big long trailer for Marvel's Wolverine by Insomniac Games, coming out September 15th. Again, September, bad month, nasty month, lots of things going on.
Heard probably some people talking shit about Wolverine, thinking that he's not that interesting character with his limited power set.
Well, these people don't know to trust Insomniac, and they did not see that trailer because, listen, Wolvie is often nerfed in live action movies and animated TV because he can't carve people up like a Canadian Thanksgiving turkey. But in Marvel's Wolverine, which is rated M, he killing. If you didn't know, his iconic line is, he's the best he is at what he does, and what he does is not very nice. and it is not very nice. Like he is carving people up, though not always carving up their actual blood and guts, because the people we see, the Reavers, are cyborgs who work for Trask Industries. So sometimes they're robot men or women, equal opportunity cyborgs. But they showed off, lots of stuff. You've got, kind of action hopping around, semi-sneaking. You can do some interesting environmental kills, hit him with the pipe factory, do some very brutal takedowns and combos. Looks like they're having a lot of fun with Wolverine's healing factor. Like, you'll see him just absolutely get fucking shredded by, like, a shotgun blast or, like, environmental damage, and then he just rolls with it.
I like how you can actually see damage on him that, will repair over time.
Yeah, no, very, very good-looking game. And it has come up in some follow-up interviews that this is kind of a circumstance of, like, yes, this is a setting where the X-Men don't exist yet, so, mutants are kind of, like, still in hiding phase. But that's why Wolverine out here coming out to, help him out, keep him safe. And we get Jean Grey in a trench coat, which is a very good look for her. So, we're doing a few different fun stuff, but there are Sentinels, looks like, and Trask and stuff like that, so it's a whole thing going on. Yeah, it kind of seems like we're going back to the classic origin phase of the X-Men, but with modern looks, and that's pretty well treaded ground. Lots of X-Men continuities kind of like do that sort of like rebuilding thing. Some people are talking about the jokes about Surf Dracula, which, if you don't know, this is kind of an internet meme that's cropped up with the way a lot of like adaptations are going on right now. A lot of issues with certain streaming service movies. The joke is that somebody posted a tweet once which was like, Netflix would put out a TV show property called Surf Dracula, and it would it would end with him getting his surfboard in episode 8, because it's like the idea is like we'd have a property called, Surf Dracula, but we have to explain why Surf Dracula surfs. The constant origin storying that was common in Marvel films even like 10 years ago. But forming the X-Men is kind of like a recurring X-Men theme,
Yeah.
So it's not, even if it might be a little bit of a Surf Dracula, I think it's okay because it lets the people come together, and, Logan gets to hang out with Jean, and I don't think we're gonna do a love triangle thing.
I hope not.
Which is good, because that's always been weird, by the way. That's always been weird. I know, like, a lot of adaptations do start with Jean Grey as an adult, but, she's been hanging out with Professor X since she's been in high school, and Logan is at least, like, 100 years older than her, because that motherfucker don't age. It's weird. But they showed a few people going on, so it's looking cool. I again, with the timing and just all the stuff coming out, I don't think it's going to be a game I'm going to be able to pick up at launch, but it looks cool, and I hope to play it someday. Let's see. Moving down the line, Ill, the wettest, squishiest first-person game. It's a horror shooter, but it's got a very visceral, dismemberment thing going on, and kind of a creepy factor going on. It's looking good in trailers. Probably not for me, but got some stuff. Got some sauce. I mean, if we're doing a Wolverine game, it's about the Wolverine classics. We'll go to Japan and we'll meet Mariko, and then she'll die. Well, how do you know they don't have flashbacks? Like, even though this game's coming out only in a few months, they have not actually shown that much of it. Like, it's mostly just been, slivers of story trailers interspersed with action scenes that are all pretty normal. Just highways in the middle of nowhere. Couple glamour shots of, like, Japan and, what's the fictional city in, like, Southeast Asia? Chad will get it. But, I should say, the trailer also did show Sabretooth. So we know we've got Mystique, we know we got Sabretooth, the classics. I think correctly, no signs so far of Charles or Magneto. Like, I'm not going to say they won't be in it, but they've been keeping them in the back. Silver Samurai, yeah. But yeah, there's some stuff going on. Anyway, talked about Wolverine, talked about Ill, scrolling down. Got an update on Kemuri. And this did actually get, like, a very early preview a couple years ago, but I think that was mostly about Ikumi Nakamura talking about founding her new studio, and kind of, like, the sort of game she wanted to make. And now we know what that game is. It is Kemuri. It is by Studio Unseen. This game is coming to PS5 and other consoles and other releases in 2027. And it happens in a place called Kemuri City, where life and death coexist. So you are a yokai hunter, a paranormal explorer who traverses a big-ass parkour city, and you form contact with yokai to unlock abilities, but also you fight yokai and ghosts and other things. And it's going to be alone or online co-op with up to 2 people.
I was a little worried that this looked like some sort of like originally it looked like some PvP hero shooter thing, but turns out it was not that.
No, it's a little co-op, dungeon crawlery run and jump. Yeah, it has the aesthetics of a live service game, but I think correctly, it seems like Studio Unseen has kind of latched onto like the idea that like, no, people don't want to necessarily play live service games forever, and single A and double A studios or even B-list studios have trouble making those games. So like, what if we make a game that has maybe some of those vibes, maybe some of those gameplay loops, but is intended to be an experience that you don't do that, and you can like single player and maybe co-op, kind of a thing.
Yeah.
Like really expanding the phrase of like co-op optional but not needed. And you get to form contacts with yokai and do that thing with your hands where you do the photo and you jump around the city, which is like
the fox window.
Yeah, the fox window. And Nakamoto talked about like taking inspiration not just from Japan but from cities all over Asia. It looks cool. It's going to be pretty vibes.
I'm going to definitely keep an eye on it.
Yeah, I'll keep, like I said, that's a keep an eye out. That's a next year's problem. We'll keep an eye out. And it's very funny that Nakamoto-san had to be like, hey, some of you might remember me. Some of you might have forgotten me. Some of you don't know who I am. I'm the lady that did this.
That was
the
pretty
pose.
funny.
I've always liked her energy. She's great. She's got great stage presence. It's no wonder to me that she was able to found her own studio and collect enough people to work on a game. I also think though that she's working on the Okami sequel.
Maybe?
Like I'm pretty sure she got her. Well, the first I heard of her or heard about her work, she was at Clover on Okami. So I think she and Kami are working on the sequel. No news about the Okami sequel, unfortunately, so far. But that was like a super early release. It's okay. Just trust the Capcom process. Oh, I didn't know. Sorry, I learned new things reading the blurbs on the blog. So got an announcement for 1.0 and console release for the game No Rest for the Wicked, which is a action RPG Souls-like, though it's a little kind of like more top-downy. It's going to be on PS5 in October, and they're doing that. It's got a class system, lots of progression and stuff. I do like that for a Souls-like, they explicitly say it can be solo, but it can also be intrinsically built for co-op. That was a slightly loud sound.
Sorry, I'm in the middle of space combat.
He's spacing. I figured it was
right
Outlaws.
We'll talk about that in a bit.
Yeah, that's lower on the list. But I didn't know that No Rest for the Wicked was by the studio that did Ori.
Yeah.
But honestly, not a game I'm super interested in myself. I'm a little trepidatious about Souls-likes. A lot of them are a little bit of a miss for me because they focus on the wrong things. But I do like co-op. Sounds cool when action RPGs can be neat. Might be a cool PS Plus game. Oh shit, that's right. I meant to do that, but I didn't. I've been so busy. Hey, once again, September is fucking packed. Onimusha Way of the Sword, September 25th. We got a release, talking about stuff. And also, there's a demo out now on PS5. I forgot to play it. It's like 30 minutes. People are saying it's pretty good, but maybe a little easy. The enemies are a little, simple, for testing out all your cool combat mechanics.
I think that's probably the point.
Yeah. I would assume Capcom is doing what I think is the correct move and is not overwhelming people in the demo, but giving them a light taste and then making you have people go, oh, I hope the real thing is, more deep and engaging. Because it probably
I would be surprised if the actual Onimusha actually had, difficulty settings. Capcom doesn't shy away from putting difficulty settings in their game.
No, for sure. So, the demo's probably a little simplified. But it's looking pretty cool, and you got a lot of fun stuff you can do. There was also another teaser trailer for Phantom Blade Zero. That's coming in October 29th. That's a little too close to Metal Gear for my liking. Let's see. We got a little bit of PS Plus news, but not like anything else extra coming out. They already released the new games. By the way, Darktide's on PS Plus this month, but there's no cross prog.
Okay, that sucks. If there was cross prog, I'd be like, shit, I played that shit.
They might. I added it to my library just in case. They might work on it later, but for right now, I double checked. There doesn't appear to be any. You can cross play, but there doesn't appear to be cross progression between Steam and PS5. So that's. I'm not gonna download another 80 gig game to replay it all over. Especially because that also means you got to worry about unlocking the new Skitari DLC, twice. We're not doing that, but it's just something I thought I'd observe to people. But no news on what's coming in the middle tiers later this month. But they did say there's a few things coming out over later. Well, actually, they did say some of the classics that are coming this month. There's going to be Onimusha Dawn of Dreams later in August, and in July this month, there's going to be Gitaru Man and Psyops the Mindgate Conspiracy, a very funny little classic PS2 weird game. But they also announced that in later this fall, and we might have a release date from Summer Games Fest, but at the time they didn't have it, but RuneScape Dragon Wilds is going to be on console. It's like on early access now, and it's going to be day and date on PS Plus for premium and extra. So if it's day and date, we might check that shit out. We are getting a full remake, a reimagining, they're calling it, of Rayman Legends Retold. It's going to launch October 1st.
Rayman fans are ecstatic.
Yeah. Like, so I know some people, when it was first announced, were kind of like, oh, well, that's a little, this game was already playable, but it is a full remake, so they're like doing full voice, expanded soundtrack. It is going to have 4-player couch co-op, and it's going to have new stuff. Like, it is a remake. So, very interesting. Let's see. Oh my god, that's right. Silent Hill Townfall, September 24th. I can't believe you've done this.
We're not the biggest Silent Hill fans, so it's okay.
Yeah, we don't need to worry about that. Other people need to worry about that. The streamers I'm going to watch play this game have to worry about that. I bet Markiplier will play Silent Hill Townfall. I'll check that out. But the gameplay does look good. Like, they're doing some very deliberately retro stuff, like CRTs and like, analog stuff going on that's pretty cool. And
I do believe that they said the game's like based in like the 80s, if I remember correctly.
That seems like the aesthetic. It's also set in like Scotland and stuff. So like,
yeah.
And it's first person. So like, we're doing good stuff. If you thought, some of the direction of something like F was a little too easy to go into the action murder zone.
Listen, I've heard a lot of people talk about how when you get into it, the protagonist of fucking F just fucking slaps.
She's pretty hardcore. Like, I think that's neato. But I get that some people were like, some people were not hooked by Silent Hill F. But another game that kind of came out of nowhere, Stuntman Hollywood. I am assuming this is a like follow up or reimagining of an old school game called Stuntman. I could tell you what the subtitle was if I dig through my PS2 discs, because I had this PS2 game back in the day. But yeah, it's a stunt driving game where you try and do movie stunts. It looks like they've got some movie tie-in stuff, because I think they had like a kit from Knight Rider in there, and they have the DeLorean.
I believe they also had, I can't remember what Mad Max vehicle was.
Oh yeah, they've got the Interceptor from Mad Max. Yeah, so like they've got some movie tie-ins, which is cool. That's neat. It's not my favorite game series, but it was, when they showed the logo for Stuntman, I was kind of like, what? Huh?
In the year of our Lord 2026, Stuntman? Okay.
Yeah, okay, all right. Coming in 2027, we have The Lost Wild, which is a modern-day survival horror video game, but with dinosaurs. And they're talking about, it's called The Lost Wild because clearly we couldn't get the Jurassic Park license, but it's on an island, there's dinosaurs. They talk about flight, not fight is key. Each dinosaur is designed as an animal. I'm not, as keen on the whole flight, not fight thing. I hope that some form of self-defense is possible, at least against smaller dinosaurs. This was I don't think we actually talked about it on the show, but I mentioned it maybe on some streams. But this was a question that came through in like Subnautica 2, like the current version of the early access. You can't really harm sea life at all, not with running them into you with your tadpole submarine, and not even small animals. You can catch small animals in your bare hands and cook them and eat them, but you can't really like slap back. And they Unknown Worlds got some pushback on this, because the way I phrased it in like a tweet is they got a little too lost in the sauce, and they forgot that fight or flight is a deeply instinctual response. It is. I did double check that it's not like pop sci. No, fight or flight is pretty well tested, and it's seen in animals that are not humans. But like when you get a sudden stress response, and yes, I know some people are like, "Oh, Subnautica's not a horror game." 1, you're wrong. Shut up. But also 2, even if it's not a horror game, it's a game that has stress inducers in it. It has jump scares. It has audio cue scares. It has things that provoke a stress response from players. Some of your players' stress response is going to be to hit things. Like people, like I said, it's fight or flight. So I hope that The Lost Wild, has some options that, when your instinct is to like be like, even if it's just light a flare and throw it at a guy. But lots of dinosaur games going on, so could be interesting. survival horror with dinosaurs. Let's see. We got a release date for Tomb Raider Legacy of Atlantis, which is a remake. But, we're juicing it up.
Yeah.
We're fancy. We're doing some stuff. Crystal Dynamics is kind of talking about, like, how they're mixing the art style of, like, the old schools and the new schools, which I think is neat.
Fair.
Like Tomb Raider's been out of it for a while, and so you're going to have, some of these older depictions and some of these newer depictions. But that's not a September game. That's going to be February of 2027. Chat, you will notice that there's this huge thing. There are some games that are brave enough to say they're releasing in October. Many games releasing in September. Several games releasing in January or February of next year. November, December, nothing. Nobody's taking any swings. And then to end it up at State of Play, we got a couple of interesting, surprising announcements. First of all, kind of coming out of nowhere because, like, we were watching this and we're like, man, this really looks like Until Dawn, but, like, also it's not Until Dawn. What is it? Hey, it's Until Dawn 2.
Yes, but actually no.
Yeah.
Or but actually yes.
Yeah, so it's straight up Until Dawn 2. Like, you pegged pretty early. It looked like a Dark Pictures game.
Yeah,
and I was like, oh man, what is this? And then it's like, oh no, shit, it's just straight up Until Dawn 2.
Everyone can
a new
live.
standalone experience.
Everyone can die.
Yeah, everyone can live, everyone die. Honestly, I really like that about Until Dawn, that they explicitly say everybody can die or everybody can live.
I think it's good to say at an outfit that yes, you can save everyone with the right choices. Yes, I think that's important.
It's one of those things that's like, yeah, that's actually how this works. And the vibes we're doing is it's kind of a Lost or other, like, island survival thing, which is honestly pretty good pick for a horror movie. It's a different sort of closed circle.
No, Trapped on an Island? No, that's good.
Yeah. Got some of those classic horror movie vibes. And then the kicker, the we saved one last thing. It was listed earlier in the blog, but I saved it for the last thing in this segment. Out of fucking nowhere, Santa Monica Studios comes out swinging. And they had us in the first half, not gonna lie.
No, they did. I was saying, is this the remaster? Why?
Yeah, no. We were ready to be mad if they were remastering God of War 2018. But no, it was actually a transition because it's announced God of War Laufe. Because it starts with Faye's funeral, just like the last God of War. And then Faye wakes up in double super hell. The everywhere, actually, as it's called. But she's in the afterlife where there are a bunch of dead gods. Including an Indonesian guy, and I actually did confirm that I said the grammar was a little ambiguous, so I wasn't sure, but yeah, that is supposed to be Sekhmet.
Yep.
So
more Gods of War, cool. Gods of War everywhere.
Yeah, we are the God of War everywhere system. Yes, chat, speaking of culture war stuff, there are some chuds out there. Not chorts. They could never be my chorts. But there are some guys out there who are, one, trying to act like Deborah Ann Wolf is not hot. Excuse me? Fuck you? Die? She's looking great. She's been looking great since True Blood.
Yeah.
Die in a fire? But also, yes, there are many jokes that I appreciate about people being like, this is why Kratos married her. Because they showed some gameplay, and it's, gonna be another, over-your-shoulder, third-person hack-and-slash game. But Laufe controls a little different than Kratos does. And she can air juggle, so.
Yeah, a lot more floaty. It's great.
Flowy parries, counters, double jumps, air combos. You know that's the moment when Kratos knew she was the one for him, when she double jumped.
No, but we've also met,
yes.
Interesting, but we also met some of the supporting cast already. Apparently, Laufer is going to team up with a couple of objects. Her sword ribbons is apparently sentient. What was her name? Rue?
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah, and a gelatinous cube named Frank, spelled with a PH and a QEE.
Yeah. So some people are not happy about Frank. I will die for Frank.
I will die for Frank.
Frank is my homie.
I
yes,
love it.
He does unironically be like, tell Faye to focus, but like, he's also a gelatinous cube and he tackles motherfuckers, man. Like,
that's amazing.
He's doing great.
I do need to know his story though. Why is he a cube and why is he here? But I think that's something we can probably get into in the story.
Yeah, no, that's another thing. I've seen some people who are kind of like, okay, this game looks cool, but like, doesn't this kind of undercut the themes of God of War and maybe Ragnarok of like laying Faye to rest and then she wakes up in hell and has to, go on a Doom quest? And I'm like, guys. The trailer is for like the literal start of the game. You don't know what the story arc is.
Also, don't be talking about people coming back. Kratos went to hell like 3 fucking times and came back. Lawfrey can do it once. Fuck.
First of all, yeah, this is already a story about mythology. Coming back from the dead is child's play. It's basic shit. Mirmir's immortal. Like, he's just ahead now, okay? I also will say some people have already cottoned onto this. No, the final boss will not be Odin. Sindri smashed his soul. Remember, that motherfucker's not going to the afterlife. He's super dead. But, you know, yeah, press square to Frank. That's pretty cool. But, you know, like, there's a lot of going on. But also, again, we don't know what the lore is. Like, yes, on the one hand, it seems like Faye is kind of starting out with, like, remembering, you know, the whole comeback, and she's like, okay, all right, my plan is to get out of here and go back. Because she found a second mask, and she thinks that, you know, Atreus and Kratos are in danger. But, like, it could be that she straight up comes back, and honestly, guys, that'd be great for Kratos. Forget for Faye. Think about Kratos. Think about how much that poor man's been through. The whole point of Ragnarok is that, like, he gets to be okay with himself. All right? You know, he can have a little Laufey as a treat. But also, you don't know what the story is. Again, it's only like 20 minutes. Like, I understand the jokes. Like, people are already talking about the edits of, like, I can't wait to, you know, edit, you know, Atreus and Kratos talking about how great Faye was and how she's at peace now with her, like, you know, air juggling demons in hell. Like, I think it is a little inherently funny, and I think Santa Monica Studios knows this because they've put it in a gelatinous talking cube, which is not really, like, attested in mythology, but also we're doing a mythology kitchen sink, and we're actually doing the mythology kitchen sink, right? Like, we have, you know, Southeast Asia, we've got Egypt, obviously Laufey is from Norse mythology, we've got, like, some elf-looking guys and some other stuff going on. I'm not sure what mythology the sword is from.
And I did remember strictly seeing some Japanese architecture in there.
Yes, there was some Japanese architecture. There was a very, like, medieval observatory telescope thing going on. Like, there's, you know, there's a lot of stuff going on to be out here of, like, we actually get to play with the mishmash, which is really cool. Because, like, God of War's been, like, hinting at that, but, you know, there's some serious stuff out there. Also, yes, no, that is one thing that I really like the idea of. That's another cool thing that a lot of people have cottoned onto that I think is great, which is, hey, if this is where gods go when they die, everybody who's had their fade run by Kratos is going to be here, and they're going to be mad. And that's going to be a great opportunity for some reimagined classic Greek boss fights without necessarily having Kratos have to run them again. So, like, I think there's a lot to love here. But we don't have a release date, we don't have a window, we just know it's coming to PS5. It's looking pretty cool. Some people will try to be bullshit about it, but fuck them, they won't get to play cool video games.
They don't have to play the game. Fuck it.
You know, we'll run it out. But that was State of Play. Now, let me try and find a summary for Summer Games Fest 2026, which just happened. And so, there's a lot of really cool stuff. Let's see, is this is in chronological order. Good, okay. Let me pause again and refill my water. It's, like I said, it's very hot in here. We're not cooling properly, so let me refill my waters and be right back. Alright, okay, but we're unpaused. Summer Games Fest. I've got an article that is in roughly chronological order. So, we motherfucking start with Resident Evil Code Veronica Remake.
Oh, they got me a couple times. I wasn't quite sure what was going on. Like, I was looking at it, it's like, this looks like the RE engine, but I'm not sure.
No, they did a good job with a first-person intro, not showing Claire, and not being specific, but then they do at the end show Claire and Hunk. And so,
they also...
Good?
Oh, sorry, no, they also got me with the trailer, because they said REV, and I was all like, Revelations? Are we doing a Revelations remake? Revelations 3? Nay.
No, because instead of being called Code Veronica, it is just Resident Evil Veronica now.
Yes.
And it will be happening sometime in 2027. But very exciting. Like, it was a slow roll on the reveal, but I think it's pretty good. And it, you know, they're spacing out their Resident Evil games, but as a lot of people did bring up, Veronica is a game that probably did need a remake. I believe the initial release is a little buggy, has some problems.
Yep.
So full, you know, RE Engine remake will be pretty good. And hey, there's Claire and Hunk.
Hope we get some good Hunk lore.
See what the guy's up to. But next, the studio behind Cuphead. First of all, great segment because they had like actual puppetry and some great gags. I didn't realize that was plugged in. Usually, the phone works. Great humor from them. Studio MDHR. But so, first of all, they announced they are working on a full sequel to Cuphead, which is going to be in the hand-drawn style. But also, they're working on Mighty Cuphead Adventure, which is a deliberate retro clone of like a 4-man co-op Cuphead, complete with like an old school like cartridge-style ad. No word on release dates, but they did have at least footage of Mighty Cuphead Adventure, so that's neat. I'm glad they're winning. We got a longer trailer for something that was teasingly announced a little earlier, but we got a longer trailer for Alien Isolation 2. I know it tricked a couple of people because there was Japanese dialogue, but I would like to remind you that it's, called the Weyland Yutani Corporation, and there are some... There is some of that, 70s and 80s cyberpunk stuff in there.
Not everyone has to speak English all the time, guys.
Yeah, and honestly, it should be a little multicultural. If I understand alien lore correctly, there should actually honestly be some people speaking Russian, because there's like a neo-Soviet Union in the aliens' backstory.
Okay.
But you don't hardly ever see them. But no, trailer showed the great spooky vibes. They showed some of the tools, flares, flamer, other stuff. They did have a little bit of like on-stage talk after, and did mention that it seems like some people have already caught that it seems like this is the planet below Sevastopol Station.
Mm-hmm.
So this is the same xenomorph after he got fucking kicked out of the space station.
These fuckers were tough.
Yeah, no, they are tough. But setting-wise, we basically seem to be pulling an Aliens where Isolation was mostly set on a space station with a hint, a soupçon of planet-side segments in a big flashback. This is going to be mostly planetary environments, and they look like they fucking suck. They're dark as knobs. There's some evil-ass trees. And now there's a xenomorph. We'll see, depending on how much of the crazy motherfucker they make the xenomorph, if I can physically play this one. But it is officially Alien Isolation 2. But we did also get a cool new trailer for Gen Atlas, formerly Project Robot. It is by the director of such classics as Eco, Shadow of the Colossus, Last Guardian, etc. And it is kind of looking a little bit like a best hits game, because like they showed some stuff which is, very clearly like Shadow of the Colossus inspired, like lots of climbing on giant robots. But also, you can combine your giant robot head with giant robot bodies to do different cool giant robot tricks. And also, you have a gun. And it looks, beautiful and haunting as ever. So, that's pretty cool. No release date given, but we did get a new trailer after a long time, so it's looking really good. It's gonna be out on PS5 and Xbox, but the PC version will be Epic exclusive, so watch out for that.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Blood Message was one of those Chinese video games. It's new from NetEase. It's honestly looking okay.
I think it looks great, but the problem is I don't know where the gameplay is.
That's true, actually. I should say that. The actual physical look is great. There was a lot of great aesthetic going on, but it was mostly like plot setup. It seemed to be kind of like, father and son thing, but then it like zooms out, and then it looks like the actual gameplay part will be as the son, but older. Your dad's probably going to die in the tutorial, I'm sorry. But it's looking good, but it's still like very loose in terms of its appearance. So we've got no release date, and don't even have like hard and fast releases, just coming to consoles and PC. Coming from, I think, a new studio, which they said was from bringers of such titles as The Division and Little Nightmares, which, odd combo, but sure. But it's a survival shooter set in the Nordic wilderness known as Hex. They pronounced it Hex on screen, but it has an extra A, so I'm gonna have to say Hex.
Hex!
Possibly slightly Nordic. But survival FPS co-op, 1 to 4 players. It's got some procedural generation. It looks like it's got some magic cube. You gotta shoot aliens. You gotta scavenge for resources. It's got all the survival shit like body temperature and thirst. It's the kind of game, we'll check out, but, depending on how much of a pain in the ass it is, we'll see. Stranger Than Heaven is still a wacky wild time. They were up on stage, and they did confirm their release date, January 15th, and they showed a huge cast list, which includes lots of normal Japanese celebrities. But also, they would like to remind you they have Snoop Dogg in this game, and thanks to this contact with Snoop Dogg, they also Apparently, RGG is employing necromancers because they've put Tupac in the game.
This is so wild.
It is pretty wild. It's still a little skeezy. I can understand why RGG is like interested in this kind of stuff because they really are big on their like ink suit actor shit.
Yeah.
You know, like their skins of real people. But the relationship with Tupac's likeness is like a little weird. Like it's not even. They said it's like Snoop was on stage and said he got into it through Tupac's estate. But what I understand, Tupac's estate is not necessarily like directly linked to his family. It's like the people who have the rights to his music. So that's a little weird, but it's not the first time we brought Tupac back from the dead. We'll see how the game is. You know, they could have some very cool concepts for sure. They've got some stuff going on. The idea of kind of a multi-era spanning game, starting with what seems like set like immediately in the post-war period, is like, and maybe even pre-war as a very young man, and then post-war later. Like that's pretty interesting. RGG has the possibility to say some interesting things there. We have a character who's got definitely an interesting backstory because he is half Japanese, and that was a focal point of the trailer. The trailer was very funky and had a great font face. But I guess we'll see how important Tupac is to it. Then we got a crazy one, like, honestly. So Paramount Game Studio is working with some hard hitters on working some new IPs. And to start with, their first ever game title they're publishing, they're going to Platinum Games. What are they developing? Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Last Ronin. So, yeah, Platinum's making a TMNT game.
It looks crazy. It's probably gonna be crazy.
Probably gonna be a little wacky, a little wild. Platinum's probably the right mindset to pick for that. What about let's see. An extremely hard game. It's like a reverse of Untitled Goose Game. Instead of a goose causing trouble, you're two ducks trying to help their egg, or two geese actually, maybe. But it looks like it's got more co-op. Like you can go from like 2 to 4 and have extra egg stuff going on. That's coming out in July. That's a game I'm going to watch people stream and yell at. I'm not going to play it and yell. I had much more fun as a goose causing trouble.
This goose is loose.
Then another weird one. So, Studio That's No Moon, made up from ex devs from Naughty Dog and Infinity Ward, are producing Crossfire, which I believe is related to the
Korean FPS Crossfire.
Yes, the Korean FPS Crossfire. Like I believe they said it would be an adaptation, but it's like a 2-man co-op.
I don't know. Maybe the fucking secret level, thing built some interest in it. I don't know.
Maybe the secret level thing was neat. It was just very weird that like Crossfire drew that much sauce, but they make a shitload of money. It's just one of those things that like you don't usually hear about it because it's one of them's games. It's kind of the kind of game where people lock in and play a lot of hours. They play nothing but Crossfire. Also somebody's talking about like after Kamiya left Platinum, surprised to see that it's still up. That is kind of the thing of like directors can leave studios and like they can stay alive, and because a lot of the underlying talent can stay, so it's entirely possible that a lot of the people who still had their hands on like Bayonetta and Nier Automata are like there. The writing style will miss some of the sauce of like Kamiya's ideas, and like they didn't say for sure that they've got like a Yoko Taro working, but if they've got the nuts and bolts talent, they could probably still make some cool action games. Well, that's probably why they're working on a licensed IP from a brand new publishing studio of Paramount Games. So like that, if Paramount's willing to cut the check to get the right stuff, it's gonna be pretty neato. I personally have no like super strong feelings about Crossfire because like it's gonna be a cover shooter, but they're trying to do some intelligent stuff with like adapting to the cover, and I'm like, that's neat, but also, I don't know. I have like no bones about Crossfire. I guess we'll see. They've got celebrity actors in. They've got some like buddy cop stuff. They got some weird shit. I talked about how it feels like a budget Metal Gear. Yeah. Let's see. We got a new trailer for Control Resonant, which had a super cool trailer song in it that I think was very finished, but we didn't identify it yet. I'll check the trailer later and see if anybody's posted what it is. Let's see. This was a fun one because this was a pretty big trailer that people caught on to there. But Guild Wars 3.
Yep.
Beta coming in fall. It's going to be on PS5 and PC. Interesting to see quite a number of MMO entries or MMO adjacent entries, and seeing a lot of console support. I don't know if that's like a pull from Sony or just influences of games like, I want to say, FF14 on people being like, oh, you can get an MMO to work on controllers, and you can have it run out of a PS5. That's accessible. Who knows? But yeah, beta this fall. I personally never got around to playing a Guild Wars, but I know it's a franchise that a lot of people are invested in, and it's been a long time since they've had an entry. So, having that sequel finally is probably cools. Probably cool beans.
Beans.
Like I said, you get to do the old beta testing, so we'll see how it is. Sorry, stifled a yawn because,
It is pretty
it's
late.
a little late. We've been jamming, but we'll keep on jamming because we're having fun, and we like video games. But, yes. Further on from there, Guild Wars 3. This is a crazy one because I was like, okay, so this looks like Gundam, but also Gundam doesn't have you fight giant robot beasts. No, it's Gundam. Gundam Rogue Orbit. Coming from Bandai Namco. Very sophisticated 3D design. It's going to be on console, Series X, and PC. It's going to release next year. It's a third-person, fast-paced action game, so character action, but with Gundams. Does say you get to customize the mech, so that's pretty cool. And they had some cool monster designs. And yes, it does seem to be an original generation, if you're interested in that sort of thing. It's not the 1 year war again. Though, hey, Bandai Namco, friends, and countrymen, if you're listening, give me a 8th MS Team style tactical first-person Gundam shooter. I really remembered thinking about it, that 8th MS Team does a lot of really cool stuff with Gundam ground combat and with environmental factors. It's actually a big deal. I still think I'd like the first person element, but you could also do an actual XCOM style tactic game. But you can also just play front mission. But 8th MS Team does some really cool stuff with environments. There's use of night missions, the jungle for cover versus open fields. There are some desert fights that are really interesting. There's some stuff on mountains, and obviously the very famous fight of, the Easy 8 versus the Goof in an urban environment doing some crazy shit. I'm man, I'd really like a mecha game that does that stuff. That could be cool. Anyway, Rogue Orbit does look pretty sick. Kind of came out of nowhere. I'm glad to see that, since Armored Core, I did the thing. The other AC. But since Armored Core 6 came out, that people are like, oh shit, mech games are cool. Especially because, unfortunately, I genuinely don't know if Mecha Break's gonna get that PS5 port. It seems like they're not doing so hot, and they're focused on damage control, basically on their 1 year update. And so I trying to figure out how to phrase this to be less petty but bitter but I'm I wonder if that Xbox money was worth it to sign to be exclusive. I'm pretty sure they're mostly a free-to-play game, so I don't know if that was the best pick. It seemed cool from the demo, but I was I would probably rather wait for a console release. And it was Xbox exclusive, so I guess we'll see how it goes for them. I'm pretty sure we had a release date already for Galactic Racer because it was leaked, but yeah, it's October 6th. They showed some story trailer, they showed some pod racing, showed some vehicles. That is unfortunately now officially way too close to Ace Combat, which again, for reasons I discussed in the State of Play, has to be a timely release. We want to lock in that pre-order. If I pre-order, I get a whole nother Ace Combat game. So, we're thinking about it. So, but this looks great. I've been saying for a while, that Galactic Racer looks real cool. Swoops, speeder bikes, and pod racers. They showed some emphasis on Saboba. They played kind of a remix of the pod racing theme from 1. It's jamming. Yeah. This was another fun one. This was another RGG game. I forgot they were working on it, but we're making a new Virtua Fighter Crossroads, and they showed that they're gonna have a story mode. They're gonna Street Fighter 6 this shit.
Nah, I'm excited.
Yeah, looks really interesting. I don't think they were explicit about where the setting was, but I feel like it was kind of like Brazil, maybe, which seems like a great crossover. But they also had some Chinese mafia and some kung fu shit.
Could be Brazil, could be something Southeast Asia. I'm not entirely sure.
Could be. There was I think it was Spanish or Portuguese music, but I know that there is some crossover in themes between Brazil and Japan, but there are other places they could have said it. There are a lot of mashup cities you can get that kind of out there, you know.
I'm wondering if it's like a mashup city.
Yeah. Like I said, they didn't say for sure, so it could be fictional. I don't actually know how grounded Virtua Fighter is in reality. Like, Street Fighter is supposed to be guys from every country on the planet, but also, they could just make some shit up and I'd believe them. They have a guy with stretchy hands and a guy who shoots fireballs. M. Bison can float, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know, but I'm like, it's been a while since there's been a Virtua Fighter, so I don't know what the vibes are. But it is another RGG developed title, and they showed some cool stuff, so let's see. Yeah, they talked about RuneScape Dragon Wilds. Release date is September 15th, but that's going to come to PS5 for free, so we don't got to worry about that. Oh, okay. I must have missed that one listening, but that's an interesting one. So, this is, a really weird one. So, saw some trailers for 1666 Amsterdam. I didn't catch it. I'm sure Jeff mentioned it, but I just didn't hear it. But apparently that guy who's been working on it for roughly 16 years was the original creator of Assassin's Creed.
Yeah.
I missed that detail. That does make some of the aesthetics make a little more sense, and kind of the historical fiction stuff. They say it's a time-bending adventure, so it kind of looks like you're gonna do maybe we are gonna do the classic Assassin's Creed thing and flash back and forth between the present and the past.
Yeah,
that's a thing that Assassin's Creed has dropped. But I guess we'll see what people say, because it is, you can play the prologue on PC, Steam and Epic Game Store right now. It's about 30 minutes, and it looks like an action adventure game with some witchery and some air combos.
We love our air combos in this house.
Yeah. You can fly on a broomstick, but it's got a 30-minute prologue and it's launching in early access, so, like, that makes me go, okay? Like, single-player games don't usually go in early access unless they're more of kind of, like, sandboxy. Like there's something to be iterating on. I don't know about that for, like, an action-adventure, but I guess we'll find out. Bloober Team is making a Saw game. Unfortunately, it's a asymmetric multiplayer. Well, maybe not unfortunately. That is very Saw. I'd like to play a game, but that definitely means I'm not as interested. But some people will be interested in it. To avoid any continuity fuck-ups, it's set after World War I, and it involves a character called the Judge, who is definitely not Jigsaw. He's proto-Jigsaw, the Prig Saw. It's got a closed alpha, though. Let's see, new trailer for Lords of the Fallen 2, no new details. A preview for Blood of the Dawnwalker coming out September 3rd. Showing some cool vampire stuff. Currently on the cover of Game Informer, that's cool.
Nice.
But it's early, but it's another September game, so. But they showed lots of vampire stuff. Yeah, let's see. Got a trailer and a date for Star Wars Zero Company, which is a really neat looking game. It's basically Clone Wars XCOM. You build a misfit group of guys to take on the Separatists. You can use clones, you can use astromechs, you can use assorted volunteers. Looks like there's a couple of Jedi. Looks like Anakin Skywalker is going to be at least some sort of bonus character. I say bonus character because I have been following the press for this game previously, and it is generally supposed to be XCOM-like in that your recruits can perma-die and are unique individuals. So if you get a cool Twi'lek team member and they bite it, you cannot get them back. I don't know how that works for droids. Maybe that will be kind of how it works, but yeah, it looks real good. I love the aesthetics and kind of the style, and the gameplay's been really slick. That's actually August, so I don't know. We did get a little news on Among Us. They're teasing a new game, which looks kind of single player and like investigation-y. Among Us on Guard, coming in the future. And the Among Us animated series is out right now. It was kind of stealth dropped before SGF on Paramount Plus. Mm-hmm. Good for them.
Yeah, it's still doing things. Cultural fucking phenomena.
Yes, they did. They at least called that out correctly in the trailer, and I think it's good. But I'm glad to see them experimenting with other formats. We mentioned it already, but we got the trailer for Monster Hunter Wilds Ascendance.
Yeah,
coming out next
Rocket
year.
Gauntlet bullshit. Let's go.
Some cool monsters, some cool weapons. Many jokes about it being Heavensward because it's called Ascendance because it's up in the sky. Got some Elder Dragons. I don't know nothing about that because I'm a new head, but some people were like, "Oh my god!"
We're resurrecting one from a graveyard. You don't understand. It's gonna be great.
There's gonna be some schmoves. But yeah, that's a great one. And once again, I'm very glad 2027. Mm-hmm. Cool arcade game, but another motherfucking September game. Hot Wheels Infinite Rush. Looking a little bit like you joked, Hot Wheels Burnout.
Yeah.
Which that's a good fit for Hot Wheels, I think. I definitely noticed some of the environments they had looked like, I'm pretty sure I've seen this place out on a commercial when I was a kid. The King Kong and all that stuff. Let's see. Okay, so that's why it's... So, I didn't realize there had been 2 previous complete video game adaptations of Attack on Titan.
Mhm.
But we're getting the 3rd one, called Attack on Titan 3. It will apparently adapt the story's events from start to finish. Attack on Titan 2 only went through the 2nd season. It's supposed to be coming out this year sometime, but they haven't locked in a date. There'll be new details July 1st. I think Attack on Titan... I mean, it's by, like, Koei Tecmo and Omega Force. I joked about it being, Titan Warriors. Attack on Warriors. That's a decent fit for it. They've got that kind of, like, classic anime action game tie-in stuff going on. I have never been super enthused about Attack on Titan.
Same.
It was one of those series that everybody got, like, super hyped about, but the reason they were hyped is mostly because it was like, it's fucking brutal, man, and I'm like, But good for them, you know. They're still the franchise still has Shui. Make it a 3rd game. But we got a couple of cool ones as our enders. So first of all, Wolf Among Us 2 is real.
It real.
It was teased many years ago, but it is actually happening. It's going to release sometime in 2027, and this holiday, so probably December, Wolf Among Us is getting remastered.
Yeah.
Neato.
I do heartily recommend the first one. It's very good.
I'll probably take a look at the remaster just because it is coming out. In the mightiest bait and switch ever, Street Fighter Year 4 got some news, and they confirmed, several new characters, brand new characters, Yasmin, Arjun, and a character from the World Tour mode, Bosch, but also Tifa. Tifa's coming to Street Fighter. This was, I believe, leaked or data mined or something. But it's happening. People knew it was coming already, but it got confirmed. Tifa's going to be in Street Fighter. Coming early 2027. Gee, I fucking wonder why. Anyway, I was like, I had my hands extended towards the screen at Jeff Keighley because they got Naoki Hamaguchi, who they called director at Square Enix, which is true, but also you may know him better as the lead director of the Final Fantasy VII remakes. And I'm like, Jeff Keighley, if you got him all the way out here just to talk about Street Fighter, I'm going to get you. You're going to be gone. But Jeff Keighley had a couple of twists for it, and one of them was another actually great surprising one. You've been tweeting about this one a lot, because it is, we're getting a Stellar Blade sequel. Not Stellar Blade 2, but a Stellar Blade sequel set in the same universe, Stellar Blade Blood Rain.
Yes.
No super new details, but they did have some environmental shots, some character action shots, and, actually showed some stuff that looked like gameplay. And so our new protagonist, Evie, i.e., is a punch lady, a punch woman, if you will. Very popular genre, I'm told. Yeah, no, I know some people are very excited for this. Lucky's excited, Legendary's excited. And I want to say, obviously, cool, good for them. Great that, I know they said they were working on a sequel, but it's pretty neat for them to get out there and stuff. I'm wondering if kind of like they're kind of like recentering of the character design a little. Like, Evie still looks pretty good, but her character design does not seem so much to be as, like, Eve was like, literally a model, And I'm sure Evie is, but, like, she's built a little differently. But then also she got his punching.
No, I'm pretty sure Shift Up did exactly what they wanted to do. You'll see this in, like, Nikkei and, like, games like Nikkei and Destiny Child. They usually like pretty women, but they like to embrace all different types, styles, and sizes.
Yeah, I feel like I wouldn't say that, like, they shifted due to popular demand, but it is interesting to me that, like, they've done a protagonist shift, and it's like, I truly don't think Shift Up would care about, like, again, the Gunnar game discussion, to bring up some of our earlier points, but, like, this is definitely the kind of sequel announcement that, like, is framed a little differently, that I feel like it's harder to be chudly about, so you can kind of drown that talk out. And I'm hoping we'll get people hyped to be interested in the original, because, like, hey,
well, the way I'm saying this is by going something directly different. They don't have to be necessarily constrained by any of the plot point, story, locations of the first game, which gives them a lot more freedom in what they want to do. Because as we've already seen in the new trailer, by separating it, they basically get to embrace a different setting environment. Like, the game is clearly something live in a setting that is much more industrialized, much more, lived in. There's a lot more people, there's vehicles and all that stuff.
Yeah, we've moved from being very clearly an homage, a pastiche of Nier Automata to something else entirely. I'm not even sure exactly what this aesthetic you'd call it,
No. So it probably will have some connections to the first game in some form or fashion, but by divesting themselves of the original protagonist and setting, they basically give themselves the leeway to do something even bigger and better. Like Stellar Blade was not a failure by any means, and some may call it a critical success, although, your mileage may vary on it. But it was fairly well received, and they did did turn a positive profit. That with, profits from other ventures they may have, it means they can invest more time and money into it. Project Eve did go through a little bit of development hell. So
yeah, and I think, I don't know if they said this outright, but I kind of assumed, because it was, it started as a PS5 exclusive, I kind of assumed that Sony came in and kind of like helped them patch up the money to kind of like get Project Eve like back off the ground and turn into Stellar Blade. And it seems like they're like you said, they're making enough money to kind of stand on their own 2 feet and produce a sequel with, again, open-ended release date and no word on like platforms or exclusivity. I would assume they're probably going like multi-plat.
I would assume multi-plat. I don't see any reason why they shouldn't.
I mean, it depends on if like Sony forked the bill, but if they didn't, it's not like they own the IP. Like you could go on day one, PC and PS5. Possibly on Switch 2 as well. We'll see. You never know with games like this. I know, Stellar Blade did come to PC eventually and other places. I definitely think it'd be better for it. It'd be pretty good. Good.
It'd be best for their sales number if they did, a console and PC. Me being the Sony fanboy I am, would definitely like PS5, and I don't think Shift Up would, fucking be like, nah, Sony. But
I don't think Shift Up would take Sony PS5 money and then immediately turn around and take, Xbox money, even if it sounds like Xbox is getting back into that money game a little. They're trying to turn themselves around.
No, so my assumption would be they'd probably start with a PS5 PC release
probably
at
PS5
launch.
PC, and I guess we'll see if it is a game where the Switch 2 has enough juice, because there are still some games that are not coming out on Switch 2.
Yeah.
But could be interesting. Again, no release date or windows, just like they announced it, they're working on it, they're trucking away. And it's, I mentioned this when I saw it, but they have a sub-studio to handle this kind of thing.
I think
who have their own branding.
Studio.
Yeah, so, and I think it was a pretty good marketing push, because it was mysterious enough to be out there, and, like, you and some others were like, oh shit, is this Stellar Blade? Oh, but it can't possibly be a Stellar Blade sequel. It's too soon.
Yeah, no, I was like, it's too soon. Not realizing it's been
right.
like 2
But then they're like, no, fuck you, Stellar Blade Blood Rain.
We're
gonna punch. So, good for them. And then, he got us. They brought Hamaguchi-san back out. It's finally happened. All is forgiven, Jeff Keighley. People are already making jokes about the transition is wild, and it's like Highguard on one side, FF7 on the other, which is is a little fair. I do understand that like Jeff was really passionate about Highguard, but again, making it your one more thing buttonhole, tough. But Final Fantasy VII Revelation, the third game, it's happening. It is indeed launching simultaneously on all platforms. It will be released simultaneously on PS5, Xbox, Nintendo Switch 2, and PC. And they've already, it's me. It's us. I can nerd about these trailers for hours. I'll try and contain myself, because we do want to talk about Star Wars Outlaws. And we might preface Deathwatch a little, but that episode didn't get uploaded because of SGF and working on the show notes, so. Hold on. Sorry, blowing my nose. But yeah, no, so, Revelation coming out. Yes, it was important for the trailers. They have recast Sephiroth's VA because apparently his VA wasn't available when they were working on it.
Mm-hmm.
Little sad, but hopefully he can bring us the juice, because Big Seph's going to be an important deal. They had a crazy shot in the trailer of like Sephiroth, upon a pillar of hands, like one wing extended, embracing Cloud. I think crazy shit.
Now we're gonna have an acid trip in this game.
Deserved. So what I want to say before we even talk about like the new revelations, because they had a whole presser. Matt Mercer came out on stage to kind of act as like, pocket spokesman, because he is also playing Vincent Valentine. But they got him to narrate the trailers again, because that's the thing about, renowned award-winning voice actor Matt Mercer. He has a pretty good normal guy speaking voice, and then also he can be, a weird monster man. Your weird coffin grandpa. But I also want to mention, just from like these story trailers and gameplay trailers and stuff, they were very tight with their editing, right? So, first of all, people are suspicious, but like, no Aerith at all. There are some flowers, but there's no Aerith, there's no Zack. And they did some very interesting cuts around things. They showed some shots like at the top of Gaia's Cliff, I think, before heading into North Crater. They showed some scenes that are inside North Crater. But there are some scenes at Junon where they very carefully edit around Cloud, because they showed several scenes from Tifa waking up in Junon, like the window opening scene with a meteor in the sky. Apparently it's going to be a first-person segment where you got to break out of the gas chamber.
Mm-hmm.
They had a big emphasis on the weapons. We saw several of them.
Yeah.
We saw the baby weapons that you saw, trooping around in Rebirth, but also got some glamour shots of Ultima weapon, Ruby weapon, and Sapphire. No sign of Diamond or Emerald yet, but I'm sure they'll be there. But like I said, they did some very careful editing. They showed off areas of the tropical Mideel. They showed off Wutai. Wutai's huge, by the way. Crazy looking.
It should be.
Dessert,
Saw the happy turtle?
Yeah, we saw a big-ass happy turtle. But, they showed, Mideel. They showed Junon again. They showed Wutai. They showed some shots, like I said, from the top of Gaia's Cliff in the northern crater. But they left a lot of stuff ambiguous. They did mention that you're going to return to Under Midgar. They had a couple of shots of that, so that's nice. But like I said, they very carefully edited this trailer to not spoil, if you didn't know, the fact that Cloud's going to be taking some naps.
Mm-hmm.
But we've got the whole team assembled. Judging by the way they framed it, it seems like, I'm going to guess the way it's going to work is that Vincent is probably going to be like some of our other stuff, where he's gonna join probably like right away when we pick up.
Yeah.
And then Sid will not actually fight with us until we get to the top of North Crater, because that's when he does his, like, they showed in the trailers the introduction of him being like, the Darren Dragoon, something alliterative with Lancer. They didn't show him throwing dynamite, but I hope he still does it. But yeah, but they showed a lot of really cool gameplay stuff as well. So, first of all, Highwind, flying around. Seamless transitions, it's just there, flying around the world map. It's great. You don't land the Highwind anymore. You know how you get down for the Highwind? Skydiving.
Jump.
Actually, great setup, because there is a skydiving segment in 7, but it was like a one-off to get into Midgar later. So they just made that the main mechanic. That's cool. Hopefully you'll also be able to tactical chocobo drop, because the Highwind does have chocobo stables in the original 7. But we'll see. But yeah, seems pretty cool. Barrett's trepidation about heights came back.
It's great.
And I'm like, I'm not jumping. And then Tifa's just like, cracks knucks. Swan dive. I'm pretty sure that was over Mideel, so like that makes sense. But like, showing some stuff. Our team up combos are back. Showing some cool slick moves with all our great gang. Also though, the FFVII system, I forget what the acronym is for, but it's something about tacticals. Anyway, hey, they've heard you talking. They're putting a job system in Final Fantasy VII.
Nah, that sounds exciting.
Yeah, so it's a mix of a costume system and a job system, where you'll be able to apply different outfits, which are tied to classical Final Fantasy jobs, which give you specific bonuses to kind of shape your character builds. What we've seen for sure is Cloud as Warrior, and Tifa as Black Mage, actually. Great Black Mage fit, by the way. Big sleeves.
Yeah.
But still got the tummy out. It's Tifa. You can't contain the tummy. Tifa, the kind of girl who, like, if a shirt covers her midriff, she has to rip it. But, like, that's really interesting to kind of, like, yeah, it's FF10 stuff. Like, but that's a cool way to continue to grow the gameplay each edition and still give you more options, because obviously, like, the way that characters worked before, kind of like, with materia and picking, like, skills and weapon upgrades, you kind of shaped everybody into roles, But this is kind of more explicit, and it's swappable, so, like, it seems like characters will have several different ones they can pick from. They did not show necessarily, like, straight up, like, one-to-one, like, when Cloud had Warrior available, Tifa only had Black Mage available, and not both, but I'm hoping we'll get some options. Barrett better be fucking Paladin, by the way. That motherfucker is my tank.
They probably won't call it Paladin. They'll call it something fun.
They could call it Magic Knight. Or maybe just Knight. Knight. And then Cloud can be Dark Knight, obviously.
Yes.
Sid is Dragoon, duh.
Probably gonna start as Dragoon.
Yeah. Like, I'm kind of funny it's funny that they showed Tifa as Black Mage, because, like, Tifa is a monk. or a black belt, but they'll probably do that later. You know, Yuffie will be ninja, but then she can have thief or rogue. But yeah, so like they're showing new expanding gameplay systems. Materia's back, obviously. They showed quite a few summons, old standbys of our boys Ifrit and Titan, but also Magic Pot. They have confirmed the save data as well. If you have data from Remake, you will be able to get Chuck and Mog, and if you have Rebirth, you will be able to get Phoenix.
I was really hoping for like Bahamut and like fucking Bahamut Risen, so I can have triple Bahamut.
Unfortunately, no. I think we're gonna keep it to. It sounds like we're gonna keep it to one Bahamut summon per game. That said, as the last game, the final Bahamut will be probably pretty crazy. They also showed some gameplay and they had trailers to talk about it for both Sid and Vincent. No word on any secret characters, but you know. We'll see how we actually wrap it all up. But yeah, so Vincent is a ranged character. He can shot lock. You know, it's a classic of Square Enix now. But he can target enemies. His shots seem to have very interesting things where like he does ranged combat, but also they can kind of like, you know, curve and slap enemies. Like I said, I'm pretty sure Vincent will jump into the team right away because he will probably basically fill what Aerith's role was in Party Comp of being like one of your ranged attackers, but being the more magical one. But he can also freely transform into the Galleon Beast and fucking Smackdown. Controllable. So that's cool. And I'm sure he'll have his other high-level stuff. And then Sid is a Dragoon. He can do close combat, he can do AoE sweeps, he can do jumps, he can summon a dragon out of nowhere to obliterate your enemies, you know, Mirage Dive style. It's good, it's Sid. Like I said, no sign of the Dynamite yet. I really hope that's in there.
Yep.
Maybe that'll be his team up with, like, Yuffie. You know Yuffie wants to throw some Dynamite. But yeah, looking great. The director said the theme is Resolve, and I like the way they kind of pitched this. So obviously, Meteor's getting summoned. Whoops.
Whoopsie.
The planet responds by summoning all the weapons. Also, whoops. They're mad. They only showed a little bit of Sapphire's attack on Junon, but like, damn. Fucking big ass motherfucker. All the way right up to the cannon. Fucking frame dodges the sister ray shot. Huge explosions. No, it's gonna be real sick. And then they showed like some smaller weapons, like we said, like taking them out on like Midiel and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I think we actually talked about it. I think they are gonna use that smaller one to sub in for like some of the stuff Ultimate Weapon does randomly on the map. But like the general vibes they talked about, like they're keeping some of the story stuff close to the vest just in case, you know, people only were able to play Rebirth on other platforms like a couple days ago, I think. For like the Switch and Xbox versions. But the general vibe seems to be like building up the need to, you know, defeat Sephiroth. But they talked about something that I think is a very cool note to pick for the third game, which is kind of like helping all of your different characters build their resolve and talking about how all of them have kind of their own like internal journeys and struggles to go on. And I'm like, that's real cool. Like, obviously it's the third game. It should be the game where we button up character arcs, but that's a really good like pick for like the theme of the game, right?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, by the way, my nose is like running all of a sudden in the middle of the night.
That's not good.
I'll be fine. It's probably just some of that outside air and shit, and the temperatures being wacky. But yeah, like I said, like thematically, you know, you've got lots of stuff. Obviously, Cloud is to go through his Cloud thing, and that means, you know, Tifa's got to help him out with that. But you know, Yuffie's returning to Wutai. That's kind of the closed loop on her character arc. Barrett like got some of his resolve done with kind of like explaining his backstory with like Mount Coral and stuff, but you know, I think kind of the segment where, you know, they didn't mention the huge materia, but we're doing the huge materia, you know? So like that will be a good time to return to Coral and kind of like put a pin in Barrett's story. If you guys don't remember 7, unfortunately, there is a scene where Bugenhagen dies and kind of passes his you know, message on to Nanaki.
Mm-hmm.
He Yoda's himself. I'm kind of interested to see what's going on with Sid, because like they kind of refactors his backstory to make him a wandering pilot, but I also assume we're still gonna shoot his ass into space. So, you know, Rocket Town, space segment, all that stuff.
I am kind of curious to see like how they handle Sid's stories, because they did change him up a little bit. They still, like, even in like the trailer, they kind of call him, you know, the crotchety old man, but Sid was a lot more personable in Rebirth, and you know, did join the party a lot way earlier.
I think they realized when writing Rebirth the correct thing, that one, they wanted Sid to be more present earlier, because so he doesn't like kind of come out of nowhere with the tiny Bronco, which is an important part. But also, like, especially if you're skipping Rocket Town, which is fair. Rocket Town is kind of a nothing burger the first time. Like, it's just you know, exit Mount Coral and there's a fucking giant rocket here, and you're like, why the fuck are we here? And it's like, well, there's a Shinra rocket. And again, to reiterate that FF7 is not a perfect game, the plot of Rocket Town is you roll up, Sid's there, and there's an old rocket, and everybody's all depressed because the Shinra space program's closed. Sid kind of explains his backstory, but also he's kind of a Shinra stooge. Like, he's all excited for Shinra, and he's very happy when he hears Rufus is coming to town. But it turns out Rufus is coming to town because he's just like, we heard Sephiroth is heading out back west. We need your plane. That doesn't make any fucking sense in
Yeah, I
the
was about
7
to say,
we've
like...
built. Rufus has his own
like,
helicopter.
I mean, even in OG7, Shinra has, you know, vehicles and Machina out the wazoo. Why do they specifically need this one?
Yeah, it's just a setup so that, like, you can get the funny boss fight with Palmer that was subbed into Gold Saucer, basically, Coral Desert, you know, but, like, you fight Palmer in Sid's backyard over the Tiny Bronco, and then you get on the Tiny Bronco and fly away. And it's like, they did a much better job of doing that. So, like, I think they correctly pegged that, like, having Sid be so favorable with Shinra would not fly with the way our characters are built over the trilogy, you know? So they refactored it. I think some of that will still be his kind of, like, his business of having worked for Shinra and, like, kind of coming to terms with, like, Shinra being actual bad guys. But we'll kind of see what his relationship is like, you know, because obviously the High Winds, you know, named after him. And they got the big graffiti on the side. Did not see the pinup girl.
I did. It's on there.
Oh, you did? Okay. I missed it in the trailer. I said before, I got a little teary-eyed watching this, like, finally having it out there, so I gotta rewatch all the trailers and like, comb through them frame by frame. I haven't had a time to do that because I had to go get food after that, so I'll run through and see all the little details. Like I said, there's so many scenes and sequences that I can, like, pick out of 7.
Yeah, no, you see the pinup girl when it does the big scroll of Highwind scrawled on the side of the ship.
I was probably too busy reading the text. Curse me and my reading instinct. But yeah, so that's really interesting. Obviously, because, you know, we're not doing optional content, like Wutai's not optional, so that, like I said, that's going to be Yuffie's kind of like button. But that also means Vincent's stuff is not going to be optional, and probably whatever the fuck is going on with, you know, Lucrezia.
I mean, it's important. Like, we can say what we want about, like the original Wutai in 7, because that was super fucking optional and really did not tie into the main story, but the trilogy so far has been putting a lot more effort into making Wutai more of a nation that has its goals and objectives and is working on them.
Yeah, again, the remake team realized that, like, Wutai is important and, like, to the structure of the world, so they started seeding it way earlier, which is great. So, like, that's a big area. Like, the main purpose of Wutai was, one, to kind of give Yuffie a character arc, because she kind of doesn't have one. She's just a really annoying brat in 7.
She never
still
stopped
kind
being
of an annoying
brat.
Yeah, she's still kind of an annoying brat in the remakes, but she's a little better. She has some more character oomph. Besides just being, yeah, I will steal your materia. Yeah, you're old. I've got motion sickness.
If I had an option to throw her off the high wind, I probably would have.
Meanwhile, in remake, Yuffie is like, I am here to steal your materia for Wutai, so we can blow up Shinra, because I fucking hate Shinra. They turned my hometown into a tourist trap. My dad sucks.
And we'll
the
probably
original Yuffie had that problem too, but, you know.
I know, but I feel like we're actually going to explore this character instead of
just being the way that you get, like, Yuffie's ultimate limit break and weapon.
Yeah.
You had to ascend the Tower of Terror and fight 5 bosses in a pagoda. I think Godo Kisaragi, like, turns into a fucking 4-armed Ashura or something.
I think so.
But also, that's where you get to put a button on Don Corneo. We better throw that motherfucker off the mountain.
I'm gonna love that we basically had a Don Corneo plot in all 3 games. No,
it's great. Like, that's another one where they were like, oh, we're not going to do Wutai in 2? We got to put the Dawn and Rebirth somewhere so we can make it the trilogy. That one's also going to be interesting. I'm going to guess what that's going to be is also that's going to be a sequence to kind of, like, repair relations with the Turks. Because, like, that is where they're just having their fucking Hot Springs episode, but they actually, like, team up with the team a little because Elena gets kidnapped too.
Yeah. No, I'm excited to see where it goes.
Yeah.
I am.
And honestly,
there
were some crystal caves in the Vincent segment, so that might be the thing with Lucrezia. But yeah, no, it's going to be really interesting. And like I said, they're still holding a lot back. There'll probably be some more biting trailers as we get closer, because it's just, you know, spring 2027. So not February, but maybe March. We'll see. Honestly, I'm glad for a little bit of space. Like, I still would have done it, but I am a little glad to have some more breathing room between Evercold and Revelation.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure by the time, like, Revelations comes out, we'll be thoroughly sick of, the new X-Pack. Oh, actually, no. If you... you'll probably be streaming stories, so you might not be done with the main story. I don't know.
We'll see. I don't know. We might... I can also, depending on the pacing, and pick it up. Like, I still don't think I would... As much as I like 14, I can't imagine sitting down and doing nothing but playing 14 story for, like, a whole weekend. Like some people. Like, blitz the whole thing in 2 days. But I don't mind doubling up for a little action. There's made of a few groups going through. But yeah, no. So I am so glad it's real. It's announced. It's coming out.
It exists.
2027, like we all thought.
Yeah.
And it's looking good. Also, yes, we're doing a thematic. Sorry, I just saw a tweet about this, but we're doing a thematic callback to the classic case. So the key art for Remake is Cloud looking at Shinra Tower. For Rebirth, it was Aerith looking up at the open sky. For 3, it's Sephiroth in the Field of Fire, which is how the original, like, I could literally grab my FF7 CD case and pop it open, and it would have, those 3 images, Cloud on the cover, and then, Aerith looking at the high wind inside, and Sephiroth in the flames on the other. It's good.
Good, I'm excited. Like, as soon as they show me that fucking special edition pre-order, I'm locking it in. I have the first 2, I'm getting the third one.
Yeah.
And then in, like, a year or so, they're gonna come out with the fucking triple pack.
Probably. They do whatchamacallit, super bundles and discounts and stuff. But yeah, it's pretty cool. And I'm sure we'll be talking. Also, yes, now you'll hear more about Kingdom Hearts 4 later. I mean, they could call it the Reunion Bundle. Just because they call it Crisis Core
yes.
Reunion doesn't mean you couldn't call it a Reunion Bundle. Playthrough, start to finish. So I'm just, shaking my head, smiling.
No, less than a year, Omega. Less than a year.
Hell yeah. Probably about 9-ish months.
Yeah.
We'll see exactly when. Like I said, they'll narrow down the releases and everything, but like, hot damn.
Oh, I definitely got to figure out what games I want to get this fall and which ones I'm gonna pass on. We have a lot of good games coming out. I've actually heard a lot of people I would say a good majority is actually very happy with Summer's Game Fest this year. There are some detractors.
Yeah, as usual, there's some bullshit, but I do like that. Like it was funny. Jeff Keighley started by saying, "Don't worry, guys. I promise it's cool," and he was right.
I mean, let's see.
Like
for me, it is definitely Stellar Blade Blood Rain and Revelations that it's like I'm there, that's me. But there are also a lot of other games. Like I am interested in not Veronica, Resident Evil Veronica. I'm interested in Monster Hunter Wilds Ascendance.
No, it was a very solid program. There was minimal fucking around. Like the only celebrities they had on stage. I know this is usually more a complaint about the Game Awards, but the only celebrities we had on stage was the voice actors from the Among Us TV show that just came out, right? Like that's perfectly normal.
The guy in the Among Us suit, though, was weird. That weirded me out a little bit.
The costumes were a little weird, yeah. That was a weird one. But, that's Jeff Keighley. He's going to throw in some stage gags. He had the fucking Saw puppet come on stage and be like, Jeff Keighley, I would like to play a game. And he's like, Jeff Keighley, of course, completely straight mans it, no sells it. And he's just like, oh, you want to play a game? Well, we're at Summer Games Fest. Hey, what are you looking for?
And then I was just like, roll the clip.
Roll the clip. And then Jeff Keighley's like, oh, okay, I guess we always do what the puppet says.
And Jeff Keighley says, I love puppets, and he did. Like I said, the Cuphead puppet segment was genuinely good.
Yeah.
It was actually
great marketing.
Good.
Yeah, there were a couple sizzle reels of inserts, but I think those were mostly bankrolled by Nintendo. They were like, hey, look at these games coming out on Switch too.
There is the rumors that Nintendo is doing its own Direct, in the next, I'll still say week.
Wouldn't be shocked.
And there are, I know we do say, Summer's Game Fest, but if you actually go to the Summer Game Fest, site, they actually list all the fucking streams that are happening around this time. There's panels for, games made by women, games made by, Pride games made, and I think it was, India, Southeast Asia, several, indie game showcases. I think it was that.
I will say this. I saw some people kind of, nonplussed by the intro segment where he talked about, how many video games are selling. I don't 100% agree that some people are like, oh, Jeff Keighley, you're doing, a shareholder meeting. It's like, no, he's talking about video games, not about Games Fest. He's like, hey, look how many fucking video games are coming out. That's amazing. It's tough to break out. but you can still break out. And then he highlighted, several major, like, brand new IP indie games that were in that, over 1 million sellers, including Far Far West mentioned.
I know. Shout out to Far Far West Twitter being like, Far Far West mentioned. That was great. But no, like we do have like several big ones. Like we had the State of Play, we had Summer Games Fest. Xbox is doing one in the next couple days, I think. Is it like on the 7th? I don't remember.
Yeah, they got some kind of program.
Like I said, you should probably watch that because Xbox likes to shell out for world premiere trailers.
Yeah,
everyone's saying that's where the Persona 4 Revival trailer is going to drop. But like there is like, even though if they don't like get as much marketing and whatnot, no, there is a lot of actual announcements and devs. Oh yeah, PC, PC showcase. PC game, yeah, PC. I mean, they do
like. Shout out to Jeff Keighley. He does his big like on-stage promo, and then he always goes, "By the way, Day of the Devs, literally next. The stream will not end. Just stay tuned." I unfortunately had to go fucking make dinner because Jeff Keighley held me hostage for 2 hours. I kid, but they are good at promo, and there's a lot of news going on. And Jeff Keighley said that at the top, like he couldn't mention E3 by name, but he was like, "Hey, we planned this since like 2020 because we've been working on this because, we wanted there to be this moment in June where we have a centerpiece for all this news, regardless of kind of like what platform it's on. Obviously, like other people can do, like you can get like State of Play and Xbox showcases and
okay, the showcase is June 7th. Oh, it's early. It's 10 a.m. Fuck for me. 1 p.m. for Omega.
It's a little early for me. That's usually when I'm like rolling out of bed, getting my shit together, getting breakfast.
Yeah, but I posted in our Patreon chat
I'll keep an eye out for announcements. You never know with them.
But if you look at the bottom of the schedule, there are like 16 like on the top, and then let me see if there's it looks like there's like 16 different like events like all over the place. Oh, we have like some from Latin America, Southeast Asia.
No, like, that's the thing, right?
Wholesome,
Like I said, Jeff Keighley is a shill. But he's a shill because he loves video games, and he really is in it for the love of the game. Like, I know he struggled with, like, trying to pace out everything to make it feel like, to appease advertisers and get all that out there. Summer Games Fest was really well paced. There wasn't a lot of dead air, there wasn't a lot of faff, there wasn't a lot of shoehorned ad campaigns.
I've actually seen a lot of people turning around on Jeff Keighley for some odd reason the last few days. Talking about how, like, I don't think like everyone likes like Jeff Keighley, but everyone says like, nah, this man is fucking gangster. You say whatever the fuck you want him, and he just shrugs it off and keeps on trucking.
I think it's because obviously he got a lot of heat about like High Guard and the Game Awards and stuff, and then like he's been talking about Summer Game Fest leading up and like hyping it up a little. So like some people like try to take some swings, but like again, real ones know they're like, no, this guy fucking loves video games. Okay. Like, say what you will about Jeff, but he's doing it. Like he's in it to win it, and he knows people. I will say the only thing that's funny, I don't know if there's any truth to this, but I will say it is a funny thing that people have noticed. Hideo Kojima has not interacted with Jeff Keighley since the last Game Awards when Claire Obscure won, Game of the Year. Death Stranding didn't really win any awards, and he flew all the way out to LA. He hasn't retweeted any stuff about Summer Games Fest. He was not at Summer Games Fest. But also, I don't know what the fuck's going on with OD, so I don't know if he has anything to say yet. We'll see. The people are making jokes about the messy divorce. I don't really know if, like, Hideo Kojima is, like, a petty person. Like, he talks about Metal Gear, He doesn't talk about Konami, but obviously they have a very, very acrid relationship. But, like, he talks about Metal Gear and stuff, so, like, I don't know. But it is one of those funny things. But yeah, no, like I said, Keighley is a real one. Like, I know it's funny to take swings at him, and he has made some misses, but I think he has a genuine love of the game, and he did a good show, and he should feel good for it. I mean, I know some people kind of whiffed on some of their bingo sheets.
Yep.
But that is how it is, like there's a lot of stuff going on. Like, obviously, there are a lot of big name games coming that have gotten previous announcements, even at like Game Awards, that did not get fill in. But that's probably just because they're still cooking. Like, honestly, I am glad that like almost every game that was announced was like coming out this year or coming out sometime next year. Like, There are a couple of games that were like probably, I want to say like 5 or less games that were like no window, no date, no nothing. Early announcements, but let's see. There's no release date for that. There's none for Gen Atlas, none for Blood Message. Oh, none for Hex, but they did say it's coming to PC. I searched the article and it says 9, so about double what I thought, but still pretty small considering that, like, I think there's got to be like a couple dozen of these, and so hopefully we'll see some more stuff. And they still got, some of these have windows even if they have no date. So, like, very solid. We're getting less and less video game presentations where they, like, announce something that's coming out in, like, 5 years. Or 10 years. Or 15 years. Bethesda. A game that's never going to fucking come out. Anyway, who knows? Maybe fucking Todd Howard might have heard me and he's gonna get my ass at the Xbox showcase. But we'll fucking see. I double dog dare. Todd Howard, I double dog dare you. Come at me, Scrublords, I'm ripped. A Ross O'Donovan quote. Director of Game Oververse and other things. Anyway, yeah, no, like I could probably, could and probably will yap about Final Fantasy VII Revelation forever, but it is 2:30 in the morning, and I do want to talk about Outlaws, actually. So,
Okay.
let's talk Star Wars Outlaws. To let people kind of know where we're at, we basically started this conversation on Monday.
Yes.
Because Outlaws was, I think, a extra tier game last month, so you should still be able to get it. I don't think it was a monthly game.
I don't know.
But I'm not sure. It showed up in the PS Plus.
Yes.
I was going to mention it, but I forgot to. But I saw that you were playing it last weekend, and so I brought it up on Okami.
I brought up Okami, don't you at me. Because I wanted to talk about it. Because I started playing this game, and I started getting a weird vibe from it, and I wanted to double check with you to see if my vibe was correct. Basically, I feel that Star Wars Outlaw is kind of having a really weak beginning, and has really, how do I want to say this, made our main character a bit of an incompetent in a weird way. Basically, how did I put this on the Okami stream? Basically, Kay Vess has basically all the skills she needs to be a successful scrambler except any sort of social skill, I think it was.
Yeah.
And like I said, I played a bit of Outlaws, the week before, like, the stream, and hit up Omega, who did say he was going to mention it, but hadn't gotten to it yet, and then said he would put in some hour. And you did say, like, it was like a couple days ago, that you had put in some...
Yeah.
Some...
I'm still on the first planet, but we are putting some time in.
Yeah. Well, I'm still on Tasharon, too. Like, the game has opened up a bit more. I can go to space now. I'm back. And I can shoot TIE fighters. They also shoot back.
That's cool.
TIE fighters hurt.
Correct.
But... So, the gist of my problem with Kay Vess, at least from the outset as she is presented, is... Despite her being a brawler, a hacker, an animal trainer, Kay Vess seems so incapable of being smart and sociable. Basically, you come into Bay and you basically understand she has no friends. She has no allies. The one person on her side is basically her mom's old friend bartender who basically lets Kay stay up in his attic and, eat free food.
And the staff at the bar fucking hate her guts.
Yes.
Which, to be fair, we should also say this, because I think you brought this up as well, and maybe the next step. But Kay has no friends, no allies, because I was thinking about this earlier in the week, right? I was going to say she's kind of an asshole. No. In Kanto Bite, Kay Vess is an asshole.
Yeah. Kay Vess is an asshole.
She scams money off people who claim to be her friends. Like we said, right? She lives in the attic above Bram's. She literally comes down and Bram is like, hey, I got some stuff for you. Like your data spike. I'm really worried about you. You're fucking around with stuff you don't understand. And she's like, yeah, whatever, Bram. Hey, you gonna give me that job you just passed on? Even though I clearly overheard you talking to the guy about how, why you don't trust it.
Yeah.
And he's like, no. Listen, Kay, can I set you up with, some... He doesn't even offer her honest work. He says, Kay, listen, let me set you up with some light hustles, some manageable stuff, some small time. And Kay is like, no, I want to go to the core worlds now.
I want big jobs. I only want big jobs.
I want big money so I can go to the core worlds. Why? Why, Kay Vess?
Well, maybe it's because she has no friends and no allies, and she's up to her neck in debt. Like, there's a data pad, that's it.
That's right, yeah, she's up to debt, that's right. So, we do understand she has some motivation, but it is kind of like the quintessential Star Wars bullshit of just, Kay thinks getting a fake ID, going off-world, and going to the core worlds will fix all your problems. It will not, Kay. Their problems are inside.
No, like Kay's getting a little bit better. She still has trust issues and thinks, like, all I need is one big job. And, like, every time you complete a job, she's like, okay, the next job will be the big job. I'm just like, oh, God.
She is, I know, even if you hadn't said anything to me, if I had played it in a vacuum, I would have cottoned on very soon that, like, yes, the game very strongly paints Kay as a person who basically has no patience, and I don't want to say no perseverance, because, like, K-Vest will stick through some bullshit, but it's often bullshit that's her own fucking fault. Not always, but a lot of it. A lot of it's her own fault. So, like, she has the skills she needs to succeed, like you said, but she doesn't have the head for this kind of game. She's not, she's not a charming rogue like a Han Solo. She doesn't have the charisma or the proper snark like Leia, and she doesn't have that down home farm boy charm like Luke Skywalker. You could put that boy on a poster. And like I said, you mentioned to me that if I played it to let me know what you thought, and I was like, yeah, I think if I played this intro without you saying anything, I would still have immediately picked on, like, oh, so, like, we're doing a thing where, like, Kay has problems, and, like, I can immediately sense the plot arc is, like, K-Vest will learn to trust and have buds. But...
1 second.
1 seconding. I can at least talk about a joke I made on Twitter where I talked about, my buckethead punching spree, joking about K-Vest getting this machine kills Stormies tattooed on her knuckles. Because I have just been punching imps. Just been punching the shit out of them. Absolute slapstick.
This does mean that canonically K-Vest can just knock out fucking stormtroopers with her goddamn fists.
Which is pretty good. Like, you can knock out stormtroopers, people do it, but usually they have, like, batons, staffs, blunt instruments. Kay can just do the fucking powerbomb wind-up right on the top of their head, out like a light.
Okay, there we go. Sorry, my headset was dying, so I was trying to figure out a way to plug it in without having to go crazy. I figured it out. And so you're basically starring, was it Canto? It's Canto Bight.
Yes.
It's a casino planet, has a lot of racing. I think it was shown in...
It's from Last Jedi, yeah.
Yeah, Last Jedi.
It's kind of funny, actually, that they picked Canto Bight, because, like, the Canto Bight segment is, like, the infamous plot tumor in Last Jedi, which is like, why the fuck did we go to the casino planet? But
yeah,
I think it works as a starter for Outlaws.
Yeah, it does. And basically, you do a thing to get your fake idea. It goes wrong. Kay learns nothing, but Brahma's all like, alright, you gotta get off this planet. Here, take the job. And me, being movie literate, I saw these guys, I'm all like, these guys are up to something. Like, they're professional, quiet, only talk about the job. There's, like, no joking. They're very clean. They talk about how Kay's a local. They have enough firepower to blow up, the fucking entrance to a fucking compound. I'm all like, these guys are serious.
By the way, they did set that guy up pretty good. Like, the villain intro scene was pretty good.
Oh, yeah.
Of, like, setting, like, it's a guy who's like, I understand him very well. His little speech about, oh, my brother would always eat. He would even eat my food. I'm starving. Yeah.
It's like, didn't you hear me? I'm starving.
Like, he's good. He's got some riz, but also you can immediately tell that he's a psychopath and you shouldn't have sympathy for him.
No. Don't worry, I stole his fucking favorite shit. Fuck him.
Yeah. But yeah, no. So, like you said, like, these guys, you clearly cotton on that they're serious, because they're fucking with the guy who's for real.
Yeah. And you get through the mission, you do a lot of sneaking, you might blast some guys, you might not. Like I said, I did hear that they changed some things so you can stealth more. I love Nyx. He is super versatile. Yeah, he can distract guys, he can attack guys, he can push buttons for you, he can steal shit for you.
We said that K-Vest has no friends. That's not true. K-Vest has one singular friend in the world. It's her pet magical axolotl, Nyx, who senses guys and pushes buttons and distracts guys. He will also commit crimes. He will kill by blowing up red barrels.
No, he's great. But basically the game as pitched to you is you're breaking into a vault to steal a man's fortune. You get to the vault, there is not a fortune. But they say that they'll pay you when we get out. There is something also pretty valuable in the vault. K-Vest, in the middle of an alarm going off, surrounded by a bunch of other dudes, pulls out her blaster and says, "No, pay me now." And I'm just all like, "Okay, this is literally the single most stupidest thing you have done
very
here."
Dumb idea. I mean, it is the stupidest thing for reasons, but not for what's first apparent. And it also establishes how K-Vest works because she says, "No, fuck you, pay me now." When the offer is, it's like, "Hey, by the way, we're the Rebel Alliance. Come with us. Let's go fight imps." And she's like, "No, I'd like to get paid and get out of here."
Yeah. K-Vest could have said, "I'm not joining the Rebel Alliance. Pay me when we get out and leave me the fuck alone." And the Rebel Alliance would probably been like, "Okay." But nay.
I believe Big Bad Villain Man said that the Death Star was blown up earlier, so we're post A New Hope. So the Rebel Alliance knows all about handing Han
actually,
Solo
we're post Hoth,
giant...
actually.
Ooh, okay, we're after ESB. So the Rebel Alliance really knows all about, because I think they've canonically twice handed Han Solo, like, several large crates of money.
I don't know, like, I think the invasion of Hoth just happened. I don't know if we're, like, fully through and Strider Strikes Back, but I know we are past the Battle of Hoth. I don't remember where I heard that, though, but...
Probably the ambient dial. Maybe you were doing a tactical lean?
Maybe. But... So yes, the Death Star's been blown up, but, the Empire, slapped back at Hoth. So we don't know exactly what's going on, but yes, the Rebel Alliance is active. I have not run into those guys again, but I'm pretty sure I will, for reasons.
Yeah.
But, so, K-Vest gets knocked the fuck out, which, is generous on the Rebel Alliance. I'm gonna be real.
Yeah.
And basically they just leave her on the ground, which also is real. This woman's a liability.
Yeah.
But you get captured by the guy, you get out, you blast your way out, you steal his ship, you flee to fucking Tasha Shan, and you crash. And basically that's where I am in the story myself, is trying to get parts back to fix the ship, also meeting players in the games. You got the Crimson Dawn, you got the Pikes, you got the Heartcut Tails, and there is an Imperial presence on there. So if you feel like you just want to go blast someone without like actual like reputation repercussions, go blast some imps. It's fine. Blasting imps is always cool.
I have already followed an intel tip to raid an Imperial compound where, yes, I did blast many imps.
No, like, if you do that with, like, any of the actual, like, crime syndicates, you lose reputation, but you don't have that with imps. You will get it is how you get your wanted level, though. If you fuck with the Empire, they will track your ass down. And in Outlaws, it does become very imminent that K-Vest has severe trust issues. They have, a scene of her as a kid learning to, pickpocket and stuff, and her mom's just all like abandons her to teach her a lesson of, don't trust anybody, and she really takes that to heart. I do want to call out though that K-Vest is a fucking idiot. She was basically, tossing up the thing she stole in the air, which was probably what got her to caught. And it's a habit she still does, as she did it with fucking Gorak's ring when he met her. I'm like, K-Vest, don't be flashing your fucking stolen goods in the air. Low profiles.
Yeah. It's a weird case of like this was a thing I alluded to earlier and I've been thinking about. It's like I feel like you and I may be a little too old for this video game's demographic target, because the pacing of the game is very like rapid fire, like it's trying to suck you into the Ubisoft open world gameplay stuff very fast. And
I do like flying around on my speeder. It's fun.
No, like that's the thing I want to say. Parts of this game are really cool. Like, gameplay stuff's pretty fun. Some of the stealth is a little finicky, and like, I mentioned to you that I like, the time there was an opportunity to like tutorialize, fast talk stun, I like reloaded it like 4 times to get my stun shot perfect. But parts of it are really aesthetic. The environments are really cool. I've got it booted up right now. I'm running around Miragana Valley. Like, we've got really good space aesthetics. You've got a speeder bike you can customize, which has like, an upgrade which has like pretty cool aesthetics. You'll eventually get to your ship. You've got your ship up and running. I haven't hooked back up with Waka yet. But like you've got this stuff. The system of like reputation with the crime syndicates is really neat.
No, I like it.
And holy, this game has mini games on mini games. I think it was on Mike. I said they've got a rail shooter arcade game.
Yep.
You can play Castle Sabak.
Yep. I just played some Sabak for a quest. It was cool.
Yeah. You have you can bet on Space Horse races. You can play Space Uma Musume.
Yep.
And there are like data pads with tips about like who you think might win the race lying around.
Mm-hmm. Like I said,
there's a fucking. I don't know if you've seen this, but I found because I went to the. Like I said, I went outside to an Imperial compound, got a tip, sold it to the Crimson Dawn, so I'm cool with them. I went to their side of Mirogana and found some street food. There's a fucking street food minigame.
Oh, there's a street food minigame. I haven't seen that.
Yeah. It's like Nick's treats, so you can get upgrades to Nick's. You can equip different stuff to him.
Okay.
The current one you can get in Mirogana gives him the ability to kick away grenades thrown at Kay.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah, you can only hold one at a time for now, at least. But yeah, it was basically like a minigame. There were like timed inputs of like, eating, handling the food, which is basically like it's queso and street corn. But like, I'm like, this game is like really in depth, and that part's cool. But yeah, no, like Kay comes off as a absolute idiot, and it's like if I was interested at all, like, or rather, let me put it this way: do not see why I would be interested picking up and playing this game in following the character arc of Kay Vess. Like, obviously, like you said, I've watched a film. I understand how this is going to go. Like, I get that, like, the whole point is going to be Kay Vess learns to trust and build, a crew, a found family type shit. But
yeah,
also,
but we gotta get to that point.
Yes, the step
right
we're at right now is, like, really annoying. Like, and it's not anything against her actress. I know, obviously, she's a fucking woman, and I think her actress is like...
No, like, if I'm gonna be real, like, Kay, like, whoever... Like, I mentioned this on Okami. I'm sorry to cut you off, Omega, but I do want to say this.
Finish the thought.
Whoever Kay... I do not know who she is at the time, but no, if this is the, the character direction that they wanted Kay Vess to go in, her voice actress is amazing at it. Kay Vess sounds like a small-time fucking crook who, dreams way too big and, might be, shitty at holding a conversation. It comes across perfectly.
Like, has trust issues. She stammers. She will do, like, comebacks, but they're, like, usually weak. Or, like, she'll say stuff that's, like, really super sarcastic, but the other guy just takes her at her face value, Like, no, the actress is doing a great job. Like, that's not a problem. It's just the thing of, like, if this wasn't a cool video game to play, like an open world Star Wars, do random shit simulator and feed my pet street corn, like I said, I would not be invested in Kay Vess because she is a fucking dumbass, and she's an asshole, she's a dumbass, and I assume there is what TV Tropes calls a Freudian excuse for all her shit, right? Like, obviously, her mother is probably dead in jail, or abandoned her to avoid being dead in jail, Like, I don't need them to spell out exactly what it is, but, like, there's a root for all of her trust issues, obviously. But we don't really get into that. Like, there's a little bit of the flashback, like you said, and that still shows that regardless of the trust issues part, Kay has flaws. Like, she's bad at subtlety. In cutscenes, anyway. I can be pretty sneaky if I like. But, like, like I said, I don't know why I would be invested in this character growth, other than this game is pretty cool. And, like, you're absolutely right that it's like, she is a certain type of character, and it's all idiot ball all the way down.
It is all of it. Speaking of crew, I do think we have found our first crewmate, Waka, the mechanic who helps, Kay fix up the Trailblazer. Kay does not want to call, him crew, but Kay, this man has, flown with you into an Imperial station and distracted the imps while you went and stole something. That's not nothing.
He's a ride or die. Also, he loves machines. He literally, like, I'm far enough along that I am, like, he is literally in this to repair the Trailblazer just because it is a, like, one-of-a-kind special ship. And literally, Kay's like, what's so special about the ship? And he just says, man, you don't get it. Whatever. Give me the fuel injectors. And I'm like, Waka, you a real one. I know he's a real one.
Yeah.
And I assume that he's going to become a card on this ability slate, maybe.
Yeah.
Which is also really neat. I like this idea, like the experts and then the deck of things they taught you. Like, I've picked up most of the stuff in Bram's list. You start with a couple, but, like, you can pick up some more. And it's like, that's neat. I like the idea. And I will say, go ahead.
Like, the interesting thing about abilities is, like, the abilities are not based on, like, spending money or spending XP to get them. So we've moved away from the RP element. Instead, it's actually, doing things in the world. Like, I'm looking at here, like, right now, I did the Slicer quest, so I unlocked Ayla, who has some stealth stuff, but you have, like, Sneak Shot, which says deal extra damage when shooting an enemy who are unaware of K's position. To do it, you have to blast down 5 distracted enemies and complete an infiltration contract. I'm like, neat. Like Sneaky Trap allows Nyx to sabotage alarm panels, turning them to dangerous traps. You have to command Nyx to perform different X in 7, and slice devices in 3 attempts or less. I'm at 2 or 3 of that one, by the way. So you don't have to go around killing dude for points to do things. You actually have to do things in the game to do so. I will say this kind of does have a double-edged effect, a double-edged effect though, because guys you knock down necessarily don't have items. And Kay's a squishy girl. I'm gonna tell you right now. She can go down pretty fucking quick if you aren't like using cover properly.
Yeah,
so
I've got the armored undershirt, and I'm still like, I still have to slurp back down. You can only hold 2 right now.
You can't upgrade that. There's an ability that's literally, what's it called here? The mechanic gives it to you. It's called Scoundrel's Pouch. Increases back to violent grenade capacities. And then you can upgrade the Outlaw's Patch, which increases it even more.
And like I said, I love the fluff. Like, again, like the stuff Bram, to finish the thought earlier as well, the stuff like Bram's the first one, right? Like, and the stuff he taught Kay, the stuff you have unlocked already is brawling and lockpicking.
Yes.
So you always have those. But then your next tiers are, which Kay does not have unlocked when you start the game, which says a lot, you have to earn them, is Fast Talk, which is the distract enemies for a second when they catch you. And then it's got an upgraded version called Keep Talking, which is like AoE effect. I'm working on that one still. But the other things are Armored Undershirt, which gives you some max HP, and then I Know Someone, which is, knowing merchants. So, like, yes, Kay didn't know how to talk fast and didn't know about building contacts. Bram brought those up to her, but she clearly did not pay attention until later. So that's, like, neat, but I do like the concept, and building the crew, building the experts. It's really good. I should say, an analogy I got earlier of, like, here's how to think of K-Vest when the game starts. She is very clearly an Edge of the Empire PC, but she is solo and has no other PCs to back her up when the game starts. Like, she's trying to carry all the weight herself, and she's not that good. Did it freak out again?
It did freak out. We're behind it a little bit. It was earlier.
Sorry about that. I'm like, there was a gap. Okay, I was wondering if it gapped again. Because I caught that subtext. Sorry, it's probably my internet went out for a second and I just wasn't looking at it. Because I'm playing Star Wars Outlaws on the side now.
Yeah. So, like I said, I'm pretty sure that you're going to start building up the crew and you're going to start pulling off some bigger jobs. And Kay will, maybe get that one big job and, become a proper legend and an outlaw living up to, the legacy of the ship that she stole. But we're not there yet. And I'm like I said, I haven't bounced off this game because like I said, Kay's character is annoying right now, but like I said, I see the writing on the wall. I see where this is leading us. I am willing to put up with the headache now for the payoff later. Also, it looks like you might get a droid companion who wears a duster. I mean, that's a sick aesthetic.
He's on the cover. There's a BX droid in a trench coat. I'm like, kind of sad that motherfucker wasn't. Yeah, it is sick. I'm kind of sad that motherfucker wasn't in the game already.
It's like, fuck, I'm gonna be a fucking BX droid. I'm gonna be a BX gunslinger in our next Star Wars game.
He is.
Great.
Detective Murderbot.
Oh man, yes, I'm gonna get a dust coat. I'll be a fedora and I'll just speak in just noir slang. Like, ooh, this broad.
I'm pretty sure Investigator is one of the specializations.
People are just gonna say, yeah, sorry, the BX droid, had his, vocalizer swapped with another one. Great. I love it. I love this concept already. I'm gonna write this down. But no, Star Wars Outlaw is, like I said, I don't dislike it. Like, the combat is very squishy. Like, it'll take a couple blaster shots to a normal person to take him down. It takes like 3 or 4 to take down the Stormtrooper, which I think is perfectly fine. I think the problem I have mainly with combat right now is you can pick up a secondary weapon, like some sort of rifle, but it's temporary. Once the ammo runs out of it, you just toss it away, and I'm just like, why?
Yeah, Kay's not interested in reloading. I've got a DL-20 sniper rifle on my back right now. I stole it off killing scout troopers.
Yeah, and like I'm a little upset. I really feel like you should be able to like keep your weapon, reload it. Maybe not like upgrade it like the blaster, but something that lets you keep your sort of thing. Because I'm sorry, I like shooting guys from very far away. It means they don't get to shoot me.
Yeah, and I know for a fact there's a couple, because I've picked them up, there's a couple of different snipers.
No, so there's a lot of different weapons. Like, I was running around with an E11 at one point, and other stuff. So I feel like that was a missed opportunity, like being so temporary with heavier weapons. Grenades are a little awkward to use too. This is a problem. You have to actually open up your satchel, select grenade, and then throw it. There's no like quick grenade button, which I find is a pain in the butt. Makes it very hard to use mid-combat. Enemy AI is pretty good, I would say. They will, move around and flank you, so they'll get you ass if you're not paying attention. That does make the game more difficult, but that's not necessarily, a game problem. That's a me problem if I'm getting my ass kicked by them. Yeah. Like I said, you hit the open world stuff, and it's pretty cool. Like, Omega, I've already maxed out my Crimson Dawn reputation. I'm
Swag.
like that. And like, I have like more Crimson Dawn contract to do, so I'm gonna be like, I'm gonna do jobs that, get up other avocations, and if it drops my Crimson Dawn, I'll just go do the Crimson Dawn once to get it back up.
That was exactly my own plan for the future. The moment I saw the way the reputation system worked I'm glad I can run through it.
No, so it's like, I'm gonna try and get my, reputations positive everywhere, because I do like the reputation system of like, if you get it up, you'll get better deals, you can walk into restricted areas, and if you get it up high enough, you can just walk into like some areas and just take everything not nailed down and they won't care. There are still some actual restricted areas you can't get into. I realized, like, I tried like going into the area because all the syndicates have like treasure and stuff that you have to steal from them or somehow get around. But the game is pretty good about, giving you alternate routes into thing. Like I said, KVS definitely went to the Nathan Drake school of climbing. She can just climb up specific walls. She knows how to use a grappling hook, and she can scramble. She was born with, the fingers of steel.
Yeah. And it's Star Wars, so know that there are going to be gaps and railings you can jump up and down.
Oh yeah.
There's a little bit of yellow paint, but they also mix some other signifiers in there.
I think this game has the option that you can turn off the signifiers.
Yeah, I think this game might have actually been up for an accessibility award if it didn't win outright. There are a shitload of options. Sorry, I was just run over by a speeder bike.
That happens. Yes.
He's got a scout trooper right behind him, so I can't just gun him down on the street. But like, there are a shitload of accessibility options. I already turned on the one to add the extra visual signifier to the lockpicking minigame.
Mm-hmm.
Not that it's like super hard, but it is like, sometimes it was a little tricky to figure out exactly what rhythm they're going on, because it's a fucking... Lockpicking is a rhythm game.
I like it, just...
No, I like it. It's unique and a little weird, and it took me a second to grasp it, so I turned on the thing to focus extra visual and audio cues.
I do also like that you can, look left and look right to see if someone's coming while you lockpick. I'm like, that's sick.
That's very thematic.
No, so... Star Wars Outlaw, I think, mechanically, it's pretty good. The story-wise, seems to be doing so. I'm still too early to tell. Characters, KVS is a bit of a pain, but that's the point. But even though I know it's the point, it's still painful,
Yeah, no, I mean, you can't fix that. Like, Chet, Kay's a little cringe. She's a little cringe. I think she might, and I think part of the problem is, I don't think KVS knows she's cringe.
No, KVS thinks she's the hottest shit this side of the fucking galaxy.
She thinks she can take on any job, no matter what. She don't need any help. Never mind, by the way, she steals this ship, not knowing how to fly ships. She turns to Nix and goes, "It's just like flying a speeder, right?" Presses like 14 wrong buttons.
She becomes a pretty good pilot
on the way out.
Yep.
So like she thinks she's cool. She's not that cool. She's a little cool because, like you said, she's very competent at a couple of things. She's pretty good at lockpicking. She does some slicing tricks. She is really handy with her bare hands, like cold cock and stormies and stuff.
And she is a gunslinger. You do unlock the emote to literally high noon, motherfuckers.
Yeah, like you unlock her adrenaline mode the moment you get to the next planet and you're like under fire by like 3 or 4 bandits and just like high noon those guys. And you can get like upgrades and clothes and drip to like change that. Like I think one of the sets you can find on sorry, I forgot the name of the planet for a second, but yeah, on here on Toshara is like regenerate HP when killing enemies with adrenaline. And like aesthetically, this game is pitch perfect Star Wars. I'm standing in the middle of a town. There are like 2 fucking space meerkats here they want me to pet. Space meerkat.
Pet a space meerkat. Pem.
Like, they have great creatures, the environments are really cool, all the, like, bits and bobs and greebles are really good. They've done a really great job of using a bunch of alien character types. Like, there's, Rhodians and Twi'leks and all kinds of guys rattling around. Bram's a fucking Zabrak. Like,
I feel like I need to double check that, but I'm listening to his voice and it sounds like... Actually, I need to double check this. Hang on 1 second.
Yeah, double check his actor.
Because he sounds...
He did sound a little familiar.
And I think I know who it is, but I want to double check.
And, like, even if the weapons are only disposable temporary, they, like, have a decent variety of cool Star Wars props. Like I said, you can pick up the E11, you can pick up the DLT-20 sniper rifle. Like, the game had the bones, but the way the Canto Bight intro is, like, so fast-paced. It's like, Kay comes down. Bram, give me a job. No. And she's like, okay, I'm gonna steal some shit I shouldn't steal. Gets caught. Has to kill some dudes. Immediately, the locals are, like, on her ass. Honestly, I thought she was gonna fuck up immediately when that guy shot Bram in the leg, and she was just gonna come down even though Bram told her not to.
Mm-hmm.
But then immediately signs up for a dangerous job, and like you said, she, like, pulls a gun on a Rebel Alliance cell, and is like, pay me, fuck you, pay me now. It's like, nah. Like, I don't know if it was buggy on launch. I know they did some updates to kind of change some of the gameplay stuff, but I don't actually remember, like, what people said about the game at launch. But, like, the intro feels like the Toshara stuff feels like that's where they were like, okay, this is the open world part. And then it was like, they couldn't figure out how to get the prologue bit, like, out of committee. So they were just like, fuck it. We're just gonna ram you through all the dumb shit and get you to the open world part. Like, I assume that, like, some of the K writing is still intentional. Cause like you said, you can see her arc coming a parsec away. See that shit from space. But, like, I don't know.
Okay, interesting. So it's Conrad Coates, who is a British-born Canadian actor. So it's not who I thought it was. But this guy has been in a lot of stuff, but mostly he has bit parts. Plays like one character in one episode. Funnily enough, he was the narrator in Resident Evil Code Veronica.
That's very
And
funny.
apparently had a voice role in Resident Evil 2. So maybe they're bringing him back.
Well, that is extra funny. But yeah, no, like, I don't know where I'm probably because he is a character actor who does random bit parts. That's a good pick for Bram, but it's like, he did seem familiar, but he moved on.
From what I remember of some of the bits, it seems like the stealth content in the original game was underpowered. It was a lot harder to stealth in the game for whatever reason. I do not know. I do not remember. But I do recall that they had to rebalance stealth to make it a much more viable tactic in the game. And it is. I am currently wearing, the Crimson Dawn, superset that makes me really good at sneaking and stuff. And I can, shimmy past a lot of guys. My favorite tactic right now to take out 3 guys at once is I get behind two people. I train my fucking, stun shot on a third. I sick Nick on one guy to distract them, shoot the guy with the stun shot, and then melee, stealth kill the third one. And then take out the one that Nick is going. I'm like, yes, perfect, amazing. I'm great at this. Kay, why are you so bad at social stuff when you can do shit like this? I guess it might be a little bit of that.
You people were partying, Kay Vess was studying the fist.
It kind of is like that.
Like, I don't... Technically, in Edge of the Empire, a normal human can't be Presence 1. Kay Vess is Presence 1.
Kay Vess is Presence 1.
Like, she can put some points in, like, some like, deception skills to, like, fast talk. Like, literally you can pick up a fast talking skill. But it only lasts for a few seconds, and it's just long enough to, like, buy you some time so when you alert guards, they don't shoot you right away.
Clearly, like, fucking KVS has a fucking, like a background penalty, like jaded -1 presence +1 agility or something. Because she's good at shooting and she's good at piloting. Like I said, she never flew a starship before, but she was able to get out of the ship, out of a fucking hangar and into space.
No,
couldn't landed, but
her agility is crazy good because that's shooting, climbing. Well, coordination type climbing, crawling in vents and flying ships. She's good at that. And she's like, honestly, no, she doesn't have a good wound threshold is her problem. She has okay soak. Her brawn is probably average because she can punch dudes and like climb and like it's just you don't have a lot of HP, and you take full damage. You do take blaster shots, and there are a lot of enemies out there. Like I said, I went to the Imperial compound. I didn't have to shoot any of them, thank God. But there are stormtrooper heavies with the rotary blasters and the big backpacks. Those guys will probably fuck your shit up.
Yeah.
There's like scout troopers with snipers. The problem is, like I said, is that K-Vess is built like an Edge of the Empire protagonist in a 4-man PC setup, and she doesn't have any other PCs. So, like, it's in combat, it's like 4 enemy minions go, 1 K-Vess goes. She will lose.
I am curious to see what we do with the... I am curious to see how the mechanics with the droid companion will work. Like, I wonder if, like, he's
what people said, I think he is supposed to be more brawn-focused of, like, actually gets to beat the shit out of guys, tank some hits kind of a thing.
Because I do notice that KFS's speed, it looks like it can hold a second dude on it. Aside from Nix.
I did. No, yeah, because I deliberately, when she did that cutscene, I was like, oh, it's a big scene. Is Nix going to sit on the back? No, he rides on the backpack.
Yeah.
So
it's like he knows.
Fit 2 people.
No, so I won't say necessarily I'm excited, but I'm like I said, I'm not going to bounce off of it. But unfortunately, I think we have said enough about what we said about fucking Star Wars Outlaw, and I do want to move on because it is midnight my time, which means it's 3 a.m. Omega time.
Motherfucker. This is a big ass episode. We're at 5 hours. Jesus.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you want to say anything about Deathwatch? Deathwatch AP hasn't come out yet. Do we want to say anything about Deathwatch?
Deathwatch AP came out. I'm enjoying it. We're going to the 3rd planet. You've already said there's going to be the hidden backside, which is why we got so much stuff. I still haven't decided on my fucking loadout yet because I am waffling back and forth on whether or not I want a jump pack. Because Sniperius is zippy. He's already zippy as fuck. It's kind of crazy. If I add a jetpack, I will become even more zippy. I'll become Speed Boy. And I don't know if I want to do that, especially with, my character is horrible about staying in squad mode regardless. And I feel like we need to be in squad more. The problem is
some mechanic opportunities we are, or you guys are missing out on. I think last time we actually had a pretty good use of squad mode. You used a couple of squad mode abilities.
Yeah.
Both of which were actually pretty good. Bram got the tank hunt, and that was pretty solid. Very valuable. And then you actually used some defensive and offensive formation. So there's a few tricks.
I think
Axe was talking to me like after stream on FP about how like he's having fun. He felt a little stressed from like leadership, but I wanted to say actually after that conversation, because I jumped out to refill my bottle of water because I'm always dying of heat after FP. Loth was starting his sickness curve too, so he got out of there. But like other than there was a period where kind of like not necessarily didn't know what we're doing or like just sulking, but there was some slow-mo moments when we were like setting up the defensive line part where like some of the guys were out of it, some of them were just kind of thinking about stuff, or we were being more in the back, and like there was a moment of no motion, and I was just like, okay guys, you've got all the time in the world, do anything, and you lucky were like, all right, I'm gonna take the wheel. And then I asked, I was also asking at the same time, do you have defensive tactics? You're like, it's me. And I'm like, all right, perfect. you are the one for this. Go. But like once it actually came down, I think it came out and almost everybody had a good showing over the mission. The main problem was to talk about why Lucky is also rethinking about his jetpack. Dallas is not having a very good time with his current character.
Yeah.
His White Stars Librarian is like really designed to do much more heavy vehicle focus, I think, or get a mount, even though having an animal mount is not really supported by Deathwatch on its own. Like, the rules aren't there in the core game. I could make it work because there's mounts in Only War, but like I said, it's not really there.
Yeah, no, you can have, like, animal companions, but not, like, animal mounts, really, when I think about it.
So, like, there's, like, he's missing some action, and, like, he was trying to play a more shorter range character already, especially because librarians tend to be kind of, like, melee focus on their ranges is psychic powers, but his psychic powers are not that long ranged. Unless he's like, pushing and doing the thing that like everybody makes jokes about Psychers doing, which is risking blowing up the team. And like Sniperius is often independent, but has crazy high engagement range. Honestly, so does Bran. When Bran's not packing a multi-melta, which did keep him very short range, he was out here killing motherfuckers with getting fucking quadra kills and pentakills with las cannons. And, like, with his heavy bolter, he was mowing down guys at, like, 100 yards.
Sorry, I'm just remembering there's an amazing shot that Sniperius does in, it's not the Dref Dead. That was intentional.
No, I remember now. Spoilers, you'll love the moment, chat. Sniperius hits the driver of an orc vehicle, kills him. I have to roll for the crash results. So the vehicle crashes and does a critical damage, and it's a cavalcade of like errors.
No, it was like the PC, like the characters in character were just like, what just happened? It was that bad.
Like it was so good, but Dallas was having a pretty bad time, like that character stuff. So he's gonna switch characters.
No, he said he's thinking he's probably gonna be a Black Dragon Assault, which he will have a jetpack and he will be a very zippy boy. But Sniperius, like I this is a humble brag, but it is something that does concern me sometimes. I feel like Sniperius is way too effective at what he does.
Honestly, I think that's the thing. I think that's supposed to be everybody in Deathwatch. The problem is that because of our kind of like goof ups and just situations, the other guys have not been able to always be getting into their optimum zone.
Yeah, see, Sniperia's problem is all range is his optimal zone. I do not know why they gave Raptor, like, my sniper specialization is custom. I'm still, like, trying to tweak it to find, like, a good balance between, you know, skills and talents and, stuff, but just naturally fucking, Raptor chapter gets Marksman, which usually is pretty deep, and it just eliminates the penalties for long and extreme. That means that any weapon that any range weapon I put my hands up, I can shoot up to 4 times its range without penalty. That is crazy amounts of fucking,
honestly, even if you didn't have the custom sniper stuff, if you were just a tactical who shelled out for a stalker pattern bolter every time, you would probably be as effective as Sniperius is. Maybe a little less, because, you know, you have your aim. You're very good with the aim solo ability is very strong, but I think correctly so, because it's like, it makes you good at what you want it to be good at, which is Sniperius kills masters and elites dead.
Yes.
If there is a single high-value target, he will get him.
Yes.
But you're much more limited when it comes to hordes, and even for vehicles, like, if it wasn't for borrowing Abraham's las cannon, like, you would have had a much tougher time working on that.
Yes.
That Death Dread.
Yes. Like I said, I did try to get a little bit of roleplay in the beginning of the session, and I do believe that might have caused a bit of friction with Aaron's character. But, we did.
I think it's good.
We worked it. Well, actually, no. Me and Aaron talked afterwards, and we were both like, "My bad, bro."
Yeah.
Then we, Predator hand shook and all that stuff.
Just like Battle Brothers.
Yeah, but it is still one of those things of just like I'm trying to. We're not playing Deathwatch necessarily to get to like roleplay heavy, but I still want to have like roleplay moments. You know, I did create a character. I actually made a pretty good history for him. I've realized it was one of those things that this is actual Humper Brad. I went in kind of not knowing. It's like, I want to do this thing. And then, I looked up the lore and, found it was completely supported by the established. So I'm like, yes, perfect.
Yeah, you did a good job weaving it together. Yeah.
Yes.
No, it's very strong. Yeah.
Especially since, like, I like Sniperius so much that if we, like, have, like, further 4K Avengers and whatever it is, I would like to keep playing Sniperius at some point.
You can probably keep him around and do some other stuff. I have rules for crossing the Rubicon and shit like that.
Yeah. Yeah, no, and I'd love for Sniperius to become, a fucking Primaris and, get the fucking, Mark 10 Phobos armor. That sounds like amazing.
Dallas would also appreciate that, because he talked to me when he was trying to pick. So he's making a custom chapter in the Black Dragons. They exist but are not supported in the Deathwatch rules, but there's plenty of rules to work them out, and there are rules for like successor chapters and shit in the game, so we can figure that shit out. He talked to me of like, yeah, it turns out like most of the successor chapters and shit I like are all Primaris only, and I'm just like, whoop.
Oh, that's fucked.
And it's just like, that's sad.
But no, like after like I don't know like how much more, we probably got like minimum a couple more sessions because we want to probably get this last mission done for Deathwatch, and then after we get done with this third planet mission, we meet the secret enemy, because Omega has been teasing that there is a secret third faction. I feel like we're actually gonna meet them. I'll probably poll everyone to see if we want to go back to Rain. See if that's been enough a break for everybody, and we'll see how it goes there. I don't know. People could just keep wanting to be doing Deathwatch, and I'd probably be okay with that. I have not lost my rain juice. Luckily, we stopped at a very good point where we know what we're gonna do next, and we have our plans for the next year. So getting back into it should be fairly easy. But like I said, I'm having genuine fun with Deathwatch. I like staring. My eternal problem with Deathwatch is I wish there was more gear that I could pick from.
So why it's very important to keep getting those renown up. You ranked up, so you have a few more things to pick from, but it's still rough.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, no. I ranked up and I immediately, got my signature thing. Now I have the masking screen, so now I become even more stealth. You were kind enough to let me upgrade my my bolt pistol to the Space Wolf Scouts Stalker bolt pistol.
I offer a custom upgrade. We can do some stuff. We can fine tune.
Yeah, we can fine tune.
Also,
And
sorry, Axe is like, I wish some of the gear had better stats. What you guys, I think, are doing great. I don't think you guys have been in trouble.
no, I mean some people have got hit, but no one's gone down.
You guys get a little chip damage, but yeah, nobody's gotten into criticals, which is like a whole thing. The guy can be set up. Like everybody's like damage numbers are pretty solid. Like I think we've been playing it enough that like I think the errata was a good idea to kind of like simplify stuff. Well, the cluster mines they do double pen for vehicles. I do think they're meant for like hordes of enemies and lighter vehicles. You guys saved them to use them on heavier targets, and they did help. They did actually. You rolled really good on the battle wagon, I think, to start. Like you started chipping at that guy, but like their implementation is supposed to be pretty basic. Like they're dealing multiple hits, or you're supposed to purchase a fuck ton of them. I think eventually, or not eventually, but there are similar rules for other effects. You guys could get like minefield shells to load into like mortars and missiles and crap too. Spread the love with frag. But like no, the main thing is I think you guys are supposed to engage mano a mano, as it were, and you guys have been pretty competent at that, and I have definitely whiffed a lot of shots. I am eternally in pain that like the phrasing of like, the way orcs are like, they're dog ass. I mean, I think you can if you do renown stuff, you earn it. I mean, would you be happier off if you didn't remember that you got the point for being squad lead and you were 2 back? But for a lot of stuff's been respected or distinguished. You guys are respected now. All of you are respected now. Distinguished, just some of you are distinguished.
I'm distinguished. I don't know if everyone else is distinguished.
I think Aaron also hit distinguished. I have to double check. But Axe is literally like 1 away, and it's a big pain because like that will like literally open up his preferred loadout.
Yeah.
That will allow him to take a storm shield and the weapon he wants. Oh, Aaron is also 1 away. Okay. Well, you'll definitely get it next time. You guys will have to do some role-playing stuff if you want to get it mid-mission. I did mention that you guys can hold on to requisition new stuff mid-mission if you would like.
Yeah, and in Rites of Battle, there are ways to earn additional renown. Like I pulled one from earlier. We had like bookmarks some requisition for like some air support. We're like, nah, we don't need it. We got this.
Actually, you guys did really good. You with you pre-killing the Death Dread, you guys were able to chew through both of your kill markers before the third wave actually showed up, which I think was neat. And obviously the session was going along, and I know that Dallas was a little was heated and also needed to go for time, but it was also like, no, you guys hit both the kill markers. These motherfuckers don't need to stick around. We do not need to do the third wave. You have killed enough orcs. That's supposed to be how it works. Little sad that some of my rolls were a little higher, and that like I did not get to actually have the knights pop out. I know you were talking about keeping them in the back, but like would have been fun to dump some autocannon shots, or maybe even the big the like rapid fire battle cannon. I think has like a normal range of like 300 or more meters, maybe like 400 or something.
Mm-hmm.
Like totally could have taken some pot shots for the fortress. But yeah, you got some big bosses. You'll get some solo stuff. You'll be able to do some things. I don't think they'll eat Space Marines for a promo, but you guys are Deathwatch veterans. You'll be in danger, but you've got some options. Axe asked earlier, like, oh, what do you think my role is for a Tech Marine? Tech Marine's a little weird, but I think the idea is a combination of, one, you are one of the skill monkeys. You are the tech guy, like getting demolitions and tech use and shit. The apothecary is kind of the other nerd zone. He's meat, you're metal. But no, I think you picked it. It's like you're the weird weapon specialist. You're the guy who is most likely to be authorized to pick up random non-heavy specialist weapons, like you did last time. You grabbed a plasma gun, which you used very effectively, and didn't use all your ammo, so you didn't have to spend 5 turns reloading. But plasma, melta guns, power weapons, exotic weapons, that kind of stuff. Like do the weird shit. Whereas, like Brand is obviously the heavy weapon guy, is going to take the biggest, most effective gun for what he's got going on. Las Cannon fucking rips guys, but not as good for hordes. Heavy bolter works great for them though. I think he's got to be one. I think Brand's got to get that last renown point so he can take the plasma cannon. Shit like that.
I'm actually quite happy with my stalker pattern bolter. Honestly, aside from like
the right scope, it's pretty solid.
Like aside from like maybe grabbing a head like a missile launcher or shit, like I might want to grab a las cannon on the regular.
It is basically They don't hook it up to the backpack power supply because it would probably be OP in game, but I think the las fusel in Space Marine 2 is basically just an Astartes las cannon with a sniper scope on it.
Yeah.
Like, it kills things good, and it's very long range, but the ammo capacity, very bad.
No. But, like, that's the fun thing I'm having for my thing. I'm just like, I don't need stupid, crazy stuff to be happy. It's just, I like gear. Like, the auto census goggles, those are rad. The fucking tactical harnesses, rad, just for, like, aesthetics. You know, the masking screen, rad. The chrono dilation machine, I'm like, that's rad. Jump packs,
That
rad.
is pretty cool, yeah. No, like, bolting all that shit onto your armor.
Like, all that stuff is pretty cool, so I want to get to it. Like, weapons are cool.
And
like,
extra shit you can bolt on in homebrew.
yeah. Actually, that is something else you mentioned. You did start a homebrew document of stuff, putting, like, the Volta... Wait, no, was it?
Volkite and grav weapons.
Yeah.
It's kind of like Volkite stuff. I think was either only Heresy or like wasn't really in anything when Deathwatch was being made. They put some grav weapons in Dark Heresy 2, but obviously those are a little different. Astartes have different calibers, so backport some of that stuff. I mean, they're exotics. That would be the thing. You can, and as the Tech Marine, you get to, because that's an actual fluff thing. Is Tech Marines are trusted with grav weapons because they're very, very exotic and expensive. You know, but like there's a few of those. There's a couple of other choices from some stuff. Like there are some weapons that are in like the Deathwatch, like veteran Deathwatch, like Kill Team, which is, you know, little smaller setup games, you know, like 5-on-5 guys kind of a thing.
Yeah. Aaron's in the chat talking about. Oh, sorry, what were we saying?
No, I was just finishing up my thought. Like I included some stuff that's like in some of the Deathwatch stuff that's come out after the RPG, but would totally be in it. Like Infernus Heavy Bolter, Frag Cannon, heavy Thunderhammer.
Okay. Well, I'll trust you with that because I don't know. I am still just kind of learning as I go. But Aaron is here in the chat saying that he would like more RP in our session. I can kind of agree. Like I said, we don't need to be having, 2-hour discussions at a table like we do in Rain, but I do think we need to interact with our battle brothers a bit more. Like I said, I tried to do a bit of that in the last session with the start. Quizzing our Tech Marine on, Imperial Knights and how they worked, maybe suggesting, we do some things, well, I'm not really confronting Brand, but asking Brand to let me, do a kill. Brand was not happy about that, by the way, like in character, you can tell. But, it's one of those things of balancing, like, we don't want to take too long RPing because, that drags out the session, but we should not just be, silently moving our way, killing things.
Always remember, your flavor. Yeah, it's important. Yeah. It's a thing I've like heard people praising like Space Marine 2 over that I do agree with. Like that, all the Battle Brothers have bants as they wander around killing things that you can really feel their flavor, and they are Battle Brothers. They're all each other's hype men.
Like, brother, you wield your jump pack most masterfully. If you were to tweak it this way, you can get, like, 0.7 more lift. And he's like, remind me of this when we return to the ship, brother. And it's like,
yes.
Rad.
Or, just a couple of the more faithful members of the team just being like, oh, you can quote, tactics. How do you quote scripture? I spend a lot of time with the brother chaplain. He's like, that's good. I spend a lot of my time with the apothecarius lately, recovering, kind of a thing, like talking about their woes and stuff. And
then it's like, I will come read scripture by your side next time, brother.
Yeah,
that's
like
you
they're
feel the camaraderie, and I love it.
No,
so,
that's like gotta get some of that juice in a little, like,
no.
And that is another reason why Dallas is switching his character is like he is a big fan of the Black Dragons, which are one of those, they're in, like, a couple of novels and some footnotes, funny haha chapters. Like, everybody's got a couple. Mm-hmm. I think the Raptors are a little more regular appearing than that, but, like, there's a lot of little Space Marine chapters. They're in a few things. Sometimes they're antagonists, but, like, I know for a fact they're in some short stories. Yeah, there's a Tau book where they're basically the bad guys because they are the tactical thinking scary Guvesa killing the shit out of these poor Tau fire warriors.
Oh, yeah, no, I do actually remember that. No, yes, the Raptors did fuck up some Tau.
The Raptors aren't afraid to fuck some guys up, but, no. Like I said, there are lots of, little obscure chapters, and Deathwatch is really, like, Deathwatch has some fucking obscure little chapters out there. Like, you can play some weird guys. Like, there's a couple of Blood Angel successors, one of which I know Aaron is a really big fan of. Like, if he wanted to go, he would have run through. But like, Black Dragons are like a group that Dallas is a big fan of, and it'll be interesting to kind of bring that vibe to the team and see how everybody puts up with him, because he's gonna have bone spurs covered in adamantium. By the way, gang, that's the Black Dragons thing. Their gene seed is a little fucked up. They have bone spikes, or can have bone spikes actually, but he's gonna take the bone spike because he's gonna be an assault marine. But it's gonna be funny because like the general impression is, despite their mutations, the Black Dragons are not like a psychopath chapter. Dallas was thinking about being a Karkarid on a space shark for a little bit. That one was like, those guys are a little like, they're brutal but silent brutal.
The silent hunter.
A lot of people, they're not official, but a lot of people suspect that the Karkaridons are actually loyalist Night Lords. Like they're we're chimeric stock. But yeah, no. The Black Dragons are a salamander successor, so like despite their mutations, they are very pious, and while they aren't as like universally trusted as the salamanders, the salamander advancement table literally can take good reputation. Any peers you pick up, you can take good rep, because the salamanders are known for that. They are known to support civilians and be cool with other Imperial factions, and be friendly and restrained. Even if sometimes that makes Black Templars very mad. Get out of my city.
We're just here to protect the civilians.
The Black Dragons will have some of those vibes, but also he's going to be the assault marine, so he's going to be jetpack and closing.
Mm-hmm. I probably should consider my rec request. I'm still not entirely sure what I want to do, but we'll see.
I don't want to do too much in session, because that is kind of how Mission 3 got a little slowed.
Yeah.
But I can give you guys again the outlining briefing, and you can pick some of your early options. We were very late, and I kind of speedballed the objective, so we can do a little time beforehand. Hopefully, Loth is feeling a little better and can be here a little earlier to discuss. I know a lot of his stuff is pretty simple as the apothecary, and I know he's also concerned about his effectiveness. But I think for a couple of those missions, he was pretty strong. For the first one in this mission, he was very good. Like he didn't do a lot, but when he had to heal, he healed very good. And the last time, he was just in the vehicle, in the Razorback, and fucking killing. Emperor loves that boy.
Also, if we get hurt, Loth can heal mid-combat. That is allowed. It's a full-round action.
Yeah, but he can. It's a full-round action for both of you, but he can fix you guys if needed, if he has to. But like, he fixes you real good, and on the Razorback, he was a killing machine. Fucking slaughtering orcs with the Stormbolter. Schwacking them.
AAZ.
And I could not hit his ass at all. But we'll see how we are with the next mission, and we'll get that AP posted to you. It's almost 6 hours. Anything else to say about Deathwatch? Sorry, I'm getting sleepy. I almost dropped my water out of it.
Nah.
Okay, cool. Sorry if you heard my water bottle crash. Let's end the show. Big ass show. Love the show. Love it to be a big ass show. But also it's almost 3:30 in the morning, so I have to edit this. This shit is not coming out at noon on Saturday. It'll probably be like midnight on Saturday. We'll see how it works out. Okay. But to wrap up, thanks everybody for listening and watching and tuning in. Be sure to like, comment, and subscribe. Do all the engagement stuff. Join our Discord, post in mailbag, join all channel memberships maybe. Check us out there. And you can support us on Patreon to vote in things like Fan Servant Friday. Also, we did mention earlier, I have some fiction as well in addition to the audio rates, but you can catch up some rain fiction if you're interested in that. Big show, big segments. No, we love to see it. So you can consider supporting us on Patreon to get access to the audio and other features, get the polls, listen to us record the show live for all 5 hours, and get an on-air shout-out like Adam Harp, Black G, Call Me Zed, Carlos Dragon, JD Van Thousand, Rise of Kenji, Rograb, and Charvor. Thank you very much for your support. Patrons, thank you very much for anybody who's listened all the way to the end. Consider that your extra comment homework. Leave a comment below if you listened all the way to the end. I know it's cheap engagement, but fire off a comment. You've earned it. That will be that. We will be back next week for more Let's Talk FGO. I am pretty sure we're going to record next week because we will have a brand new event out, and there'll probably be more video game news. Maybe they'll have actually announced the timing for the Enmate rerun, and we can see what they're playing at.
Yeah,
with 3 runs. Anyway, that's everything I got. Thanks so much for tuning in. Once again, I have been Omega. He has been Lucky. Good night, everybody.
Good night.